101 follow-up war in the north. It only took 2.5 days for the Huron to kill from the mountains of Daejeon to Yandu. But after all, the movement is a bit bigger. The Hu people's army came all the way to kill. It is impossible for Yango to not know. Nagila's wishful thinking was wrong. When the Hu people's army of more than 20,000 arrived under Yandu city, Yandu has closed the city gate tightly. Do a good job defensive posture. Field battle is the advantage of the Hu, and the mobile advantage of the Hu in siege operations will be wiped out. Najili is also very clear about this. The reason why he dared to fight Yandu mainly relied on the rapid advantage of the cavalry, but it was obvious that his army's killing behavior severely slowed the formation of this action. The Yan people are now prepared for defense, and if they continue, it may cause great losses. Moreover, in the killing operation, I also had some prestige for these subordinates. Najili decided to accept it as soon as it was done. No more adventures. Order the army to retreat to the capital of Yan state in turn. Najili issued an order. Yes. Wang Khan. Hupanata turned around to convey the order. The Hu people's army began to divide into two teams, and the two teams began to pass through the left and right sides of Yandu respectively. Prepare quickly. This Huron is about to attack. Yan Wang hurriedly came to Yandu to check after hearing his subordinates report that Huron was besieging the city. Yan nation soldiers who were not ready were killed by the arrows. Slowly reacted and fell directly to the city. The reaction was quicker, and he was almost killed. King Yan was on the attic of the city wall, standing far away, and the Huron had no desire to fight, so there was no chance of reaching King Yan. But in this way, the frightened King Yan trembles with his legs curled up and hides behind the city wall, unable to get up at all. King Yan didn't know if Huron would launch a second attack. But I was really scared. The army led by Li Mu followed more than 20,000 Hu people to accept the territory of Yan Kingdom. Huron just mopped up the periphery. There was no siege. Husbands were seen in the Yan state city. Hurry and close the city gate tightly and can't get out. Huron can't help it. It just swept some villages, then ransacked it, and finally set fire to it, and then evacuated. After the city gates of the Yan Kingdom were closed for a period of time, they determined that the Huron had left, so they relaxed their vigilance. Open the city gate. When opening the city gate, Lima's army suddenly appeared and seized the opportunity to occupy it. Before Yan Jun could react, he was caught off guard. Resistance is weak. Most cities voluntarily chose to surrender. Lima's army is mainly composed of infantry and cavalry, and its mobility is inferior to the cavalry of the Hu people's army. When I first encountered the city of Yan state, because the army did not keep up in time, leading to the precaution of the city of Yan state. Therefore, they had to send infantry to siege the city. But the careful Li Mu discovered this error in time. Order the cavalry troops to leave the army and follow Huron. After Huron leaves, take the opportunity to capture the city of Yan state. He led the army to follow suit. So, Li Mu had already occupied as many as 29 cities in Lima's army. The entire Yeshui River is included. The army went straight to the capital of Yan state. Huron was just sent away. Lima's army followed closely behind. The capital of Yan state was besieged again. A star that King Yan just loosened. It was suspended again. At this time, Wang Jian's army did not move. A cavalry team of 35,000 men, staying near the Great Wall of Yan state, quietly waiting for the arrival of Huron. Yango looked at this group of kin tigers and wolves extremely nervously. They don't know why the kin team arrived at this place. And the other party, Mengtan's army, swept across the Hu people's tribes with the speed of the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. The main force of the Hu people was basically annihilated. Those who were left were old, weak, sick and disabled, and Qin Jun did things relatively cleanly. All the Huron who resisted were hacked, and those who were younger and gave up resistance were all arrested. Used to repair roads, Shangwin hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. So, as soon as I hit the pillow, I fell asleep very hard. In the dream, I constantly noticed some pain in my legs, as if those Huns whose heads were chopped off were biting themselves with their teeth. Shangwin woke up in shock. Get up and see the one you least want to see. Princess Wen Yang of the Great Qin Kingdom. Shangwen gasped. The body was full of cold sweat. Looking at Yinu with a tired expression. Yinu is not to blame for his rudeness. Instead, he said in anticipation, my palace heard from the palace. You can make something that can fly. Is it true? Yinu said expectantly. Yes, that is a hot airship. Shangwen said with caution. It turns out there is. My palace thought it was a lie. Yinu said happily. Shangwen is not willing to take this stubbornly at all. Then, where is that thing? Can I fly up? Isn't it fun to fly up? I heard Zhao Go say that it feels very good to fly up. Yin wanted to get closer to Shangwin. Even the main palace went and asked a lot of questions continuously. These problems are like bullets from a machine gun. Shangwen felt very annoying when he heard it. Did not pay attention to her. Instead, stand up, pick up the bowl on the table, pour cold water on it, and drink. Hey, ask you what to say. Don't ignore it, Yin said angrily. Shangwen finished drinking. He wiped the water on his mouth with his cuff and said, first of all, I want to tell you a question. This thing is still in Guiyang. It has not been shipped. Second, this hot airship is not mature yet, so it is easy to get out of danger. In the air, it is no better. It's dangerous on the ground, and it's easy to get up. How to get down? It's hard. Shangwen said something badly to scare her. Oh, can I give it a try? Yin continued. Shangwen seems to have noticed something wrong with the language. But where is it? Shangwen was in a daze, so he had a headache with this problem, so he didn't care. This hot airship, in general, is not a very complete aircraft. It needs to be greatly modified. If you want to ride, Shangwen said here. Just remembered the establishment of the Darkin Air Force. If so, you have to allocate funds to build aircraft. This one, I'm afraid it will be difficult. How is it? Yinu asked quickly. Within a few months. This thing can't be made, Shangwen said. What? A few months? Yingyu exclaimed. My palace? My palace has to wait a few months. Yin roared loudly. Shangwen finally knew what was wrong. The title, this guy used me, not Hanmiya. Obviously, it means to please oneself. This is too obvious. 102 First Test Musketeer. Of course, this is a flying machine, even a hot airship. It takes at least a few months. You know, this thing is extraordinary. This is going to the sky. Humans don't have wings. If the airship comes out on it, unexpectedly, you can only do ZU landing exercises. While speaking, Shangwen pointed to the sky, and then dropped with a finger gesture. Yin listened to some words that she couldn't accept at all. His head is dizzy. Then look at Dao Shangwen's gesticulating fingers. Finally understood that this guy was afraid of accidents. What's so scary about? Yin said with some disdain. What's to be afraid of? The current power of this hot airship is very weak. And there are many design errors. Going up, there is no certainty. As long as a little strong wind, the airship can be blown away. Loss of airbags, the airship will fall. It is equivalent to a person directly falling from a place of more than 200 paces. Shangwen is actually used to the unit of meters. The ancients used to measure height in feet. Shangwen's words like this are a bit hard to understand. No way. Shangwen didn't know the specific details of the ancient people. This, Yin clearly understood. That is, this thing is not very mature yet. Then why my father can go? I can't. Yin asked again. Your father? That's a miracle. I was almost scared to death when I fell from the sky to the ground. When it was heated, I was missing a section. The pod was heavily grounded. If it was not heated in time, I'm afraid Shangwen really did not dare to think about the situation at that time. Oh, Yin finally stopped asking questions. Shang Wenjian finally did not ask her. Just relax. This guy thinks differently from other princesses. Then what else do you have, except for that? Yin asked tentatively. A ship number. Except for this, it is the repaired road. Do you want to watch this? Shang Wen replied directly. Ying Yu shook his head and said, I think your smart head must have something else. Hurry up and make one and let me see it. Yin said with some begging. Here. Shang Wen understands that if this person does not create something, he will definitely not be able to dismiss it. But going on like this will do no good for me. Shang Wen thought for a while. When I come to the arsenal by myself, what I have to do is to improve the focus of the next production. Now all firearms have basically stopped working. If this continues, Darkin's soldiers will return to the original era of cold weapons. Thinking of this, Shang Wen knew what to do directly. Shang Wen took out a wallet from his chest. From it, take out a stack of design drawings. Yin looked curiously, not knowing what trick this guy was going to do. Shang Wen took out a design drawing of a musket. That's it. Shang Wen pointed to the drawing of the musket. What is this? Yin asked. Musket. Shang Wen said. It doesn't need much effort. Just pull the trigger. Shang Wen pointed to the trigger. This projectile can travel 50 steps away, and its lethality is amazing. As long as it is hit, it is either dead or injured. Shang Wen introduced. So amazing. Yin stepped forward and looked at the drawing carefully. This thing doesn't take much effort. It's so easy to use, we girls can just equip it. Yin said happily. When Shang Wen heard it, he knew what idea this guy was playing. Can you make it now? Yin asked. Yes, no problem. But you have to wait until tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I have to process some parts, and... Okay, I'll just wait here. Before Shang Wen finished speaking, Ying Yu said anxiously. Okay. Whatever, Shang Wen said with a shrug. Then I'm going to work now. Shang Wen gathered up the drawings and walked out of the house. Shang Wen began to gather the main craftsman. I talked about the parts made by the musket. Shang Wen's musket is the British Indian version of the musket. Because the rifling process has not been explored, Shang Wen felt that he should not go too far. The first is the spring. This thing comes from the watch industry. There are also objects such as runners and flint. Shang Wen explained to those craftsmen one by one. For the spring, an old craftsman who worked on copperware was very interested when he heard about it. The main reason is that the iron wire is still relatively hard and the processing skills are immature. The copper material is relatively soft, very suitable for springs. The craftsman took over the job because he himself is interested in this kind of things that can restore the original state. For the barrel, only pouring can be used. Gin state is very mature in casting bronze weapons. In this regard, they also accept the next step for other parts. Then hand it to the copper processing craftsman. They use a hammer. It's that kind of hammer. There is no difficulty in processing. Shang Wen arranged it, and after a few guidances, he had nothing to do with him. Quickly, craftsmen make various parts. The barrel, even the carpenter, made the butt according to Shang Wen's style, and Shang Wen began to assemble it. Some small rivets are made of copper. Everyone surrounded Shang Wen, and Shang Wen assembled the parts of the rifle one by one. The people around wanted to see a trick. Watching Shang Wen installing the barrel on a piece of wood that was straight or curved, Shang Wen found that some things are more suitable, such as springs and bolts. The springs can be put into the bolts well. In this regard, it seems that the ancients were very cooperative. Shang Wen sweated profusely and assembled the musket. Everyone looked at this thing strangely. Shang Wen opened the fire door and played a few times. It felt pretty good. You can try it if you can solve it. This gun looks rough, but basically it's like that. Shang Wen took the gunpowder. First fill the gunpowder in the barrel, put in the projectile, and compact it. Put a little ignition powder in the cauldron. Under the 50-step target prepared in advance, Shang Wen opened the fire door and took aim. Fired. Bang! There was a loud noise. Gunpowder smoke came out. A hole appeared on the target. It is clear. Shang Wen put down his musket and stepped forward to check. The people around saw the musket for the first time. I don't know how powerful this musket is, so I also stepped forward to check. A piece of wood was pierced through the target, obviously lower. Shang Wen thought that the power of the musket was still not great, and he aimed at the center position, and the impact point was obviously lower. The problem needs to be solved. The caliber of the projectile is about the size of a modern shotgun at 0.3 inches. Shang Wen has seen the ruler, and the projectile is almost at that ratio. Between 11 and 13 millimeters. This projectile is basically the size of all common projectiles at that time. This time it was manufactured in accordance with Qin's size, and it is estimated that it will not be much different. 103 Artillery Debut. This is the musketeer Yin who didn't know when she came behind everyone. Everyone hurried forward to salute. "See your Royal Highness." The crowd bowed and bowed. "No gifts, no gifts," said the princess. "Let me give it a try." Yin looked very anxious, and didn't even change her language. No one should have heard it. Shang Wen squatted on the ground to check the target, thinking of the trajectory of the projectile in his head. Yin grabbed the musket when he came up. "Wait." Shang Wen hurriedly stopped after realizing that the musket had been stolen. "The musket has not been tested yet. It is still dangerous now." "Wait a minute. You are using it." Shang Wen snatched the musket. Everyone returned to their original positions. "I'm optimistic." "This is the loading process of the musket. Nothing can fall," Shang Wen said. Shang Wen began to charge gunpowder, put in the projectile, compacted, and put a little ignition powder on the cauldron. Close the cauldron, then open the fire door and aim. Fired. The projectile shot out again. In turn, Shang Wen fired 5 times. Ying Yu jumped and dried. Shang Wen had to let him make a shot. Shang Wen installed gunpowder and projectiles for her. "Make all preparations. Give it to Yin Yu." Bang! The projectile flew out. The recoil of the musket made Princess Da Qin, who used the musket for the first time, felt very uncomfortable, and the projectile was high. Shang Wen fired. Ying Yu quickly grabbed the musket. "Run over with the musket to check the impact point of the projectile." Shang Wen knows that this gun has not passed the experiment, that is, how many times the barrel can withstand shots. This data must be available. If it is shot again, what should I do if there is a bomb? I cannot bear such a responsibility. Therefore, after Shang Wen finished the shot again, he quickly took the gun away. "Can't do this anymore." Yin Yu's shoulder was hurt by the recoil of the gun. She didn't even know that the musket had such great recoil, and it was the first time she had come into contact with such a weapon. But think about it. This thing does not take much effort. As long as the filling is correct, it will be able to fire. Yin thought for a while, but still wanted to try. But the gun was taken away by Shang Wen. Yin wanted to come forward and grab it. Yin, who came to the target, wanted to grab the gun, but seeing Shang Wen holding it tightly, she had to take the opportunity to grab it. "See the hole in the target." Yin stepped forward and took a closer look. Looking at the target pierced by the projectile and the big hole in the back, Yin felt this power called a musket for the first time. Shang Wen carefully checked the penetration effect of the musket. When the projectile was hit, there was obviously a descending process. It seems to be improved. The main thing is the sealing of the projectile, and the barrel needs to be polished carefully. The overall structure is very rough. There is also the power of gunpowder. This must be improved. The projectiles cannot be made of iron. They are still relatively heavy for the time being, and can only use lead-tin projectiles. And the killing effect is much better than iron projectiles. Shang Wen sees it. "Well, I will stop here for the time being today." Shang Wen clapped his hands and said, "This gun must be tested. Don't use people to pull the trigger. Tie it to the trigger with a rope. Do a durability test." Shang Wen asked a craftsman. "Understood." The craftsman replied. Shang Wen didn't worry about Yin. This guy was definitely going to get a musket. Shang Wen stopped. "The princess! Princess! Princess!" Shang Wen shouted. Yin was planning how to steal the gun. I heard Shang Wen calling him. "What's the matter?" Ying Yu said back. "Princess, the musket has not been tested for durability. Don't move it. In case of danger, It's not good, Shang Wen said. Yina felt that her mind was seen through. However, there is one more thing. The princess may be interested, Shang Wen continued. What? Ying Yu asked. Artillery, Shang Wen said. After Shang Wen finished speaking, he began to gather a group of craftsmen to discuss how to cast the artillery. Shang Wen's idea is simple, that is, to use Qin Guo's skillful casting skills in casting bronze is to create a powerful artillery. The barrel of the artillery is made of copper, and the size is also realized by Shang Wen. The length is about 30 feet, and the caliber is 1 inch. The diameter of the projectile is below the caliber, which is easy to install. Shang Wen asked the foundry if there was a problem. After the foundry took the drawing, he nodded, yes. Shang Wen started casting. However, there is one point that Shang Wen emphasizes. When casting, the muzzle of the gun barrel should be poured upwards, so that the best part of the copper water can be poured to the place where the gunpowder pressure is the greatest. Shang Wen hereby emphasizes the reason for casting. The foundry expressed his understanding. Casting molds and melting copper water is a boring thing. But Shang Wen wants to guide on the sidelines. It's late at night. The princess who couldn't bear it left early. Shang Wen waited quietly, watching the high temperature melt the copper bit by bit, pouring, cooling, and removing the mold. Polished. A night's effort. A bronze artillery was built. Shang Wen knew that this artillery could not hit very far, because it was a smoothbore gun. The casting process is relatively simple. The shells are all stars, not the streamlined body of later generations. This requires progress, step by step. In order to achieve the results of later generations of artillery, 4 people carried the artillery to the shooting range. Place the artillery in a previously dug pit. Adjust the angle. Shang Wen simply aimed. Then began to load gunpowder, tamping and filling the projectiles. Then place the igniter and the fuse. Everyone cover your ears, Shang Wen exclaimed. Let it go. Shang Wen lit the fuse with a torch. Boom. There was a loud noise. Shang Wen's ears were buzzing. The projectile flew out. The target did not hit, but hit the land in front of the target. Shang Wen took a visual check. The target position I set is really 500 steps, but the hitting distance is still a certain distance away from the target. It seems that there is still room for improvement, especially gunpowder, rifling, and shells. At present, the actual combat effect of such artillery is not obvious, Shang Wen thought in his heart. The huge sound awakened the princess directly. Shang Wen had already begun to check the power of the measuring artillery at this time. The distance of the shells entering the surface is quite deep, indicating that there is still a certain degree of power. Although the distance is not as good as that of a faraway crossbow, its power is greater than that of a crossbow. Mainly speed. This speed is incomparable with crossbows. In terms of loading speed, the artillery is slightly inferior. The mobility is not as good as the crossbow, but these shortcomings can be improved. Just be willing to improve. Entering the battlefield in the future, this must be a powerful weapon. Siege weapon. During the Warring States period, no city could withstand the fierce bombardment of artillery. The craftsmen were surprised by the power of the artillery, but some people also noticed the shortcomings of the artillery. However, they had a consensus that the artillery could be improved. After all, this is only the first time artillery has appeared. 104 The Martial Princess. After checking the impact point, Shang Wen returned to check the recoil of the artillery. Seeing that the artillery was no longer in its original position, the position of the artillery was rather messy after firing. It seems that recoil is still great, even if it is only an inch in caliber. If you recreate a 2-inch caliber, the artillery needs fixing devices. Shang Wen carefully checked the situation of the artillery. Touched the barrel with his hand. There seems to be gunpowder in the gunpowder residue. Shang Wen knew that gunpowder had to be processed again. The easiest way is to moisten the raw materials with water, then glue them together to make a big pie, then mash, sifting, and polish with graphite, so that the gunpowder is not afraid of getting wet, and it is very convenient to use. The power will grow exponentially. After inspecting the artillery, Shangwin felt that the processing technology could be further deepened. In this way, it can be mass-produced. Although it is not yet possible to export to the 6 eastern countries, this is a trend, and the arms trade is far better and faster than direct combat. Otherwise, this kind of arms trade has no meaning. Hey, I just fired this gun. You took it back, Yin said with some dissatisfaction. I am here for safety. You have seen it too. The power of this musket is so powerful. What if it blows up? I am the person who made the musket, and I have to be responsible, Shangwen said frankly. Then when will your musket mature? Yingyu asked. Well, it should be fast. The main reason is that some processing skills need to be fine. If you can use the machine, it should be fast. But there is no money, Shangwen said. The biggest difficulty at present. Oh, that's the way it turns out, Yingyu said. If I fund to build a gun factory, can you hurry up? Yin said. This. Shangwen thought for a while. This gun factory should be fine. Just open it up near the original location of the arsenal. Craftsmen are readily available. If you explore a little bit, the cost is basically okay. It depends on how much money you can contribute, Shangwen said. Well, 1,000 gold is enough, Yin said. Almost. After hearing this, Shangwen began to calculate the usefulness of this daughter. Military industry is the most costly. If there is no stable source, it won't take long for this money to go bankrupt. No way. In addition, civilian equipment must be developed. Only in this way can a good cycle be achieved. Otherwise, according to the current development trend, it will never be long before it will go bankrupt again. How many shares do you own? Shangwen asked. 1,000 gold is not a small amount. I have to account for 90% no matter what. You account for 10%. You don't need to spend 10% of your money, Yin said. What a joke. Also technology. What is technology? It's something that you can't buy with money. At the very least, it's about 37%, Shangwen said dissatisfied. 7 and 3. That's okay, Yin said happily. Why are you 7 or 3? Listen. I am 7. I account for 70%. You, Shangwen pointed to himself and said, joking about that. The funds I provided, without money, can guns be made? I am 7. You 3. Yin said decidedly. What Shangwen currently lacks most is funding. A lot of money. I couldn't make up this money anyway. According to the current progress of research on artillery, it doesn't make much sense to invest in actual combat. Currently this guy is the only one who can come up with money. I can't lose this opportunity like this. Unless you add 500 gold. I can promise. Shangwen compromised. I am currently heavily in debt. Yingyu thought. Why, it's difficult, Shangwen said. Yin still thought about it. If you add 500 gold, I don't know what to sell. My little money is a plan to sell all the valuable jewelry. Usually I don't use it. But if you add 500 gold, this can be difficult. I don't know what is worth some money anymore. Yin was silent and thought. Looking at the thinking Yin, Shangwen felt that as a princess, this guy didn't have much money. It shouldn't. Dakin's princess has no money. Shangwen began to look up and down Yin himself. No jewelry was found above and below it. This is very strange. I didn't even get pierced ears. It shows that this guy basically has no habit of wearing jewelry. It's not because of wearing arms. No. It's not like this guy doesn't have the pastel dress of a woman on his face. Thinking of this, Shangwen began to recognize this guy again. The guy who wants a cannon without butter. Adhering to the martial god of the Qin kingdom. Perseverance for new weapons. Forget it. It's rare to have this love. Forget it. There is no need to add the 500 gold, as long as you make 10% of the shares, Shangwen said. What? Yin shouted dissatisfied. Shangwen plugged his ears with his hands. The girl's voice is too sharp for this success. I want to add a set of civilian equipment to make bicycles. With this, people can walk fast without relying on animal power, Shangwen said. What? Bicycle? What is this? Yin asked quickly. This thing. You know it when you see it. Now, what do you think of my equity allocation? Shang Wen asked. Yes, yeah, Yin said as if he was getting something cheap. Well, I'll improve the process. Then I try to make a machine tool that can be mass-produced. Shang Wen said and left. Yin also left happily. Now Yin has only one thing to do, which is to go back, sell jewelry and exchange money. One day after Shang Wen returned, King Qin also returned from the north. After returning, King Qin's first thing was to summon Li Si. Li Si King came to the Qin palace in fear. Thinking of his own framing of others, King Qin may have known. Li Si didn't think he knew what to do. When it comes to Qin Palace, what King Qin asked was about the messengers of the 6 nations. Li Si's hanging heart was let go. Returning to the king, the minister thinks that the congratulations of the envoys of the 6 countries are false, and the spying is true. Moreover, the list of envoys checked by the minister actually contains the names of military generals. Especially when the minister received them, he noticed those. The figure of a military commander. From the point of view of Econ, the envoy of the 6 countries, the visitor is not good. Li Si said slowly. King Qin nodded. These news. On the way back, King Qin already knew. The question is what kind of countermeasures are being taken. What do you think of the Prime Minister? King Qin asked. This. Li Si's head turned quickly. When I came by myself, I didn't even think that King Qin would ask about this, and now he asked about it suddenly. Li Si was caught off guard instead. 105 improvements. The minister thinks that this time the envoys of the 6 countries came to Daekin. It is already obvious that they came from the weapons of Daekin. Li Sixian stabilized King Qin's question. For these weapons, Daekin is my weapon in sweeping the 6 nations. Such a weapon should be kept hidden to a certain extent. When Daekin Dong left Hangou Pass, it was the time when I was shocked by the 6 nations. Taking advantage of the fact that the 6 nations could not adapt. When the time comes, you can quickly dominate the world. Li Si said. King Qin nodded. A king and widow have the same views. King Qin said. Li Si was very pleased to hear that. At least King Qin and his own thoughts can be consistent, indicating that he can still maintain his status as the Prime Minister of Qin. However, the widow in Zhaoguoyan Zongqing once showed Li Mu the new type of firearms of Daekin. How does AI King look at it? King Qin then raised a difficult question. This. Li Si did not expect to have such a problem. But it has happened now. I don't know why King Qin wanted to show it to Li Mu at that time. The strength of Li Mu's frontier army is comparable to that of Qin army. Now it has been shown to Zhao Jun. According to the habits of Zhao Jun and Li Mu, he would definitely make preparations. Moreover, this arsenal has been suspended, unable to produce large quantities of firearms. Li Si was really at a loss when faced with such a problem. Chen is ignorant, Li Si said on his knees. Get up. This matter cannot be solved by a prime minister. King Qin said. I have invited Wei Liao, Feng Qi, and Qin Shangwin. Let's sit down and discuss it. King Qin said comfortingly. Wei Liao and Feng hurried in. Meet the king. The two saluted. Get up all. Everyone sits down and discusses the affairs of the envoys of the 6 nations. King Qin waved his hand. King Qin saw that there was no presence of Shangwen, and knew that this person was busy. So he probably waited a while before he could come. Shangwin is now further improving the guns and artillery. The first musket is still undergoing durability tests. The results are coming out soon. The barrel of the gun is hot. It is estimated that it will never take long to see the results. As for the artillery, Shangwin decided to cast another one. The caliber of this gun has been increased to 2 inches. The length remains unchanged for now. According to the original plan, Shangwin planned to install the gun mount after the artillery was cast. There should be an aiming system on the gun mount. This requires the artillery to cast the aiming pin when casting. Install the ruler at the back. After being installed on the turret, the height can be adjusted. This requires the coordination and fixation of the gears. The gun carriage should be equipped with wheels. There must be something to be fixed. But for the recoil of the artillery, this problem cannot be solved temporarily. The recoil of the artillery is now eliminated by hydraulic pressure. In the current situation, It is obviously impossible. Sealing cannot meet that requirement. Shangwin will do just that. Shangwin tried to add rifling to the artillery, or to improve the shape of the artillery shell. Shangwin began to talk with the foundry about the shape of the shell. After the foundry heard, "Let Shangwin make a model to see." Shangwin drew the streamlined shape of a modern artillery shell with a wooden stick on the ground. The caliber should be slightly smaller than the caliber of the artillery, but not too bad. This is mainly to keep the artillery sealed. At the same time, it is more convenient to install. The foundry expressed his understanding. "You can try it." Shangwen nodded. Shangwen was about to improve the casting process. Feeling someone behind him, he turned his head to see that it was Zhao Gao. "Mr. Qin, I finally found you. Let's go." "King Qin is anxious to summon you," Zhao Gao said anxiously. Shangwen hadn't asked Zhao Gao what was going on, and Zhao Gao had already finished speaking in one breath. "Oh, all right. Wait for me. I'll explain the matter again." "Come right away." Shangwen left after speaking. Shangwen found the caster and told him, "Can I use iron abrasive tools for casting? Then the mold will not be destroyed when the casting is completed." When pouring, the iron mold just needs to be smeared with clay. Shangwen originally wanted to talk about coal ash, but thought that the foundry hadn't seen coal yet, so he changed his words to something else. The casting division nodded. Zhao Gao urged in a hurry. Shangwen had to follow Zhao Gao, waited for the carriage. Zhao Gao drove away. Only then did Shangwen notice that his clothes were already dirty and not decent. It would be disrespectful to see King Qin in this way. "I want to tell Zhao Gao, but something seems to be very anxious." Shangwen had no choice but to stop talking. "I believe King Qin will not blame it." Waited for the Qin palace. Shangwen followed Zhao Gao to a palace. As soon as Shangwen entered the palace, he saw 3 people. They are all civil servants. King Qin sat on the side as if discussing something. "Farewell to the king." Shangwen saluted. "How do you dress up like this, sir?" King Qin obviously noticed Shangwen's clothes. "Mister, get up soon." Qin Wang realized that Shangwen was still saluting, which was not good. Shangwen got up, said, "The minister is casting muskets and artillery." "Oh, so, dear Qin licked a new weapon again?" King Qin said happily. "Yes, on the way." Shangwen was going to talk about the specific situation in detail. King Qin asked before Shangwen said, "Sir, did you bring it?" Qin Wang asked. "This, not yet. The improved model is being cast. However, Her Royal Highness has already seen it," Shangwen said. "Oh, sir, sit down and speak first." Qin Wang waved his hand. "Xi Wang." Shangwen sat down. "It looks like 3 people." While Liu's expression wanted to find out, Feng Qi did the same, but he was more surprised. Li Si sat blankly like an old monk entering meditation. "Sir, let's talk about it first," Qin Wang said. "There are 2 types of firearms, a musket and a musket. A musket is not as long as a bow and arrow, but it is more expensive. At a distance of 40 steps, it can penetrate all armor. The power of the artillery is about 500 steps. The power is far more powerful. Schiess crossbows should be large. The loading time is comparable for the time being, but the cost is huge. The minister has ordered people to improve the guns and artillery. It is estimated that it will not take long before the real objects can be seen," Shangwen said. King Qin nodded. "Sir, take a look at this first," King Qin said and handed Shangwen a memorial. Shangwen took it with both hands and opened it. From the few words he could recognize, Shangwen probably understood it. "This is when the 6 nations heard that the Qin army went north to fight, sent to congratulate the envoy." But in the memorial, the word military commander appeared repeatedly. Shangwen didn't understand what this meant. Shangwen didn't understand the mystery in this for a while. In short, this matter is not simple. 106. Just watch it if you want. Shangwen couldn't see anything from the few words. So, after reading it, I shook my head and signaled that I didn't understand. When King Qin saw Shangwen shook his head, he thought he had no idea either. So he did not ask. "The 6 nations came this time with the idea of hitting my Darkin firearms. Give a king an idea." King Qin asked. "The minister believes that at present Darkin should strictly guard the secret of firearms, speed up the pace and end the war in the north. Control of the northern grasslands should be established by counties. Li Si said. King Qin nodded. The minister thinks so too. My army is staying in the northern grassland. It is now in the autumn. The army should prepare for the winter. The northern grassland is colder than Guangzhong. You should prepare early. Wai Liao said. The Hun's tribes have been wiped out. The Hu people's tribes have also begun to sweep away. The northern nomadic tribes have lost the basis for survival. My army can be withdrawn. But where to withdraw to? It should be questioned, Feng Ji said. Then Shang Wen said. Shang Wen finally heard a little win from the words of these guys. That is whether the secret of the firearm should continue to be kept secret. Shang Wen believes that it is unnecessary at this point. The war will start sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Regarding the unification war that is about to begin, Shang Wen believes that it is better to stop. After all, Qin's unification war targeted the army, rather than a country as a whole. And the country as a whole also includes many things. For example, people. If these things are not resolved, it is estimated that it will be difficult to manage. In this regard, Shang Wenkai decided to launch the relatively unscrupulous strategy of arms trade, and Qin state wants to start industrialization. The scale of the war must be controlled. If a large-scale dispatch of troops, expendable manpower and material resources, it can't be done. Shang Wen is opposed to this. Everyone is looking at Shang Wen. Shang Wen was thinking about his own affairs with his head down. Mr. Qin, you can also talk about your thoughts, Li Si said. Shang Wen heard Li Si ask, decided to tell the thoughts in his heart straight to the point. All right, then tell me my opinion, Shang Wen said to Li Si. Chen believes that the secret of this firearm does not need to be strictly guarded. Shang Wen first made a surprising conclusion. King Qin still knew Shang Wen's thoughts in his heart. But what do you think about it? King Qin didn't know. Li Si and Feng Ji think. This guy is crazy. What is this place? How dare to speak madly here? Wai Liao was a little weird. I don't know what this sentence means. What is the purpose? The secret of this firearm is to keep it safe. It is no longer possible. In Lima's frontier army, our army has shown it. Moreover, it is often used in combat against the Huns and Hu people. The 6 eastern kingdoms cannot be ignorant. Zhuang's concealment is worse than being frank and honest. Tell the 6 eastern countries directly, my Darkin has powerful firearms. It makes them feel scared. I feel terrified. Always beware of the appearance of my Darkin army. Shang Wen first gave part of the reason. This point, Mr. Qin, is very reasonable. King Qin said suddenly. One more thing. The secret is the method of making these firearms, especially the formula of gunpowder. These things must not be distributed to the 6 eastern countries. For this, Qin should treat those people in the arsenal, not blindly. We use strict methods to control. What we have to do is to strike and suppress. Let these people feel the benefits of arsenal work. In the process, the division of labor must be clear. Don't let them know every process, every step. It's my Qin's next move, Shang Wen said. In this regard, the widow decided to do his best to support the arsenal. For this reason, the widow decided, from the palace of the king of Qin, save 40,000 gold to support the operation of the arsenal. King Qin said in one breath. Xiwang. Shang Wen knelt and bowed happily. With this 40,000 gold, now all the problems can be solved. But Shang Wen didn't notice why King Qin suddenly changed his attitude. Get up and talk. King Qin said. My lord, this is only one. The second, Shang Wen said. Oh, anything else? King Qin asked. Yes. The minister thinks this firearm must be displayed generously. It must completely deter the messengers of the 6 nations. Let them be surprised by the power of my Darkin firearm. Shang Wen paused. With regard to firearms, the minister has one more thing to mention. This formulation is a bit bold. It's a bit risky. It looks like poison. But it is an indispensable part of the unified step. Shang Wen first laid a major foreshadowing. Attract the power of the King Qin's ideas. Oh, tell me more specifically. King Qin listened carefully to Shang Wen's opinion. This time the 6 nations came. To put it bluntly, It was just to see my Darkin firearms. Dear kin, I showed them openly, but not for nothing. I want them to buy it. I spend a lot of money on it. Shang Wen finally, he said the arms trade plan that he had planned for a long time. After listening, everyone gasped. Spend huge sums of money to buy. It's Darkin's firearm. This is basically collaborating with the enemy. King Qin frowned. Try to restrain the dissatisfaction in the heart. What does Mr. Qin mean? Why do we still need to mention the arms trade? Shang Wen looked at the attitudes of the people around him, knowing that this idea will be impossible for them to accept for a while. But Shang Wen still has to say, not only have to say, but also the benefits of this arms trade. The king, the minister, this strategy is similar to the strategy of Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao is a heavy friend with the ministers of various countries. It achieves the effect of chaotic politics, and the minister's strategy is to draw salaries from the bottom of the pan and completely destroy the 6 eastern countries. It is a great advantage to completely take away the soldiers, food and grass of the 6 nations, which has already a large amount of wealth. Shang Wen said in a breath. Oh, come on. King Qin heard that Shang Wen's strategy was the same as Liao's strategy of making friends with officials. Interest suddenly came. Release the dissatisfaction in the heart at once. The current 6 countries can be said to have good generals but unscrupulous. Such a situation will inevitably lead to the darkening of the political situation of the 6 countries and the inability to make correct decisions. And Mr. Liao's strategy only boosted this situation. The minister's plan, then it is, use this dimness to completely draw out the remaining strength of the 6 nations. If I go out of the Great Qin Dong, I will inevitably collide with these remaining forces. My Great Qin will fight hard with hard power. What naturally consumes Dear Qin's overall strength. In this way, when the 6 nations is destroyed, Dear Qin's own strength has been exhausted. As for the situation after the war, Dear Qin is difficult to control. It will definitely not last long. The forces of the 6 nations counterattack, and Dear Qin will be driven back to Hangguan. Shang Wen said a bold conjecture. This conjecture can be soberly understood by a few people sitting there. 107 The necessity of the arms trade. King Qin and several of you here also believe that such a conjecture is possible. This kind of possibility is very big. What Qin army is going to sweep east is the military strength of the 6 countries. Directly destroy the 6 countries through military means. But as for the situation after the raid, none of you have a clear understanding. After listening to Shang Wen's words, everyone silently weighed the weight of this sentence in their hearts. Especially Liz. Lisi became jealous of Shang Wen's views. While Liao was thinking carefully, speculating about various results, Feng Qi was suddenly dumbfounded. The situation in Qin state was very good, and it suddenly went bad. King Qin calmed down. The strength of the 6 countries lies in population and land. These two complement each other. Population provides soldiers. Land provides food and grass. Population is the source of strength. Land is the foundation of strength. The arms trade, both, must be before the Great Qin sweeps the 6 countries. Completely destroy them. Population depends on the hearts of the people. Land depends on a stable situation to have food. My Darkin relies on the arms trade to provoke the war among the 6 countries. Let them continue to conquer each other and consume the only soldiers. After the soldiers are consumed, they will inevitably transfer other populations to fill them. In this way, the land cannot be cultivated in time, and the foundation will naturally collapse. As long as the war continues, the strength of the 6 nations will inevitably be lost quickly. Shang Wen said the key. But, how can we ensure that the war between the 6 countries is endless? Liao asked impatiently. Now, the 6 nations is dim, but the good generals are unable to plan and correct them in time. Darkin, display arms, which will inevitably cause panic among the 6 nations. As long as I promise not to send troops, I will surely be able to temporarily stabilize. At this time, my Darkin proposes arms trade again. I would definitely not dare to buy it boldly, but my Darkin can want to provide it for free. The countries that provide it are Yan, Han, and why. These countries are weak. As long as my Darkin promises to provide arms, they are convinced by the power of firearms and naturally bold. The ambition is swollen. I, Dakin, appropriately instigated them to attack each other's big countries, such as Zhao, Chu, and Qi. In this way, the war will start. Once the war starts, everything will be easy, Shang Wenzu said slowly. King Qin nodded. I don't know how Mr. Qin's coup is unfolding, Feng Ji asked. As long as the war breaks out, a small country with firearms, a weak country, must rely on the sharpness of the firearms to conquer the land of a big country. The big party has no firearms and suffers a lot. At this time, I can buy the firearms of Qin dynasty. In order to deal with those small countries, it will inevitably cost a lot of money to buy. But after the weapons are equal, the advantage will inevitably not exist. We Darkin will use this opportunity to continuously upgrade and transform these weapons. Far from buying to the two countries. In this way, the war continues to escalate and expand. The strength is naturally lost, Shang Wen said. How to keep war undecided? As everyone knows, all the prerequisites are based on undecided wartime. Wei Liao asked a key question. Weapons are constantly upgraded, Shang Wen replied simply. Wei Liao was silent, and began to think carefully about this possibility. If the 6 nations get weapons and, in turn, attack my Darkin, isn't your sir's strategy invalidated? Li Si said coldly. Yes, Feng Ji said. This question, few people will answer. Qin Wang said. This firearm must rely on gunpowder, the secret of gunpowder. It is in my Dakin's hands. In this way, my Dakin can completely control the 6 nations by exporting gunpowder. I think Mr. Qin will definitely do something about this gunpowder. This is one of them. Qin Wang talked freely. Second, the firearms used by Dakin must be higher than those of the 6 eastern countries. This process is powerful. It is far greater than the firearms purchased for the 6 nations. King Qin said. Thirdly, the 6 countries buying and selling firearms with such a large amount of money will inevitably consume the 6 countries' financial and material resources. A country without any foundation. What is terrible about Darkin? King Qin said. My officers and men of Dakin are not afraid of such 6 nations. King Qin said. So, just do what the sir said. King Qin has thoroughly figured out Shang Wen's strategy. Thus, the 6 countries only need to be in turmoil for years. Darkin must dominate the world, and it is effortless. Thought of this. King Qin's mood is very good. My lord, the minister thinks this is inappropriate. Li Si said sadly. What's wrong? King Qin asked. My Darkin's national policy is to emphasize agriculture and suppress business. Now that the arms trade is widely opened, it will inevitably cause imbalances. My Qin army must not protect the food and grass. Li Si said. This, the Prime Minister can rest assured. The widow knows. This food, the widow will not relax. Now I have laid a large grassland in Dakin, and my soldiers in Dakin are blessed. King Qin has accepted Shang Wen's proposal of meat food in his heart. For Qin's current food, just maintain the status quo. After all, Qin's military rations are about to change, and the dependence on food must be gradually reduced. In this way, the people of Darkin can be slowed down. Seeing that King Qin hadn't moved yet, Li Si wanted to say something more about the plan. King Qin waved his hand. Don't go on. This matter is so decided, Qin Wang said. Li Si said nothing and agreed. My lord, in order to prevent the 6 nations from imitating our Darkin firearms, Darkin should search for the craftsmen of the 6 countries. Those craftsmen who are searched should be offered higher salaries to show that they can win over. Then, a firearms research institute can be established. Vigorously develop firearms, Shang Wen said. Good idea. King Qin said. Feng King, leave this to you. King Qin said. Here. Feng Qi agreed. When it comes to food, the minister believes that the top priority is to prepare the army for the winter. At the same time, we must also actively prepare for immigration to fill the huge gap left by our army's attack on the Huns and Hu people in time. Shang Wen continued. Well, the sir is right. This point, the widow is about to discuss it. After all, This matter is related to the safety of my Darkin generals. King Kin said. Furthermore, a large number of cattle, sheep and horses must be properly placed. In the coming year, these will be the seeds of my roots on the grasslands of Darkin, Shang Wen said. King Kin nodded. Mr. Kin can think of it in time. I must have a good plan in his mind. It's better to say it and listen. King Kin said. The minister will sacrifice his ugliness. The minister believes that Darkin must take root in the grasslands and continuously provide reliable meat rations. The nomadic people's own grazing method must be abandoned. In order to facilitate management, it should be different from grazing. Captive, Shang Wen said boldly. 108 View artillery. Oh, what is this way? King Kin asked. Compared with the Zhu grazing method of the nomads, this method is a great improvement, and it can be relatively fixed. This is very important to my governance of Darkin, Shang Wen said. I don't know, Mr. Kin. What exactly is the grazing method you mentioned? Feng Ji said. First of all, Darkin will allocate the captured grasslands according to a certain proportion. The calculation of this ratio is based on how many cattle, sheep and horses a grassland can bear. Then it is based on military merit or the number of immigrants. Okay, Shang Wen paused. Next, we have to build a certain range of pastures based on a determined grassland. In this way, this grassland is fixed. On this grassland, Dakin can calmly arrange governance, and I don't want to wander around like nomadic tribes. Champaignan paused. For the cattle, sheep and horses we raise, our Darkin can temporarily not levy any taxes and corvée. This can quickly restore the original vitality of the grassland. At the same time, our Darkin can also allocate expenses and supplies in order to maintain the military's combat power. There are some troops. In addition, they can also be purchased from them. In addition, for the grasslands, weapons can be issued. These weapons form a militia with a certain combat strength to resist the invasion of other nomads on the grasslands. At the same time, they also train an iron cavalry for Darkin, Shang Wen said after finishing. Watch everyone's reaction. My lord, this. Li Si discouraged. Well, the widow agrees with Mr. Kin's approach. This approach can completely eliminate the great disaster in the north. It can also provide the widow with a fast cavalry team. Yes, King Kin said. AI King, the widow understands what you mean. My Dakin law stipulates that people cannot hide weapons privately. But the situation can be flexible. If other nomads in the north go south quickly, then the people who move to Dakin will not be slaughtered in vain. This point. Don't worry. King Kin waved his hand. In addition, the king can give an order. As long as you voluntarily go to the north to work, you can get a certain amount of land and grassland for free. This can also greatly solve the problem of the number of immigrants. Shang Wen continued. Mr. Kin is right. The widow then gave the order. King Kin nodded and said, however, the widow thinks that this scope needs to be expanded. That is the 6 countries in the east. The widow not only has to immigrate by himself, but also the people of the 6 countries. In this way, the soldiers of the 6 countries have to be completely hollowed out. It is just that the assigned land, to be far away, and to be mixed with the people of Dakin. In this way, we can quickly transform into the people of Dakin. King Kin said happily. My king sees you well. Li Si, Feng Ji, and Wei Liao bowed. Shang Wen did not react in time. Ha ha ha. King Kin laughed. Get up all. Thanks to the king. Everyone got up. By the way, Mr. Kin, the widow hasn't seen the musket or artillery you mentioned. Now the widow is happy. It's better to go and take a look. King Kin said. The minister is going to prepare. Shang Wen said. Okay. The widow will arrive later. King Kin said. Shang Wen retired and said goodbye. Everyone also began to walk out of the temple. King Kin ordered Zhao Gao to call the generals in Xianyang city. Zhao Gao took orders to do it immediately. Shang Wen hurriedly returned to the arsenal to see if he was ready. Okay. Shang Wen took a little longer to leave. The casting division cast 2 cannons in one morning. The size is longer than the first cannon, and the caliber is 2 inches. The shells have also been poured. Just wait for it to cool down. Shang Wen nodded and saw. As for the musket, many barrels have been manufactured, but many have not yet been processed. Shang Wen immediately organized manual processing. What is needed now is the finished product, rather than unfinished semi-finished products. Shang Wen looked around. Shang Wen felt that according to the current musket schedule, it may not be affirmed. After all, the journey is too short. Shang Wen then found the casting master. Shang Wen specifically asked the caster's name this time. It turns out that this casting is called Chen Da. Maybe it's the boss of the family. Shang Wen couldn't take care of that much. Shang Wen was on the ground and began to gesture, the shape of the Minai bullet used for the rifle. Aerodynamic design. It is recessed in the tail. In this way, airtightness can be achieved very well. Simultaneously, after the gunpowder burns, the recessed position in the back expands rapidly to achieve the best airtightness. This was originally used for rifled guns, but now things are urgent, as long as it is temporarily used on the musket first. After all, Chen Die had seen the power of a musket. Knowing to do so, there must be benefits, but fortunately, I have made dark-ince bronze arrows. Know how to do it. So began to manufacture molds according to Shang Wen. An artillery is placed in the middle of the wheel beam, with two protruding copper noses at both ends of the artillery. Gears and other things were installed at the end of the artillery. All these things can adjust the height of the artillery, plus a simple 3-point and an E-line aiming method. It constitutes the aiming system of the artillery, although simple. But it is still not practical. Shang Wen started testing. Fill the gunpowder first. Then came the bullet. Then plug in the fuse. Shang Wen lit the fuse. Bang! The artillery sounded loudly, along with the rushing flames. The shells roared out. Hit the mount set in the distance. This time, streamlined shells were used, and the range was significantly improved. Shang Wen didn't know the exact distance, but judging from the target hit, it should be farther than the first artillery shot. Okay. King Kin shouted from afar. Everyone turned around and saw King Kin coming, immediately fell to his knees and saluted. Get up all. King Kin waved. Thanks to the king, everyone thanked. Come on, the widow also try this big guy. As he said, King Kin began to step forward. Cow as artillery. Upon seeing this, Shang Wen hurried forward and ran. If King Kin made a mistake by any chance, I don't know what is going to happen. Shang Wen quickly applied the medicine and filled it. Installed. Shang Wen pointed to the fuse and began to let King Kin ignite. King Kin looked at Shang Wen and finished everything. King Kin knew that this thing was so powerful that it was far beyond the reach of all Daekin weapons. King Kin took the torch and lit the fuse. The artillery made a loud noise again. The shells roared out. King Kin's ears were entrusted by Shang Wen in advance, and they were not buzzed. King Kin raised his hand and looked at the place where the cannonball hit in the distance. Nod. It seems very satisfied. Shang Wen still doesn't know what the distance is. The preliminary estimate should be more than 500 meters. This distance is for the artillery just made. It is acceptable. 109 trial fire gun. Widow try the musket again. King Kin continued. Shang Wen took one from the craftsman behind it, which had just been built. This musket is slightly more polished than the first one. It seems that the craftsmen have already begun to wonder how to do it. Shang Wen quickly loaded the bullet. Pass it to Queen Kin and open the fire door for King Kin. My lord, so you can hit it, Shang Wen said. Oh, I'll give it a try. King Kin picked up the musket. Aim. She hit the target 50 steps away. Bang. The musket fired. After the gunpowder dissipated, Shang Wen could see where the bullet hit, and the position where the target was down was almost the same as where he first hit. This time I used projectiles, so the effect is still not very obvious. Come on, you guys have a try too. King Kin turned his head and said to the general who was standing aside. Here, the generals replied. The first person who came up was Wang Ben, Wang Jian's son. Shang Wen took the musket and filled it with ammunition. Wang Ben watched carefully from the side. Then, Shang Wen handed it to Wang Ben, telling him to open the fire door and he could hit it. Wang Ben nodded. Opening the fire door, Wang Ben raised his spear and shot. There was a bang shot. The projectile flew out, hit the target. Then Wang Ben reloaded himself. Shang Wen watched carefully from the side. After seeing Wang Ben loading correctly, he nodded. Wang Ben nodded. Raise the gun again and strike again. Next, other generals also started to strike, and some people began to gather around the artillery. Since there is only one artillery mounted on the carriage, that artillery has a lot of people. It was the civilian officials who gathered in the artillery placed on the mound. Those craftsmen who have learned the power of muskets have become gunners, standing by and teaching. King Qin saw Wang Ben finished his gun test. Then he asked, "How do you feel?" Back to the king, "This musket is very powerful," and the final officer just checked it. It can penetrate such a thick plank, which is only available for long-distance crossbows. It is difficult for ordinary crossbows to achieve such an effect. Wang Ben gestured. However, this musket still has some shortcomings. Wang Ben said, "Oh, come and listen." King Qin said, "First of all, the distance of the gun. It is in a very awkward position." As soon as Wang Ben came up, he pointed out some problems with the gun. The range of the musket is longer than the range of the spear and the sword. Moreover, the killing effect is better. But compared with the crossbow of the far range. But it is a little worse. Such a distance seems very deadly. After all, with a bow and arrow once, the men and women equipped with muskets will suffer. If it is equipped with artillery. Then say another thing. If the artillery can knock down those archers in time, you can say another thing. But from the situation just used, artillery is more suitable for siege, but it is used to kill those running. The archer in China, I'm afraid. Wang Ben pointed out the current situation of the musket sharply. In fact, this question is very simple. That is, there is a very large spatial distance between artillery and musket. This distance happens to be within the range of the artillery attack, but it cannot be cleared in time. The distance of the musket is out of reach. In this way, this vacuum zone, it gave the ancient archers a chance to take advantage of the loopholes. Shang Wen still has a clear understanding of this situation. After all, the current musket is still used. Could it be that the Qin army soldiers platoon like Napoleon rushed forward? If the opponent is equipped with a large number of archers, the situation is very bad. Then you have any solution? King Qin asked. After hearing what Wang Ben said, there are still some difficulties. First of all, the loading of the musket is very troublesome. It needs to be equipped with close combat soldiers and protective shield soldiers. In this way, the formation of the team is more chaotic. Good solution, Wang Ben said with a fist. King Qin nodded and said, "Mr. Qin, there is a solution. It is better to take a look at Mr. Qin's improved musket first." King Qin said, "Oh, Mr. Qin, is there a more powerful gun?" Wang Ben asked. I just improved the shape of the bullet. Just like the cannonball over there. It uses a streamlined shape," Shang Wen said. "Oh, is there a mystery in this?" Wang Ben asked. "Yes. If it is streamlined, it will fly farther than a spherical projectile. The sheer course of the gun will naturally increase," Shang Wen said. "I have ordered people to build the bullets for the musket. I guess it won't take long before they can be used," Shang Wen continued. "Oh, that's it," Wang Ben said. "The widow sees that you are interested in the gun, the artillery. Let's do it. The widow will order you, choose 5,000 sergeants, form a gun team and an artillery team, and prepare for my Darkin's future to equip this weapon. What do you think?" Qin Wang looked at Wang Ben and said, "The final general is willing to take his orders." Wang Ben bowed with a fist on one knee. "Get up. Follow Mr. Qin to see the arsenal. Find out about the situation. Go." King Qin said. Here, Wang Ben and Shang Wen agreed. Then Shang Wen led Wang Ben to learn about the artillery. At this time, the bullets of the musket have been cast, waiting to cool down. Shang Wen took Wang Ben to understand the appearance of some bullets. Originally, there are still some technically those medicines overcome. Wang Ben listened carefully to Shang Wen's explanation without saying a word. Shang Wen also explained the principles of some muskets by the way. This point is to prepare for how to maintain the firearms after the establishment of the firearms team. At the same time, The 20,000 Hu people who evacuated quickly dispersed into scattered teams and escaped separately from the Great Wall of Yan State. Wang Jian's army waiting outside the Great Wall only eliminated a few very weak teams. The rest of the Hu people fled from other places. This situation makes Wang Jian very troublesome, because Wang Jian's army is like a huge cat, and the Huron who scattered and escaped from the Great Wall are like mice. Cats can handle one or two, but a lot of them sprang up all at once. There is nothing the cat can do, and the duration is very short. There is no time to react at all. Wang Jian felt that things were a little bit bad, quickly ordered people to organize a team to pursue. The range of pursuit is strictly controlled within 100 miles. Encounter complex terrain, do not want to fight, quickly evacuate. At the same time, Wang Jian immediately issued a Matthew book to Meng Tan, who swept the Hu people tribe, and King Qin who was far away in Xianyang. Wang Jian's army was stationed in place. Continue to wait for the next instructions. And Wang Jian carefully looked at the situation of his army. 110 Wishful thinking. It was already night. For artillery research, Shang Wen still continues. Shang Wen lists any method to increase the power of the artillery. All the craftsmen were summoned to discuss together. Shang Wen taught the artisans who made gunpowder how to improve gunpowder. And some craftsmen even told some of their discoveries. As early as when they were making gunpowder, they accidentally dried the wet gunpowder. Of course it was done under extremely dangerous conditions. Then they found that the gunpowder had formed a piece. They smashed it, and then recharged it. Before that, they had to test the power of the gunpowder. An unintentional move. Just want to see how the clumped gunpowder is going. It's such a whimsical idea. They unexpectedly discovered the mystery of granular gunpowder. But this understanding is still relatively superficial. It can be said to be relatively primitive. But this is already an attempt. After hearing this, Shang Wen patted the table and shouted, "We craftsmen should have this kind of consciousness. Or be afraid of mistakes. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Dare to try. We should encourage such attempts. I think such attempts should be rewarded," Shang Wen said happily. The craftsman looked at Shang Wen's remarks in surprise. "How many awards?" 2 golds. In the future, we will set up such special awards to encourage everyone to invent and create, Shang Wen said happily. Did not expect. These craftsmen have already begun to explore on their own. Shang Wen is worrying. If the further forward, the more assistants or other professionals are needed for the creation, the more obvious the role of the team will be. Shang Wen sees that since there are such talents, bold innovations, then it should be encouraged. To encourage more people to participate. By the way, what is your name? Shang Wen asked. My name is Cao Shang. The thin-looking craftsman stood up tremblingly and said, "Okay, go back and get the 2 golds. Sit down." Shang Wen waved. "Today I will mainly discuss the improvement of the artillery. At present, everyone has seen the situation of the artillery. The power of the artillery is great, but there are also shortcomings, that is, loading. Xicheng. There are also mobility issues. These issues, let's discuss them. Look, is there any way to solve it?" Shang Wen knew that the artillery had some improvements. I also listed it myself. However, now Shang Wen found that he should give these craftsmen some opportunities. Let their wisdom have a platform and an opportunity to play. The craftsmen start to look at each other. And I look at you. I didn't know how to say it for a while. Just say it. Don't be restrained. This is a discussion. You can make mistakes. It's okay, Shang Wen encouraged. Well, let me talk about my opinion first. A strong man stood up and said, "I'm a carpenter who builds bows and crossbows. I think this artillery is like the siege crossbow. This arrow. You have to fly along that track. It can fly straight. The same is true. This artillery also needs one track." The man smiled. Sit down with embarrassment. This man has already begun to directly move traditional weapons, like firearms. This is a good sign, and this sign is very good. Anything else? Shang Wen continued to encourage. I have. After seeing the first person, the craftsman began to actively discuss. Shang Wen was very happy to see this scene. But time is not only limited. Moreover, I can't do it like this. Shang Wen showed the craftsman the paper that had been summed up. He went to sleep. These things should be let go. If you always do this, I am afraid it is easy to produce a kind of laziness. Shang Wen is very tired. I haven't slept well for 2 days. Moreover, once there is a big research project, Shang Wen often fights continuously. Such an approach, people get tired easily. Shang Wen needs relaxation. In the Qin Palace, King Qin is considering what kind of official position to give Shang Wen. This official position is not troublesome. First of all, Darkin's official positions are seldom able to be specially appointed by this kind of ability. Yes, some local officials or middle-level officials. If this time improve, it will be possible to enter a new situation. King Qin was thinking carefully. Zhao Gao brought the tea cautiously. Zhao Gao, King Qin said suddenly. The king. Zhao Gao replied in a panic. What do you think? What did Mr. Qin do? King Qin asked. This, the little one doesn't know. Zhao Gao evaded. It's okay. Let's talk about it. Qin Wang said. The little one boldly talk about it. Zhao Gao said. Small things, Mr. Qin. What the average person can do is not comparable to that of the airship. Zhao Gao said cautiously. Seeing that King Qin did not respond, he dared to continue. The young man asked Mr. Qin privately how this thing went to heaven. But Mr. Qin's explanation made the young man feel very ordinary. But it was something that he didn't pay attention to. How to say it, that is. It is. Zhao Gao didn't know how to say. Mr. Qin said, this airship relies on hot air. When the air is heated, it will expand and become lighter. Then, it will be able to fly. Zhao Gao said cautiously. Later, Xiao didn't believe it. I just thought about it and looked at the heat. As a result, it really was. Zhao Gao said without saying a word. I see. Go on. King Qin waved his hand. Here. Zhao Gao wanted to say something, but he saw King Qin waved his hand. I can't say anything else. Just step back. King Qin has already decided, arrange a higher position for Shang Wen. The reason is simple. It comes from an incredible thing done by Shang Wen. Zhao Gao proposed this matter. That is, the airship can go to heaven since ancient times. Only Shang Wen can figure it out. King Qin believed that this was the only reason Shang Wen is qualified for this position. At the same time, King Qin also had a bold idea. That is, like an arsenal, build more airships, send more troops, take an airship falling from the sky. Thus, you don't need Darkin's soldiers to fight. You can be surprised if you are scared. King Qin thought about this. Very happy. Shang Wen didn't know what King Qin thought. I don't know how this idea came about. However, Shang Wen felt that the establishment of the Air Force was a matter of time. If relying on the power of the Air Force, the style of warfare will be greatly changed. Moreover, this is an important magic weapon for Qin Jun to win in the future, because at this time, no country can take advantage of the sky. 111 Bullet loading problem. Wang Ben got up early in the morning. Leading several of his backbones waited in the arsenal early. They will accept new weapons this day. Wang Ben couldn't wait long ago. When Meng Tan from the north led Darkin's cavalry Jing sharply to sweep the northern nomadic tribes, Wang Ben has asked to go north to fight several times, even as a soldier. But the father, who was the coach, refused mercilessly every time. And this time, although he was not on the battlefield, he could get the latest weapons. Although the current power is not great, but Wang Ben has a kind of directness. This kind of weapon, as long as it develops in accordance with the current situation, there must be a lot to do. Therefore, Wang Ben is very excited this time. The production of muskets did not stop overnight. The craftsmen rushed to make it almost overnight. There is no time to rest at all. Shang Wen came to the arsenal early in the morning. Check out the production of muskets and artillery. Last night, those craftsmen had already begun to figure out how to make rifling in the inner wall of the gun and artillery according to Shang Wen's method. What the foundry thinks is that when casting, they should do a good job of rifling, but some blacksmiths think it is very undesirable. Because of this, the processing is very difficult. It takes a long time, and the casting cannot guarantee the stability of the rifling, and other factors are negated. The foundry side insisted, because only in this way can rifling be made. The other part of the craftsman carefully considered the shortcomings of the two. I came up with a special feature that is hardened with iron. Rifling was cut on the inner wall of the barrel. As for how to do it, a group of craftsmen gathered together and began to discuss. Shang Wen watched silently. The development of an industry is not a person's ingenuity. It's a group of people. Some ideas of this group of people cannot be realized at all. But this kind of impossible ideas can gradually form a more mature idea through constant communication and discussion. Then, it is practice, to explore in continuous practice. This is a collective force. Relying on the individual alone is not enough. And now, it is to provide such an opportunity for these craftsmen to gradually find out, then form a kind of thinking. Finally, it becomes an inherent model. This model is the road to future development prospects. Shang Wen looked at the craftsman who studied. Then leave. Shang Wen is going to check how the guns are made. As soon as I walked to the place where the muskets were produced, I saw a large number of military officers surrounded by them. "What are you doing?" Shang Wen scolded loudly. The military attachés began to turn their heads to look at Shang Wen. "Mr. Qin." Wang Benfei ran over, grabbing Shang Wen's hand and said, "Mr. Qin, we have been waiting for a long time. When will this gun be issued to us?" Wang Ben said anxiously. Shang Wen broke Wang Ben's powerful hands with both hands. Then he kept falling and grabbing his sore hands. Wang Ben also knew that he was a little reckless, and was a little embarrassed with a smirk. "Okay, I'll go in and have a look. You guys wait and see outside," Shang Wen said as he walked into the musket production room. Shang Wen asked about the production of firearms. 112 The subtle northern situation. As long as the time is longer, the number and scale of Qin's guns will gradually accumulate. And in the north, Qin Jun had received Wang Jian's order to sweep the Mengtan tribe of the Hu people tribe and began to retreat. In the middle of the long line, there are human prisoners lined up in a dense formation. 10 of these captives were tied to a log in a long line, densely packed. The dust from the footsteps covered the sky. The Qin army cavalry kept walking back and forth. "Flog those who don't walk." Behind the long line are a large number of cattle, sheep and horses. There have been some furs looted from the Hus. These are the things Qin Jun prepares for the winter. Such a huge team slowly marched in the direction of the Great Wall of Yan Kingdom. And under Yandu city, Zhao Jun and Yan Jun formed a stalemate. Zhao Jun attacked this time. The advancing is unusually fast. 20 cities annexed from the rear began to have some problems. Some Yan people began to attack Zhao Jun's food and grass. Zhao Jun is advancing lightly again. The supply of grain and grass is not smooth. So Li Mu was very anxious. Wang Zhao ignored it. 3 groups of envoys were sent. Order Li Mu to launch an attack immediately and destroy the Yan kingdom. Li Mu resolutely refused. Because his army is advancing lightly. There is no large-scale equipment for siege. The capital of Yan state is close to the north. The repair is very solid. Launch an offensive hastily. It must be oneself who is frustrated. Li Mu still understands this. At the same time, another factor is also very important. Li Mu sent someone to investigate. The 40,000 cavalry troops of the Qin state were docked near the Great Wall of the state of Yan. It is possible to move south at any time. If Qin Jun intervenes at this time, the situation is very unfavorable for Zhao Jun. Li Mu therefore paid close attention to the developments in the north. It's different with King Zhao. After sending 3 successive orders to urge Li Mu to attack, Li Mu still did not move. Wang Zhao was very anxious. Qin Jun has now laid down a large area of grassland. Want to attack Zhao Go? Maybe we have to wait until next year. And so, what Zhao Wang wanted was to take advantage of this time. Quickly annexed the country of Yan. In order to expand their strength, Wang Zhao turned back and forth. There is no one around him to advise him. The only right-hand man was also sent to Qin to investigate the situation of Qin. Wang Jian also noticed the confrontation between Lima's border army and Yan army. Because he was close to the Great Wall of the Yan Kingdom, Wang Jian could only send a large number of spies to inquire about things about the 2 countries of Yan and Zhao. Then report to King Qin. In Xianyang, King Qin held a ceremony to accept congratulations from the 6 nations to King Qin. King Qin was very happy. A banquet was held to entertain the envoys of the 6 countries. The envoys of the 6 countries said some words that did not look for marginalities. King Qin also followed up with each other. The scene was a bit deserted for a while. Li Si quietly sat in his seat and watched the performance of the envoys of the 6 nations. Among the 6 nations sitting in, half of them are military commanders. Among these generals, Li Si didn't like one that could be compared with the generals of the Qin army. But Li Mu didn't come. He heard that he was following the army to attack the kingdom of Yan and had already captured 29 cities in a row. It can be described as abnormally fast. Li Si took a special look at the envoys of Yan and Zhao. Obviously the envoys of the 2 countries already knew about the war between the 2 countries. Therefore, in Qin's palace, the 2 sides are also enemies. Li Si looked at the hatred of the 2 groups and couldn't help but disdain it. Snorted coldly. Wily Liao, as Da Qin's national lieutenant, has been very busy recently. The war in the north is nothing. Mainly Wang Jian and Meng Tan are fighting. A lot of things have been saved, but Shang Wen has a lot of things to death. While Liao felt so busy himself, the musketeers are rapidly equipping, has formed the scale of 100-people team. The production of firearms is also being adjusted. Shang Wen decided to use a steam engine himself. But the effect is not very obvious. I have been busy debugging machine tools recently. While Liao couldn't figure it out himself, what was the use of these things? When making firearms, a large amount of money was also allocated from Li Si. It is not difficult to handle these royal orders with King Qin, so the training problem is very big. The car making of the musket is relatively simple, as long as you keep in mind a few steps and practice repeatedly, that's it. But Shang Wen's new type of organization made Wily Liao feel a little uncomfortable. The muskets were divided into 3 rows. In the past, the role of the Qin Army's bottom captain was not obvious. Shang Wen made bold improvements. More than 30 soldiers were organized and stood in a row. There is a platoon leader, 3 rows in a row. Set up a company commander. In the platoon, select those experienced corps leaders to serve as gunner sergeants, and set up one of 10 to facilitate the coordination of the command of the platoon leader. This kind of organization has completely changed the traditional organization of the Qin army. While Liao didn't know what impact this organization would have, at the very least, the military merit system established by the Qin army must be changed. In the past, Qin Jun was calculated by gaining the first rank. Nowadays, the power of the musket is extremely powerful. Especially Shang Wen increased the caliber of the musket. 2 rifles with a .35 and .4 caliber were used. The power is very big. In the distance of 40 steps, use the live sheep to strike. After a row of strikes, the live sheep strikes beyond recognition. Even the sheep's head was gone. If it were human, the situation might be even worse. The power of the musket is an indisputable fact. But the way of calculating the first level is about to change. Because, this way, the powerful musket is bound to smash any enemy completely and gain the first level, which has become very unreasonable. It will even happen in the future. The Qin army completely defeated an enemy army, but was unable to turn in a certain number of heads, and those heads were likely to be crushed. It cannot be collected, so the defeated Qin army will be subject to severe military law. This is likely to cause mutiny. When Wily Liao thought of this, he felt very tricky, and this matter couldn't be dragged on. It must be resolved as soon as possible. So at the banquet, while Liao was still thinking about this, Shang Wen simply didn't have the time to attend such a banquet. Shang Wen is readjusting the machine. Improve the steam engine. Even, it has already begun to try to make a hydraulic press. But sealing needs a good solution. Shang Wen wandered around, looking for a solution. King Qin, save our country of Yan. A young man with disheveled hair suddenly ran out of the hall. Everyone looked at the young man in panic. The envoy of Yan Go tried his best to hug the young man. Drag it, Drag it. King Kin frowned and said. Zhao Gao nodded and waved quickly. The soldier outside the hall quickly dragged out the young man with disheveled hair. Everyone talked quietly to each other. It turns out that this person is the Prince Dan of the Kingdom of Yan. 113 arms show. After the Jishi forcibly sent away Prince Dan of the Kingdom of Yan, the scene in the hall was a bit deserted. After all, this happened in Qin. The messengers of the 6 nations thought this was a joke. But who dare to say, who dares to laugh? This is a diplomatic occasion. Once offended the state of Qin, it would definitely be a disaster. Therefore, everyone still pretended that it did not happen. Silently sit in his seat and drink. King Qin saw the scene a little deserted. I feel that this situation should be alleviated. Then he nodded to Li Si. Li Si knows. Get up and stand up. He clapped his hands and said, my envoys, my king has specially prepared a special program. Give a place to wait outside the hall to watch. He said that he ignored the envoys of the 6 countries and nodded towards King Qin, then left and ready to go. The messenger of the 6 nations didn't know what it meant. King Qin gets up to drive. Zhao Go sang loudly. Before the envoys of the 6 nations had time to discuss, they knelt down and sent King Qin away. The envoys of the 6 nations who stood up walked outside the hall. They don't even know what is going to happen. Judging from the domineering attitude of Prime Minister Qin, it's definitely not a good thing. In the front are civilian officials sent to the country, and finally military commanders. Among the generals, there are generals who think they are strong. He was very disdainful of what had just happened. He snorted and walked out the door. The general was obviously wearing Chujun costumes. Outside the hall, the state of Qin had prepared a large number of seats. After the envoys stood up, King Qin also moved here. The envoys of the 6 countries paid homage. King Qin waved his hand. The envoys of the 6 countries gave a modest concession. Then King Qin did it. The messengers of the 6 nations did it in order. Li Si stood in the direction of King Qin's head. The Qin dynasty nodded. Li Si understood. One step forward, waving a big hand. A school lieutenant in the distance understood. Then there was a series of dong dong dong, drumming. Wow! A Qin army of more than 100 people drove up. This team is Wang Ben's musketeer team. Before all the envoys of the 6 nations had settled down, they heard the sound of drumming. Could it be that all the envoys of the 6 countries stood up? But when he glanced at it, King Qin didn't move. It's impolite to stand up by yourself. Then he sat down. Slowly, a team of more than 100 people drove to the open space outside the hall. The team of 100 people saluted like King Qin, and then began to follow Wang Ben's command. Divided into 3 columns. 40 steps away, a mound of dirt has been piled up. There is a rammed wall in the distance. And there are some important generals in the 6 countries. I have noticed the shape of the weapon that Qin Jun held in his hand. The shape of this weapon is very strange. And it is shorter than any kind of weapon. But it's not very short. Is this weapon capable of close combat? They are all good players in the military. Basically, they still have this understanding. Wang Ben immediately issued the order. 3 rows of musketeers. The queue is over. The platoon leaders report their preparations. Currently the target ahead. Prepare. Wang Ben shouted loudly, and raised the sword in his hand. The first platoon of musketeers began to aim their guns. Let it go. Wang Ben shouted loudly. The sharp sword in his hand also quickly slid across the front target. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. A series of shovels began to sound. The first row is over. Then he withdrew, and the second row quickly followed, with another burst of blows. Step back. The third row keeps up. She hit. The first row hit again. Repeatedly hit like this. The wooden target in the distance had already been smashed in the 3rd round of killing. The musketeer who followed up was just a blind shot without aiming. There are various forms of envoys from the 6 nations sitting in their seats. There is no constitution at all. Some timid people were already lying on their seats in shock at the beginning of the attack, while those who didn't know the situation sat blankly on the seats. And some generals had completely ignored the control of these civilians and stood up directly. Check it out. This is the case for military commanders of a country. The same is true for military commanders of a country, blocking each other's perspectives. As a result, the 6 generals squeezed into a group. King Kin smiled coldly when he saw such a scene. The target is over. The 3 rows of musketeers had reorganized the team and retreated. Then came the artillery shots. This time the iron cannon is practical. This is specially forged by Shangwin in order to show it to the messengers of the 6 countries, to confuse the messengers of the 6 nations. After a certain number of iron cannons are fired, they will definitely explode. In order to consume the human, material and financial resources of the 6 countries on a large scale. So deliberately cast 3 doors. The 3 guns have a unified 2-inch caliber. All are erected on movable gun mounts. There is no aiming system. Simply adjust the height of the wooden frame. The 3 artillery guns were pushed into the predetermined position by 9 artillerymen. Strike the wall in front of the target. Wang Ben shouted again with his sword. 3 artillerymen for each artillery. Begin to quickly reload the artillery. The generals of the 6 nations had no scruples. They have already reached the outskirts of the soldiers of the Qin army. If you enter again, you will enter the open space in front of the hall. Let it go. Wang Ben shouted loudly. Boom! A roar of shells passed. The earth wall in the distance was hit in a corner. Boom! Boom! 2 loud artillery bangs. 2 shells flew out directly, completely knocked down the earth wall. The 6 nations will lead because of the loud sound and the shaking ears. When I looked at the earth wall again, I was beaten to a disastrous appearance. All the generals of this earth wall can see clearly. Da is more than 2 feet thick. It was beaten like this. My king has orders. The messengers of the 6 countries can come forward and check. Zhao Guo shouted. The envoys of the 6 countries who were frightened by muskets. Just after regaining his senses, he was frightened by the loud sound of the artillery and lay on the ground. Hear the fate of King Qin. They both stood up in a daze and supported each other. Those generals and envoys of the 6 nations who were frightened by the loud sound of artillery began to step forward one after another to check. They are all interested in artillery, and their interest in artillery is not great. Seeing this scene, Li Si secretly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the envoys of the 6 countries have all gone to see the artillery. It seems to like it very much. Then sell them at a high price. The price set by Mr. Qin used to be seen by people with 10 golds. Increase it 10 times, 100 gold." King Qin said heavily. Here, Li Si stepped aside. The military commanders of the 6 nations spontaneously surrounded the 3 artillery. Touch with your hands. Look around with your eyes. From time to time, I wanted to ask the soldiers of the cow gun, but the soldiers just watched coldly and didn't speak. After asking again, I don't even ask anymore. They understand. This is what King Guo intended. Those envoys who had touched the real thing began to calm down at this time. Carefully ponder what King Qin means. With such a powerful weapon, it is impossible to tell the 6 nations so blatantly. Right? 114 Yan country order. While the envoys of the 6 nations were thinking about Qin's intentions, Li Si stepped off the stage. Be quiet, Li Si said, raising his hands. My king has orders. These weapons on display can be purchased with money. Li Si said. What? These weapons can be sold to us? An envoy whispered a few words. Yes. What do you mean by Qin state? A Qi state general and an official sent by Qi state said. What do you mean? How do I know? This tiger wolf Qin state does not know what peace is. The Qi state official replied in an angry manner. Looking at the envoys of the 6 countries, they whispered to each other. Li Si felt that the envoys of these 6 countries had no need to go there. My king recently wiped out the Xiongnu Dongwu for China. He won the land in a radius of thousands of miles. His ambition is so lofty that it is difficult to have in ancient and modern times. How can you know it? Li Si said loudly. My king thinks that Darkin is of the same clan in the 6 countries. and I really don't want to fight with it. My king has the heart to open up and expand the land outside the border. Therefore, he sold these sharp weapons to show his heart. Don't you know? Li Si said loudly. Some scolded the taste of the envoys of the 6 countries. Li Si's reason is really far-fetched. Envoys from various countries talked all of a sudden. Is this true in Kin State? An envoy of Y State asked. I can't see it. The heart of the tiger and wolf. It's really, a Korean envoy said. You can't wait. You can wait for my king's order. This firearm, you wait to figure it out. After speaking, Li Si turned and left. After Li Si left, the envoys of various countries had their own thoughts. They asked those generals about buying firearms. The generals' opinions were basically the same. They are all buying artillery. Do not buy muskets, because the power of the musket is great. However, there is no long distance between the crossbow and the crossbow. If you directly rush over when fighting, there will be no time to reload the second time. Therefore, it is basically not bought. Yan and Zhao were fighting, and even the capital of Yan Kingdom was surrounded by families. Therefore, both Yan and Zhao are both interested in buying firearms. Go of Zhao was happily undecided, so he asked Zhao Kong, the General Zhao who came to Qin together. Do you think that buying that firearm is great? Go Kai asked in a low voice. At the end, I think it is more appropriate to buy that artillery, which is powerful. That's it. Zhao Kong said hesitantly. What? Go Kai said impatiently. It's not convenient to carry. Zhao Kong said directly. Oh. Go Kai agreed and left. Li Si ordered the people to put the price on the firearm. As soon as the price was announced, there was an exclamation immediately. Too frightening. An artillery was offered for 100 gold. A musket costs 1 gold. And 1 bullet costs 10.5. The messengers of the 6 nations have already fried the pot. I still wanted to buy it. But this is not a small amount after all, and most of them are dismissed. The envoys of Chu State hesitated to see the rest of the countries. He stepped forward and pointed at the 2 artillery pieces. We want it from the state of Chu, the envoy said proudly. This time I fry the pot again. The envoy of Chi, who did not dare to fall behind, immediately stepped forward and said sharply, we need 2 schools, no, 5 schools. My lord, I'm sorry, this artillery, this one is the only one, said a small official who took care of the artillery. This, one door, we want it. The Chi State envoy said impatiently. Immediately, the small official of Qin State brought the envoys of Chu and Chi to see Li Si to discuss the specific situation. At this time, Prince Dan of the Kingdom of Yan came here and saw the power of firearms with his own eyes. He wanted to buy all the firearms in one go, but the artillery was bought by both Chi and Chu. I had to buy a musket. Prince Dan of Yan State and the envoy of Yan State talked in a low voice, and then left. Gokai watched Chi Chu and the 2 countries purchase artillery with rich wealth. I feel that these 2 envoys are stupid. He walked away disdainfully. King Qin did not meet with the envoys of the 6 countries again. So the envoys of the 6 countries retreated and left. In the residence of Prime Minister Li Si just sent away Chu's envoy. The details of the conversation are in place. There are 3 artillery pieces in total. A total of 300 gold. 1 gold per shot of cannonball gunpowder. Chu State asked for 20 shots. Chigo asked for 20 shots. Also free church. Li Si was still satisfied with this situation. After sending away these envoys, Li Si is going back to correct some documents. Just ready to go back. A housekeeper stepped forward and said a few words in a low voice. Please. Li Si stretched out his hand and ordered. The envoy of Yan State is Xin. This time I came under the order of Yan Guo's Prince Dan here to place the order. Originally, he was not optimistic about these things. I felt that these things were very impractical and did not place an order to buy them. But Prince Dan was occupied by the Zhao army because of his own country, feeling very angry. See the powerful musket. I think this thing is pretty good for defending the city. So he made a decision to buy. The artillery was bought. Just buy a musket. As for how much, the amount given by the Prince of the Kingdom of Yan was 5,000. There are countless bullets, as long as there are enough. Get this order. Uxin had no choice but to agree. What's the matter with Master Drama? Li Si put down the cup in his hand and said, this is for firearms. Uxin said respectfully. Oh, what kind of firearm? How many? Musket. Quantity, said Uxin, stretched out 5 fingers and gestured. 50. Li Si thinks that Yan is a small country, and he is not interested in this weapon, so he also said a number that he thinks is acceptable. No, number. It's 5,000. Uxin said proudly. How much? Li Si felt unlikely, and asked again. 5,000. Uxin said again. It's a bit difficult. I haven't equipped Dakin with this musket. I can't get 5,000 at once. Moreover, it takes a long time. Li Si said embarrassedly. So, pay 2,000 first. How about the Prime Minister? Uxin said again. You can. But it will take 2 months. Li Si said. Can you hurry up? Uxin said anxiously. You have to add money. Li Si said. This is no problem. Uxin said quickly. Then talk about the specific situation. Li Si said with another face. 2,000, let's do it as soon as possible. How about the bullet? Li Si asked. 10,000 shots. Uxin replied. Oh, what about transportation? Li Si asked. How about Qin State's responsibility? Uxin said. This money. Li Si said with a prolonged estimate. 5,000 gold? Uxin said. 7,000 gold. Li Si said. Okay. 7,000 gold is 7,000 gold. Uxin said loudly. It's just that the time should be fast. The other is to create it, which can be provided first. Uxin said anxiously. Relax, Master Drama. Li Si smiled and stood up and said, 115 graphite. Pay half of the deposit first. Then you will continue to pay. I don't know what the Prime Minister would like, Uxin said flatly. Okay, that's it. I will urge you to hand over 2,000 muskets to Yango as soon as possible. Li Si said. Then thank the Prime Minister. Leave now, Uxin said with a fist. I will enter the palace and report to King Ming. Forgive me, not far away. Li Si said with his fist. The two parties exchanged such greetings and left. Li Si immediately reported the latest situation of the firearm sales to King Qin. At this time, Shang Wen was worrying about how to improve the output of guns and artillery. The situation of the 6 countries buying firearms, Shang Wen did not know. But if these 2 muskets are mass-produced, they will definitely be able to cope with them. The artisans in the arsenal worked almost all day and night, and the output was very high in the first few days. Considering the large number of people, they could basically produce more than 50 muskets a day. 3 bronze artillery pieces. The number of bullets is very high. Spherical projectile plus wrapped. There are about 10,000 rounds a day. This number is already very staggering. These mainly depend on the female workers. The production of mini bullets is somewhat low, mainly in terms of casting. The main force is the artillery, so the production of bullets is reduced accordingly. There are only about 100 to 150 rounds a day. Such production capacity is far behind the consumption rate. A standard company basically consumes this kind of bullets with a single blow. This is not the way to go. The problem with muskets is still big. Mainly focus on the barrel, although the production of barrels has been improved. But there are still problems such as bubbles. If forging is used, it is estimated to be far faster than casting. However, the proportion of defective products in casting is relatively high. Thus, it is bound to need to improve the processing technology. But the material level is very sad. The development of human weapons is basically only after the material problem is solved before making great strides forward. Under the current situation, we can only focus on production, and it is impossible to carry out the next round of development of smokeless gunpowder. Shang Wen sat quietly in one corner and looked at the nervous and busy figures of the craftsmen. Shang Wen doesn't know what materials are currently available, especially how much can be improved in the forging process. At this time, Shang Wen noticed that a young man was not knowing what was painted on the inner wall of the smelting crucible. It was dark. Shang Wen hadn't noticed it before. Shang Wen guessed that it was probably some kind of special ancient mixture, or coal ash, Not like it. Shang Wen watched carefully. He stood up and walked over. What is this? Shang Wen picked up the black object with his hands and sniffed it. Then he touched it with his hand. Mr. Qin, this is black soil. It is particularly resistant to high temperatures. I discovered by accident that this thing is painted on the inner wall of the crucible, and the crucible doesn't need to be broken. The young man introduced happily. Slippery. Shang Wen rubbed the road vigorously with his hands. There is still some smoothness on the fingers. Could it be that this is graphite? It is graphite. Shang Wen was a little surprised. The fingers couldn't help shaking. Qin Xian. The young man saw that there was something wrong with Shang Wen's face, especially his hands shaking, and he felt as if he had made a mistake. Where did this thing come from? Shang Wen asked hurriedly. Find it from the mountain? The young man said. Is it? Isn't it, little? The young man whispered. You have done a great job. Shang Wen patted the young man's shoulder and said, this thing is called graphite. It is a kind of crystal. It can be used as a lubricant, steel making, pencils, and molds. There are even sealing materials. In short, it is very widely used. I was surprised that this thing did not exist. Now, you have solved a major problem, Shang Wen said happily. Yes. Is it? The young man said timidly. Go back to the accountant to get the hardware. Shang Wen was very happy. There is no scruples about rewards at all. Can I still find this thing? Shang Wen said. Yes, it should be possible. The young man said affirmatively. By the way, what is your name? Shang Wen then asked. Chen Yong. The young man replied. Well, you will look for this thing in the future. If there is no one in Guanzhong, go to the north to find it, and if there is no one in the north, go to Basu to find it. The quantity of this thing is very large, Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin, Chen Die came over. My disciple has offended Mr. Chen Die saw Chen Yong and Shang Wen talking, and looked at Shang Wen's excitement. Chen Die hurried over, thinking that his apprentice must have no idea where he did not offend him. So quickly apologize. No number. Your apprentice made a great contribution. Old Chen, look at this, Shang Wen said, picking up a handful of graphite. Isn't this the black soil my apprentice said? Chen Die said. This is graphite. It is a very important industrial raw material. This thing is very useful. It is a kind of. Shang Wen introduced this thing as a conductor. But thinking that there was no concept of electricity at this time, I had to change my words and talk about other things. It's an important thing. For example, it can be used on your crucible. This is its special high temperature resistance. There are also casting molds. Didn't I tell you to use iron molds? With this thing, you can speed up. Moreover, this graphite can be processed into chengren shapes. It can be used as a sealing material, as well as a lubricant, and so on. The most important thing in front of you is to polish the granular gunpowder. With this graphite, the gunpowder can be dampened. It is very convenient to store. Moreover, the power is huge. Guns and artillery will greatly enhance the range. Shang Wen said in one breath the many benefits of graphite. So amazing. Chen Die only then began to carefully look at the graphite in his hand. Yes. This thing is very important. In the future, this kind of material should be paid more attention, and it is to raise the awareness of other people. Tell them, pay attention to the details, Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin, Shang Wen originally wanted to say something. But suddenly I heard a harsh sound. Shang Wen could hear who it was from that voice. Zhao Gao. No one else can speak like this. Mr. Qin, I can see you. The king has important matters to discuss with you. By the way, you have to take a look at this first. Then he took out a memorial from his arms. Shang Wen took it and opened it. Between the lines, Shang Wen knew the reason for the matter. This is a weapon order. Moreover, the amount at the beginning was large. 5,000 muskets are needed. The sooner the better. But the word 2,000 was mentioned later. Shang Wen didn't know what it meant. It is estimated to be related to the production of firearms. See who is so big. Yan country. It turned out to be Yango. Shang Wen is a little hard to imagine. He actually spent a lot of money to buy a musket. War is the catalyst after all. 116 The king of Qin who eats pills. After reading the memorial, Shang Wen got on the car and went to the Qin Palace. Zhao Gao leads the way. Shang Wen followed behind. When walking into a large hall, Shang Wen saw what King Qin was eating. It's probably a midnight snack. It's already late. Shang Wen thought so. Shang Wen was taken aback when he walked in. That is the pill of ancient legends. For a moment, Shang Wen felt that he didn't know what to say. I don't know what to do. It is rumored in history that the first Emperor Qin was killed by taking pills, and the main component of this kind of thing is metallic mercury. To put it bluntly, it is also the first ingredient in cosmetics. It only has a temporary effect. As for the ingredients of other medicinal pills, Shang Wen doesn't know. But to sum it up, this is not a good thing. Mr. Qin is here. Sit down. King Qin saw that he was taking the pill. It's no surprise that Shang Wen greeted Shang Wen to sit down. Wang, this pill. It's better not to take it. Shang Wen persuaded. Oh, why? King Qin said with a relaxed attitude. This substance is a heavy metal, long-term use, must. Shang Wen understands that if people's lifespan is inevitably affected, this is a big taboo. This is to be decapitated. What must be? King Qin asked. It must be harmful to the body. In fact, this is a chemical agent. This alchemy secret technique is nothing but a futility. Shang Wen said. Oh, so, your sir has also studied this alchemy? King Qin asked. This alchemy is just one of the chemistry. Shang Wen replied. Chemistry? Qin Wang said. Yes, chemistry is to change the original material characteristics of one or several substances through a certain method. It is called chemistry. Shang Wen couldn't come up with a thick dictionary to explain to King Qin at this time. Had to be so particular. Anyway, the meaning is almost the same. These methods include a variety of methods, such as distillation, dry distillation, dissolution, etc. These are all chemical reactions to produce a new substance. Shang Wen said. Oh, speaking of it, this pill seems to be like this. King Qin suddenly realized. Speaking of these substances, there are endless changes, and it has taken many generations to discover the secrets. And these substances have different characteristics and applications. It is like this glass. Shang Wen said, pointing to the case. Said the glass. This is chemistry. Put in several different substances to produce a brand new substance. But this thing is good or bad. It is toxic and non-toxic. It is difficult to be sure without long-term testing. Therefore, the king still stopped taking these pill. Shang Wen persuaded. This. King Qin hesitated. This pill contains heavy metals, especially mercury, and that Dan Shaw is mercury sulfide. A little bit of this mercury has certain effects, but long-term use will inevitably cause serious damage. The final symptoms are. Shang Wen wanted to explain the symptoms of mercury poisoning in detail. What? King Qin asked. I'm abnormal, and my teeth fall off. There is more pain in my body joints. Finally, Shang Wen didn't dare to go on. Wow! With a wave of his arms, King Qin knocked all the pills, pen and ink on the case table to the ground. Come here! Pull out all the alchemists and bury them alive. King Qin shouted. Shang Wen saw that King Qin was very angry about this. Shang Wen couldn't say anything when he saw this. After all, it is better to say less at this time. Here, Zhao Gao hurried away. After waiting for a long time, it is estimated that King Qin's anger has almost disappeared. Shang Wen also knew that he could not talk nonsense at this time. Besides, King Qin's move is probably to bid farewell to the pill. Even in modern times, medicine cannot be taken casually, especially chemical agents. No side effects. That's to blame. The elements of the human body are relatively balanced. If one of them exceeds the standard and breaks the balance, the result will appear sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Thank you, Mr. Qin. King Qin turned around and bowed to Shang Wen. Shang Wen didn't dare to say much. Also worshipped. From now on, the widow will not take this pill anymore. King Qin said with an explanation. Shang Wen smiled and nodded. Wang Shang, now we have the arms orders from the country of Yan, but it is still difficult to meet the current needs. Shang Wen continued. Shang Wen deliberately changed the subject. Oh, what's the difficulty? King Qin asked. Barrel. Shang Wen said straightforwardly. The barrel is very difficult to process. Basically, it depends on casting, but when casting, it is inevitable that bubbles are generated. This leads to problems with the entire barrel. Only those skilled casters can complete these technical requirements. Those castings the division has to complete the casting of artillery. It is very difficult to complete such a large-scale production in a short time. Also, our Qin army also needs to be equipped with this kind of weapon. But this kind of weapon is in accordance with the current situation. I am afraid, Shang Wen said embarrassedly. I'm afraid of something? King Qin asked. I'm afraid, according to the current situation, our equipment will take at least 10 years to complete on a large scale. Shang Wen's figures are derived from statistics. The Qin army has almost 1 million troops in the country. The standing army is only 300,000. However, according to the current production rate of barrels, basically a fraction of this number, and the quality problem is also very prominent. According to the situation learned from Wang Ben, the barrel of the gun began to heat up after several consecutive blows. Unable to hit. At any rate, the tactical cue temporarily made up for this shortcoming. Moreover, the barrel has a lifespan, and replacement and maintenance require a large number of spare parts. At present, our own production can't be completed at all. Such a long time. Qin Wang said. Yes. Shang Wen nodded and said. Then Mr. Qin must have a solution? King Qin asked rhetorically. This. Shang Wen touched his mouth with his hands. This must be solved with technology. According to the current processing technology, it is simply not satisfactory. Shen Qian had planned to transform the machine tool, but the effect was not obvious, and there were still many machines. However, Shen was willing to give it a try. Shang Wen said. In fact, Shang Wen felt that he could only do this because many things cannot be done by humans. First of all, those mature craftsmen. If you rely on continuous craftsmen to teach, more than 2,000 orders can be completed in a short time. It is estimated to be difficult. Now there is only the way to improve technology. The problem of the barrel must be resolved. Not all 6 countries are equipped with a large number of muskets. With the export of the musket, the 6 countries that have benefited will certainly imitate them in large numbers. In the face of imitations, Qin Jun did not yet have such equipment. It must have been severely hit. Such a situation must never happen. Weapons differ by an algebra. It's just a joke. 117. Where is my gun? After Shang Wen and King Qin said a few words to each other, they retired. Shang Wen, who walked out of the palace, is slowly thinking about how to improve his technique. The production of the barrel can be said to be a miracle. Early barrels were made of a whole iron plate circled on a solid round rod. Then, beating constantly, it becomes a round tube shape, and then it is sealed. Then continue to beat into a circle. Finally, draw out the round rod, seal one end. Fine processing. This is purely handmade. A lot of manpower is needed. Shang Wen is thinking about whether to improve another method, which is to use machines to complete several of these special situations. In this way, it should be possible. The first is that the hydraulic press can provide a certain amount of sealing work. Because of graphite, this can make a certain density hydraulic press. Next is the commissioning of the entire machine tool. Must follow the above process. First, make a large iron plate. Then use the relationship of round bars. Circle it. Use a hydraulic press to seal it. Then it is best to use a certain degree of heat to increase the temperature of the iron pipe. Then beat, or take the process of squeezing. Finally, it is polished. It should work. Ouch! When Shang Wen was thinking about how to improve the process, someone kicked him suddenly. Shang Wen barely stopped, not lying on the ground. Who? So wicked! Shang Wen exclaimed very angrily. Me. Yin jumped out from nowhere. Can you stop the sneak attack, especially when others are thinking about problems? Shang Wen said dissatisfied. For this kind of person, Shang Wen didn't even talk about etiquette at all. Oh, Where is my gun? I gave Zhao Gao 1,000 gold. What about my gun? Yinu asked confidently. You are a shareholder. You can't carry a gun like this. Guns are also commodities, Shang Wen said. I'm a shareholder. I can't carry a gun yet, Yingyu said anxiously. There is no gun to carry, Shang Wen said helplessly. What does it mean to have no guns to mention? I went today with so many guns, there are at least more than 100. Yin said. Yes, but someone wants it, Shang Wen said. What? That's the gun of the palace? Who is so bold? Yin said. Yango. Shang Wen replied very simply. That country Yan also dared to grab the gun from the palace? You. Yinu pointed at Shang Wen and said, don't point to me, Yango is here to send you money. An order, 2,000, more than 10,000 rounds of bullets. You just made a share, how many times you earned? Be happy, Shang Wen said. And? Yingyu said. Yes, a total of 7,000 gold. This money, except for 1,000 gold, was given to the king, and everything else was given to us. After including the cost, labor and other expenses, we also made more than 5,000 gold. Happy you, Shang Wen said. But, Yin said still dissatisfied. But what, isn't it just a few guns? Do you want them? It's just that the situation is quite special now, our production capacity can't keep up, and the effects of the manufactured guns are not very good. There are many problems that need to be solved. Haven't I been busy doing this these few days? After I get on the machine, I guess it will be soon. What kind of gun do you want? Don't you just have to say something? Shang Wen didn't look for a margin, said a few words of comfort. However, General Lieutenant King his muskets. Yin said dissatisfied. That is the musketeer team formed by the king. It is a special situation. Think about it, the muskets made by the Great Qin state, can they be equipped? The Yan state requires 2,000. Can the Great Qin state be less? So, the few things will be given to the Great Qin kingdom first. Then, if you become rich, you will definitely give it to the princess. Shang Wen knew that if this continues, it will be deducted from the 2,000 guns in the Yan kingdom. This will not work. You have to think of a way to stabilize her. This guy, if he starts to rush, no matter what, for a few weapons, it is still possible. How about this? I'll go back, speed up production, and then make a few short pistols. I will send them to you later. What do you think? Shang Wen needs time. Quickly find a reason to push it off, otherwise, it will be difficult to complete the task. Pistol? Yingyu asked. What the hell is this guy doing? But think about it. He can make something as powerful as a musket. It must be a more powerful gun. It's a musket smaller than a large musket, and you can hold it in your hand. The distance is shorter, but the shape is smaller. This way, Shang Wen saw that Yinu didn't understand. Somewhat confused. Just take advantage of this to get out. Forget it. I'll go back and study it for you right away. After that, Shang Wen quickly turned around, ready to leave. Yingyu was confused by Shang Wen's words, and when she was about to ask for more details, she had to get out again when she saw this guy. Called right away. Stop. Shang Wen had already taken 2 steps, and when he was about to speed up his pace, Yin had already moved forward. After all, he was an ancient person, and fighting was physical work. What I play is my brain. It's not a rival of others at all. Although he is male, others are female. Princess, what's the matter? If it's not busy, I'll go back and have a look, Shang Wen said hurriedly. Then, grenades. There should be surplus. There are also that kind of small rockets. Yinu asked quickly. This has been discontinued. The most important igniting material catkins is missing. Therefore, there is no way to produce it. Just stop production, Shang Wen said. But, isn't the musket capable of making fire? Why can't it be used on those kinds of weapons? Yinu said. This is mainly an insurance issue. Because this weapon needs to be carried for a long time, bumps on the road, etc. A series of reasons. When in use, it is likely to cause many situations to occur. For example, it cannot explode. Delayed explosion. It is very dangerous. Moreover, Such a situation has already happened. Soldiers have already used such grenade during the war in the north. Fortunately, no major accident occurred, Shangwin explained. So, production is discontinued. I can't do it anymore. This is also the reason why I developed muskets and artillery. Those two weapons are now, with one shot and one shot less. Only that infantry is given priority to the Northern War situation, Shangwen said. If nothing happens, I will leave. Shangwen quickly turned and ran away. Yinu wondered if he could get some grenade or something. But I heard that this weapon has been discontinued. Moreover, all the only ones are provided for the war in the north. Yinu, who has always put the country first, also agrees with this view. But when I think I should get some other weapons, I found that this guy had already ran away quickly. 118 Well, I'll give you 2 books. After Shangwin escaped from Yinu, he felt very relaxed. This guy is very difficult. For a little arms, I can pester you and have the urge to beat her. But it still has to be controlled. She is a princess, the boss daughter. I am now a part-time worker. Shangwin stepped out of the carriage, and did not rush back to his room to design the drawings. Instead, he felt that he should calm down his recent mood and sum it up. Think about it by the way. The next thing about machine tools. It is not a trivial matter to adjust and plan the whole set of machine tools. Shangwin felt that it would be better for him to calm down. If you throw in at once, it will be a bit hasty instead. Shangwin believes that this is not good. Your speed is not up to speed. Shangwin decided to take a walk first. The night is quite calm. The arsenal occupies a large area. Even at night, the lights are brilliant, because this is the busiest place in Darkin at present. The production of artillery requires a lot of manpower. The same goes for muskets. In an era where manual work is dominant, this should be understandable. If there is an industrial age in the future, it is estimated that Qin will be even busier. Large amounts of iron, steel, and oil are injected into this huge war machine like nutrients. Shangwin watched as he walked to a small soil slope, and saw a figure who, after Shangwen called out, he felt very regretful, because if it was a Jian from the 6 kingdoms, it was very likely to kill people. How could he be the opponent's opponent with such a weak body? It's over. I knew I should make 2 pistols. But I could scare them if I couldn't hit them, or be brave. Kin middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot kin xian middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot xian middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot Sheng. The figure finally said it. When Shang Wen heard it, he was shocked. It turned out to be Hanf. Listen to the accent. Don't you know? It's Hanf. Shang Wen relaxed and stepped forward. What are you doing here? Shang Wen then asked. Seeing Hanfei's sad look, Shang Wen understood at once. Since being in prison, Hanfei's whole body languished. There is a lump in my heart that has not been solved, especially when I was shocked by the jealousy of my classmates. Hanf was disheartened. These few days, I am busy making guns and cannons. I have forgotten that there is still this number. Alas, in future generations, this is a psychological problem and you have to consult a psychiatrist. Han lowered his head, not wanting to answer anything. Shang Wen also knows. Received such a blow. I don't want to say anything to anyone. Save people to the end. If this depression continues for a long time, it is possible that Hanf would collapse. Even if Li Si didn't want other people's life, he had to take his own life. People who cannot withstand such a blow are likely to commit suicide. Think of a way. Shang Wen did not continue to ask anything. Correct. Shang Wen thought of a brilliant idea. This Hanf is a master of legalism. According to modern standards, he is a scholar, and theory is his strength. Most of the materials in my hands still retain capitalist legal works. What I thought was that this thing was of little use to be deleted. It seems that there is another use. Shang Wen felt that he could transcribe a few copies for him. Let him study it carefully. This will divert attention. It can also solve the recent dull mood. Mr. Han, I have a few classics of law. I don't know if Mr. would like to read them. Shang Wen said seductively. What? Hanf heard the classics of law, and suddenly asked a few words like chicken blood, unconsciously grabbing Shang Wen's arm with both hands. "It's like getting it right away. Don't do this. I know you want to see it, but I have to find it. My master gave it to me." Or, "Tomorrow. You come to my house tomorrow. I'll leave and find it for you. Go." Bye. Shang Wen immediately got rid of Hanf. Seeing Hanfei's uplifted look, Shang Wen felt a little happy, and when he was happy, he even said goodbye. Hanf still wanted to open his mouth to say something, but Shang Wen ran away like flying away. Hanf knew it was not good to continue to ask questions. "I had to go back to sleep." But thinking of Shang Wen's legal classics, Han felt that there was no trace of sleepiness. "Think about how many law classics I have read to reinvigorate career. How many books have been read." This Mr. Kin's thoughts and practices are completely different from those of others. Could it be that the classics he holds are much higher than his own? Hanf looked forward to it. "I closed my eyes thinking about this." Shang Wen went back to his house, found a few pieces of paper, and quickly copied it, regardless of his own words. Can Hanf understand the words of later generations and directly open the memory and copy it? Shang Wen repeatedly searched for a few books, and felt that many of them were not suitable for Hanf, so he thought it was better to find a few books that were easier to understand. Easy to understand. Shang Wen searched back and forth with a brush. Easy to understand. Just copy it in chronological order. The first book that comes to mind in history. It's easy to understand. Shang Wen thinks so simply. So Shang Wen found out the book Research on the Nature and Reasons of National Wealth, which is simply the wealth of nations, and the other is the Jing God of the Law. In the process of searching, Shang Wen felt that Rousseau's book might be of great help. "So I deliberately copied several Rousseau's books, such as Social Contract Theory and On the Origin and Foundation of Human Inequality and so on." Shang Wen doesn't have so much time to copy a book, so he can only copy that chapter if there are few chapters. In short, Shang Wen's hands hurt, his back hurts, and his neck hurts. See the pile of paper on the case table. Shang Wen thinks it's okay. Don't copy it. Copying books is a big deal. Ever since, Shang Wen didn't take off his clothes, and went to sleep directly on the bed. It's too tired. Shang Wen felt that he would never care about these things anymore. It hasn't dawned yet. Hanf got up. "Last night, I hardly fell asleep." Hanf turned left and right, just couldn't sleep, always thinking of the legal classics mentioned by Shang Wen. Ever since, the sky hasn't dawned yet. Hanf got up, quietly came to Shang Wen's residence. Hanf knocked on the door quietly, but no one answered. Hanf waited for a while, but couldn't wait any longer. "I was very anxious and wanted to know what the book said." Hanf was sweating anxiously. "So I don't care much anymore." Directly and quietly entered Shang Wen's room. Seeing Shang Wen lying on his back, Hanf couldn't wake him up. Hanf wanted to sit down and wait for Shang Wen to get up, but I saw a stack of paper on the case table, which seemed to have something written on it. Hanfei's first reaction was that it was the legal classic that Shang Wen said. Hanf, who was very happy in his heart, picked it up and looked at it excitedly. 119 Lima's predicament. The mist in the morning has not cleared, and Lima's army has begun to gather. The horn kept sounding. The soldiers were still assembled and stood by. The Wu horn kept urging the soldiers to gather together. Zhao Jun has already started to operate quickly. A few days ago, Wang Zhao sent 5 ministers to urge. Li Mu wanted to refuse to send troops on the grounds of insufficient food and grass and insufficient preparation. Who knows, Zhao Wang had been prepared for it, and it only took a day. King Zhao sent 100,000 more troops. Li Mu was surprised when he heard about the reinforcements of the army. The 100,000 army, isn't it the defensive army that must be shut down in the defense of Shangdong and other places? Li Mu was very worried. It was Sima Shang who came. Li Mu couldn't help but feel cold behind him. In this battle, the regiments fighting in the north had already shown that their combat effectiveness was weak. Now I have to take away a part. I can't imagine it. At this time, The cavalry army of the Qin army had not withdrawn yet. If Qin Jun changes direction, suddenly killing people from places such as Dai County, Handan cannot be defended. Thought of this, Li Mu really didn't understand why Zhao Wang made such a decision. Is there no response from Qin state? Li Mu couldn't help shook his head. At the end, you will see the general. Sima Shang marched in salute. Get up. Li Mu stopped thinking and waved his hand. General Sima, let me ask you, how did your 100,000 horses come? Li Mu first asked a key question. What is the combat power of this 100,000 army? If you go back to the general, this 100,000 army, Sima Shang didn't know whether to tell the truth, because Sima Shang knew clearly that the composition of this 100,000 army was crippled by Yun's Hongdai County. The garrison is 50,000, and the other 50,000, I don't know where Zhao Wang put it together. In short, there is no fighting power, and the military discipline is extremely poor. On the way, the 100,000 army was divided into two teams. The northern one was led by Sima Shang himself, and the one from Handan, because it had to be responsible for the supply of food and grass for the army, would kill the Yan army who dared to attack on the road. In the beginning, this 50,000 Zhao army had not taken the initiative to attack. But after one or two incidents were attacked, the retaliatory Zhao Jun began to ignore military discipline. It was burned and killed along the way. Yesterday, Sima Shang found a woman from Yan country when he was visiting the camp. Needless to say, you all understand what's going on. Immediately, Sima Shang slaughtered him to a certain extent, which played a certain role, but it did not completely contain the situation. This is unknown. Forget it. Li Mu waved his hand and said. Li Mu clearly knew the composition of these 100,000 horses. These 100,000 horses cannot be counted as an army at all. All who came were a mob. Although the army in Shangdong and other places was not mobilized. However, the north is really a big problem. If Qin Jun suddenly slammed out, he would not be able to resist it at all. General, the king ordered me to take Yandu quickly. I don't know the general, Sima Shang said. Li Mu waved his hand like a headache to stop talking. Li Mu couldn't accomplish this at all. Everyone knew about Yandu's situation. This capital city with few people to the north is extremely strong. It is difficult to siege the city. Add your own side. When Li Mu pursued the remnants of the Huron, there were only 50,000 horses in total. With the increase in the seizure of the city, there are already more than 30,000 people arriving in Yandu. Those who come in reinforcements can be ignored. Lima's idea is to occupy the city. The goal has been achieved by digesting the occupied land of Yan Kingdom. I don't know what Zhao Wang thinks. He even wanted to attack Yandu. This is simply an impossible thing. Yanhan, do you think Li Mu dares to fight Yandu? Yan Wang, I asked a general next to him. Back to the king. The final general thought, dear, this Li Mu is extraordinary. Even the tiger and wolfkin was defeated by him. This person really doesn't dare to underestimate it. Yan Han said. Then, how do you think this Yan should guard? King Yan asked again. At the end I think that as long as I can stick to it, Li Mu will inevitably retreat if he loses food and grass. Yan Han said. Well, the widow also meant this. King Yan said happily. Passing orders. There is no order from a widow. No one can leave the city. King Yan said emphatically. Here. Yan Han replied. Li Mu stood alone on a sand table, staring at the sand table stubbornly. To the north is the cavalry troop of the Qin army who is eyeing the eye. High speed. Dan Malay News. Recently, the Mangtian army has stopped sweeping the Hu people's tribe and has begun to retreat. Wang Jian's army did not move, just stationed quietly near the Great Wall of Yan State. There is a dynamic going south at any time. At present, there are 100,000 Yan army guards in Yandu city. It is really impossible to break Yandu. Li Mu thought about various possibilities. If Yan and Qin had contact at this time, the possibility of Qin sending troops would be very high. Li Mu tapped his hand where the northern Qin army was. This is currently the only force with a major threat. If you leave it alone, Your own wing is difficult to guarantee. Qin Jun went south. Zhao Jun are all pawns, not acting fast. It is easy to be rushed by the powerful Qin army. Result: Zhao Jun, who had attacked the city wall, had already begun to take advantage, and Yan Jun had been unable to recover the defeat. At this time, Zhao Jun's flank suddenly appeared a black stream. Li Mu didn't dare to think about it. This situation is the most dangerous. Attacking Yan Du is not a big problem, but how to resist the Qin army in the north? This is the key. Yan Du is close to the Great Wall of Yan State. It was too easy for Qin Jun to go south. How to solve this situation? I can only repair the book for Wang Zhao. Li Mu turned and came to the side of the case. Soothing his mind, he began to write about Zhao Jun's current situation. At this time, Shang Wen is making great efforts to make hydraulic presses. The first material used is wood. 2 huge wooden barrels, one large and one small. After injecting the water, start to compress it with a bronze disc. Temporarily use manpower to do it at one end of the small wooden barrel. This is an experimental model. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the result. Several big guys pressed the wooden pole hard. Under vigorous compression, the hydraulic press started to move. The iron plate at one end of the barrel began to slowly descend. The iron block placed below has been placed. Shang Wen anxiously waited for the result. Time flies. The flat plate has begun to press the iron plate, and the squeezed iron block has begun to deform. Strong harder. Shang Wen shouted. The iron block has been pressed to half its original height. Then came 2/3. Strong harder. Shang Wen shouted. There is no movement from the iron. Stop. Shang Wen shouted helplessly. Shang Wen pulled out the iron plate that had been suppressed. Estimate the thickness. It's almost 2 centimeters thick. Chen Da, who was watching, looked at the suppressed iron plate in surprise. Shang Wen handed it to Chen Da. You have to record the results of the experiment yourself. It's not ideal. Too thick. 120 busy people. Shang Wen made a heavy cross on the 2 characters lumber. It seems that it is obviously not feasible to use wood as a hydraulic press, although the iron plate can be pressed to a certain thickness to a certain extent. But this thickness still cannot be resolved. Mr. Qin, do you think this is fine? Widen and enlarge the casting mold of the iron block. The weight is reduced. Maybe it can be pressed into a certain shape. Chen Da said. This. Shang Wen thought. Mr. Qin, I think this method works. In this way, the weight we require is less. It should be possible. A craftsman immediately thought. Shang Wen is calculating this formula at this time, seeing everyone so positive. Then leave it to them to try it out. Isn't it enough? Well, this method can be tried, but I have one suggestion. According to the current use of wood, it cannot meet our needs. Therefore, my suggestion is that those hydraulic cylinders should still be made of iron. Shang Wen, make a suggestion of your own. The use of wood is obvious. Pressure. The pressure you endure can't be withstood. There is sealing. Although the carpenter makes it very skillfully, but after all, the seal is very poor, at best. This wood can be regarded as an experimental product. It can't be regarded as a kind of machine. However, I think everyone is so interested. You can study by yourself. I will write about the principle of the hydraulic press later. I'm going to the area to work on the air hammer and the adjustment of the drum machine tool. Come on, everyone. Shang Wen finally realized something passed by what I said, so I ran away quickly. The craftsman involved in making the hydraulic press simply ignored what Shang Wen said. Rather, renegotiate the production of this hydraulic press. This is the first time they have seen such a machine. A whole piece of iron can be pressed to such a degree, and the manpower and time used are very small. This is very rare. Feel very valuable. Therefore, the craftsman began to sit down and discuss in detail. Shang Wen doesn't have that much effort. I am responsible for a large engineering system. If you only rely on one person, you can't even bring Qin into a huge industrial era in your life. Unless, rely on these people. These people are just busy with production and rarely have the opportunity to try. Now give them a chance. Also show them the schematic drawings. If you don't understand, explain a little bit. Let them do the rest. If you do everything yourself, I must be exhausted. Thinking of this, Shang Wen walked to the other side of the machine tool. Stand aside and explain for a craftsman to connect the driving rod of the steam engine to that part. The drum relies on the continuous rotation of the drive rod. How come the made things come and so on? The craftsman nodded as if he understood. Shang Wen couldn't take care of it either. Get out and leave quickly. Draw some designs into atlases for those craftsmen to see. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. Chen walked over with a few wooden sticks in his hand. Mr. Qin, this is the pencil you mentioned. I'll make it for you. He took the wooden stick in his hand to Shang Wen. Shang Wen took Jin's wooden stick and looked at it carefully. So thick. It's almost the same caliber as the bullet I made. Moreover, the refill is very thick. The length is much longer than the average pencil. But think about it, this guy probably hasn't seen it before. Forget it. Don't be so strict. Being able to make this thing is much better than drawing with a brush every day. Besides, it is so thick that it can almost be carried with you. Well, not bad, Shang Wen praised. But it's still a bit big. You see if you can discuss it with the carpenters. The brush is as thin and long as it is, Shang Wen said while holding a rough pencil. This is no problem. I thought about it at the beginning. But it's more difficult to make, so I just did it. But in the future, this thing, yes, a pencil. It can definitely be made so fine, Chen Yong said. Okay, I'll use it first. Go ahead. And I want to draw some drawings. Shang Wen shook the pencil in his hand and said, then, let's say goodbye. Mr. Qin. Chen Yong saluted. Farewell. Shang Wen also saluted. Then quickly left with a pencil. Hydraulic press is a machine that uses liquid as working medium and is made according to Pascal's principle to transfer energy to realize various processes. The working principle of hydraulic press. The schematic is as follows. The areas of the large and small plungers are S2 and S1 respectively, and the hydraulic pressure on the plunger is F2 and F1 respectively. According to Pascal's principle, the pressure of a closed liquid is equal everywhere, that is, F2S2 equals F1 S1 equals P, F2 equals F1 S2 S1. It represents the gain effect of hydraulic pressure. Like mechanical gain, the force increases, but the work does not gain. Therefore, the movement distance of the large plunger is S1 S2 times the movement distance of the small plunger. Of course Shang Wen would not use the English letters that should be. Shang Wen directly uses A and B to replace English letters. Shang Wen was afraid that the craftsman would not understand. Specifically marked below, wrote a long note. Call. This thing is finally finished. Shang Wen threw away the pencil in his hand, and then stretched out his arm. Not to mention, drawing with a pencil is much faster than drawing with a brush. And not afraid of making mistakes. Even if they do, you can wipe it off vigorously, or look for sawdust to wipe it off. It is better to use breadcrumbs. But came to this world. Shang Wen has not eaten a meal made of wheat, which is basically millet, or its meat. Shang Wen has become a vegetarian. And if this continues, he has to lose weight. Kin middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot kin middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. A kind of crushing stutter came. Shang Wen hurriedly put his complaint aside, and invited the stuttering Han Fin. You don't need to talk, let's talk with a pen, so hurry up. Please come in. Shang Wen completed the following actions in a series. Han F didn't mind Shang Wen's words either. After all, it would be impolite to say a person's flaws in front of a person. I'm here to ask Mr. Qin a few questions. Hanf picked up a brush on the table and wrote quickly. Shang Wen looked at it. I can barely recognize these words myself, you said. Shang Wen wrote. Is there any other content in the book you gave? I found that the book is a bit incomplete. Hanf wrote. Yes. Yes. I'll copy it to you later. Shang Wen really didn't want to write it. It was too much trouble. Speak directly. Hanf nodded. Great. Can you hurry up? Shang Wen saw these words written on the paper. Some collapse. This guy really doesn't think about other people's feelings. I'm so busy. How can I copy books for you? 121 Northern Situation. Shang Wen really didn't have much interest in this stuttering man. I am not a politician, nor are those politicians so thoughtful. For these issues, let Hanf consider it himself. Shang Wen found a reason to be busy and drove Hanf out of his house. Then, start to sketch the drawings, mainly some machinery and equipment. Inside the Xianyang Palace, King Qin gathered important civil and military officials who could gather. This is a memorial sent by General Wang Jian. Take a look. King Qin handed a memorial to Li Si. Li Si opened it and scanned it quickly, then handed it to Wei Liao. The same was true for Wei Liao and passed it to Feng Qi. Li Si. What do you think? King Qin asked. The minister believes that the war between Yan and Zhao will be beneficial to Darkin. But General Wang Jian mentioned in the memorial that Li Mu was to be on guard for our army. But the delay in sending troops to attack the city should not last long. Zhao Jun newly occupied the 29th city of Yan Kingdom. There Zhao Jun brutally treated Yanmin. Yanmin will inevitably retaliate repeatedly. Zhao Jun's food and grass will inevitably be ineffective. Zhao Wang is a person who is eager for quick success. So the minister believes that Li Mu will send troops sooner or later. Siege. Break the current situation. Li Si analyzed. King Qin nodded. Li Si nodded when he saw King Qin. He was delighted. What is your opinion, Mr. Wei Liao? King Qin then asked. The minister believes that the situation in the north is just as the prime minister said. It won't take long for Zhao Jun to break the situation. However, the army of Wang Jian cavalry in Diakin is behind Lima's border army. It is like a sharp sword hanging on Lima's head. Li Mu must take measures. The war between Yan and Zhao is very beneficial to our great kin. The king should put the two countries in a stalemate. The war will be prolonged. It will bring down the state of Zhao. For our great kin Dong to sweep the 6 countries and reduce one almost a powerful opponent. Wei Liao said, not only do we want Yan and Zhao to fight, but we must also take this opportunity to involve Qi, Chu, Wei, and South Korea. Diakin, can take advantage of it. Wei Liao said. What Ai King said is extremely true. King Qin applauded. Widows look at it. It's according to the Guoi. King Qin said. I don't know the king, but there is a good strategy for the 6 countries to bite each other. Feng Kuo asked quickly. The country of Yan has already purchased 2,000 guns from my Darkin. The country of Chu and Qi has also purchased the guns. Presumably, it won't be long before they will buy them on a large scale. King Qin said. The king sees the best. The minister believes that we should send envoys to buy over the ministers of various countries and add a boost to accelerate the disintegration of the 6 countries. Wei Liao said. Yes, just do what Nguoi said. King Qin said. My lord, the memorial also said that Li Mu was jealous of Wang Jian's army, and I don't know if Wang Jian's army should be mobilized. Give it a sign. Li Si continued. The prime minister can have a good plan. Qin Wang asked. The minister thinks that we can mobilize a bit to alleviate Lima's fear of my Qin army. In addition, my army can also take the opportunity to rest, stabilize the front. Li Si said. What do you think of Mr. Wei Liao? King Qin asked Wei Liao. The minister thinks that it can be mobilized. It is only appropriate to mobilize. Wang Jian's army has at least more than 35,000 men, and they are all cavalry. The cost is the most expensive, plus Mengten's 10,000 horses. It is indeed necessary to evacuate a large part of this part. At least 30,000. Wei Liao suggested. The Mengtian ministry swept the Hu people tribe. It was packed with a large number of Hu people, horses, cattle and sheep, and some leather and other things. These things are all my Darkin winter possessions, different from the mainland outside the Great Wall. It is extremely cold, and the clothes are prepared early. The continued presence of the army outside the Great Wall is not conducive to the supply of logistical food and grass. Most of the cavalry team should be withdrawn. Replenish them nearby. Wei Liao said. This is indeed a problem. Leave these things to the lieutenant. King Qin said. Here. Wei Liao agreed. Zhao Kingdom, Handan. In the Zhuang Palace, King Zhao could not bear Li Mu anymore. So many people have been sent to urge Li Mu to send troops to attack the city, destroy the country of Yan. The strength of the Zhao kingdom will be greatly increased, so that there will be capital to fight against the Qin state. but Li Mu hasn't sent troops for a long time. Wang Zhao angrily smashed everything that could be smashed. Ba Zhao Wang drew out a sword still on the ground. Let Li Mu send his troops to attack the city immediately. Otherwise, do it yourself. Zhao Wang slammed his sword into the ground fiercely. The sword also made a buzzing noise. Here, several attendants agreed carefully. Gokai walked back to the country of Zhao. The soldier behind is armed with a cannon. This thing cost Gokai 500 gold to buy. When Gokai left Qin Palace, the more he thought about it, the more things went wrong. If you think you go back empty-handed, you are bound to be blamed. This artillery must be bought back anyway, so Gokai personally met with Chu's envoys to discuss. It took Gokai a lot of words to speak to Chushi. However, the cost is too great. It turned out to be 500 gold. I knew I should be the first to buy it. Gokai regretted it. Fortunately, he had done an errand, and Gokai happily moved towards Handan. When Shang Wen finished the drawing, it was already night. When Shang Wen asked the craftsman again about the result, he saw a scene of surprise. The hydraulic press has started to work. The pressed iron plate is reheated. I don't know when a cutting blade was installed on another hydraulic press made by a craftsman. This kind of blade is very simple, very rough, but with a well-made blade added to the top of the iron block. In this way, the heated iron plate can be cut calmly. Then, forge again. Create a rectangular iron sheet. Then put it into a circular groove. Circular cylinder. Start beating repeatedly. Soon, half of the barrel was built, and then it was done again. The barrel is basically formed. Then there is correction and polishing. Wait for processing. Such a technological process also bears the shadow of handwork. But this is a transition, compared with the method of pouring. This method can squeeze out the air bubbles in the barrel. The barrel's sink can be further improved. Moreover, as long as it is improved a little, it can basically be made by machine. Unexpectedly, these craftsmen have their own minds. The time of day began to make such a big adjustment. Shang Wen couldn't imagine it. It seems that I have to organize a research and development team. God of cooperation is indispensable on this road. To go far, a large team is indispensable. I am alone, although I have skills and knowledge. But it is inseparable from a processing team. They solve practical problems. How to make it, how to process, how to make the finished product. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Chen Die said while watching. Shang Wen was surprised by the creative ability of these craftsmen, and did not answer Chen Die's words. 122 Return of the Airship. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, Chen yelled to the surprised Shang Wen. Oh, you did a great job. Shang Wen was shaken up suddenly. Said casually, we are going to modify the machine next. The barrel made by this method has to be thickened in the place where she medicine is delivered. In other places, let's talk about it if we find a problem. Shang Wen pointed to the hydraulic presses and said, okay, that's right. Mr. Qin, we are casting some hydraulic cylinders. How about you come and see? Chen Die said. Well, you can figure it out by yourself. I have to see if there are any problems in other areas. You can read the drawings at will, and ask me if you don't understand. That's it. Just do it. Shang Wen turned and left. The barrel issue cannot be mass-produced yet. This will seriously hinder the promotion of weapons. Shang Wen must speed up the conversion of machine tools. Some drawings need further improvement. It is this problem that Shang Wen wants to solve. Wang Ben's firearms team has developed rapidly, and now it has 300 people, barely organized into 3 companies. The focus of the casting room of the arsenal is artillery. Almost 5 cannons were cast in one day. This speed is amazing. Therefore, Wang Ben's artillery team is similar to the gun team. 3 artillery in a row. There are almost 10 artillery in a row. 3 companies, 30 artillery. This kind of firepower is already very amazing. With the discovery of graphite, the transformed graphite drum can process powerful granular gunpowder. The course of the artillery rose abruptly to a new height, plus the use of streamlined shells. The Shicheng has reached as many as 3 miles. Although it is still a smoothbore gun, It is already very accomplished compared to Napoleon's time. Shang Wen paused to look at the artillery training. Some are not optimistic. No way. Artillery is a technical unit, which is trained through training and actual combat, as well as aiming. This involves mathematical knowledge. Thinking of mathematics, Shang Wen felt that he had better forget it. Explaining to them will definitely take a lot of talking. At that time, I don't know if everyone has learned it. The accuracy of the artillery strike is good. Is the speed of sending. This can't be calculated, but if you look at it visually, it's estimated to be 1 shot every minute. But Shang Wen thought, should this artillery be classified? When I first started designing, I was obviously lazy. The artillery is not classified. Cannons and howitzers, and some mortars used for siege. None of these drawings have been drawn. Important shells. At that time, it was just for the pure improvement of the progress, and did not think about these issues. Come to think of it, I should make some special shells myself. Otherwise, wait for the war to start. This is incredible. Thinking of this, Shang Wen quickly took out a pencil and a stack of paper. This was the earliest notebook. Shang Wen did it himself. Then record it and make cannonballs. Words such as artillery classification. Look, what is that? The soldiers began to call. At this time, Shang Wen looked up and saw. It turned out to be a hot airship. This big kin is written on the airship's painting. Don't know that guy is driving the airship. Without any weather data, I dare to open like this. Shang Wen couldn't help shook his head. At this time, Wang Ben didn't seem to see the kin character clearly. No wonder. The direction the airship flew was just in their direction. Quick cannon. Shoot it down for me, Wang Ben called out loudly. When Shang Wen heard this sentence, he let out a cold sweat. All above are my own people. I was bombarded. Besides, I don't seem to have invented a Heish gun. This guy is too forward conscious. The cannon was changed to a high gun. Stop it. Hurry up. Shang Wen yelled. Quickly stop. Wang Ben had already pulled out his sword and commanded him at this time. Hearing Shang Wen's loud shout, he quickly stopped his men from sending shi. The subordinates are ready to ignite. If it is later, it is estimated that the airship has opened another record. The first airship to be shot down. Shang Wen stopped sending shi when he saw it. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but immediately came to my heart. I feel very bad. If Wang Ben thought of it in a hurry, it is hard to guarantee that the 6 countries do not think so. If there is a need for reunification or strategic deterrence. The 6 nations also used this trick. Didn't the airship lose its effect? Shang Wen couldn't help but feel a little worried. But then Shang Wen shook his head again. The airship can be raised, but the cannon is still very heavy. As long as the airship's maneuverability is increased, the speed will increase. In this case, it is still impossible to shoot down. As long as the 6 countries maintain imported artillery, their technology will be strictly limited within their own control. It should not be a threat to the airship. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. Wang Ben shook Shang Wen vigorously. Oh, what's the matter? Shang Wen was a little bit too involved in thinking about questions. This thing belongs to Da Qin. Wang Ben seemed to see the big Qin character. Yeah, I made this thing in Guiyang. The king has sat and went to heaven. Shang Wen smiled and said, What? The king has been on it. The soldiers explained to Shang Wen, immediately began to discuss. That is, or you guys have a try to? Shang Wen invited. Can you? Wang Ben asked curiously. Definitely. In the future, Darkin will set up an air force to take charge of the sky. From now on, this sky will be our Darkin's. Shang Wen said happily. What? Dakin will take care of the sky in the future. Isn't that the gods in the sky will take care of it? The soldier fried the pot at this time. Mr. Qin, is this true? Wang Ben asked Shang Wen in a low voice. This is still false. Isn't there a flying one in the sky? Shang Wen pointed to the sky and said, No, I didn't mean that. Wang Ben waved his hand. I want to say that Air Force is better than Mengtan's cavalry. Wang Ben said cautiously. It's still developing, waiting for the aircraft to be built. As long as it's in the sky, no one can shoot it down, Shang Wen said. However, Shang Wen also noticed Wang Ben as if this guy wanted to fight the Air Force. And he seemed to be compared with Meng Tan either intentionally or unintentionally. This is also a good thing. Only with competition can we maintain constant vitality. Isn't the battle of the US military just about responsibility and competition? In this way, the vitality of Kim Jun continued to emerge. Only constant competition can maintain this vitality and can boldly use some innovative officers. These officers are likely to promote military changes time and time again. This is not something that technology can do once or twice. This is a good sign. Shang Wen smiled and looked at Wang Ben. 123 Reminder. It's not good. My lord is not good. A person who looked like Yang Guo's entourage ran to Uxin in a panic from outside the door. Why are you so flustered? Said leisurely while looking at the fish in the pond. My lord, the envoy of the state of Zhao Zhao bought a cannon from the state of Chu. I'm afraid, the attendant said anxiously. What did you say? Hearing the news, Uxin immediately turned around and grabbed the attendant's collar and said, Zhao Guo bought a cannon. The attendant repeated. Is it true? Uxin said with confirmation. It's true, the attendant said. Uxin let go of his attendants, and he thought deeply. The state of Zhou is likely to be disadvantageous to the state of Yan. And the power of the artillery is amazing. If used to siege a city, no city wall can withstand it. Although there is only one, but Zhao Ge who has tasted the sweetness is likely to buy it on a large scale. Although Qin is a tiger and wolf. But King Qin said those weapons can be bought and sold. Uxin couldn't help shook his head, then move around non-stop from side to side. King Qin's actions were really weird. But if Yan Kingdom were to be conquered by others, it would be all over. Uxin felt very anxious. No, I have to urge it. Come here, prepare a car, and go to the Prime Minister's mansion. Uxin said with a big wave of his hand. Fuck puppet. Soldiers of the Qin army threw Zheng Shi up from the airship. Soldiers with muskets also began to watch this big guy who could fly into the sky. It was very noisy all around, with the voices of soldiers everywhere. Wang Ben walked into Shang Wen and said loudly, Can I give it a try? What? I can't hear. Shang Wen replied loudly. Wang Ben pointed to himself. Try it. Pointing to his chest, said. Yes, I have to look at the situation of the airship. Shang Wen pointed to the airship and said. Mr. Qin. Tuff squeezed through the chaotic crowd and walked to Shang Wen. Oh, Tuff. Shang Wen roared loudly. The sound is not audible at all. These soldiers have never seen this thing. Interest in this airship is very high now. If it is not for the number limit, it is estimated that these people will fly to the sky. Shang Wen's throat really hurts, pulling the two of them away from the crowd. Oh, you can yell at me to death, Shang Wen said, touching his throat. Mr. Qin. Yingzhi walked out of the crowd. Oh. It's Miss Ying, Shang Wen said back. Mr. Qin, I have to try it. This thing can really fly to the sky. Wang Ben asked hurriedly. Yes, definitely. Didn't you see it? You have to take care of your subordinates. If this continues, I won't be able to destroy the airship, Shang Wen said. Yes, I'm going now. Wang Ben turned around and left. Why are you here? Shang Wen turned his head and asked. We are here by order. The king has already given an order. We are going to build an airship in Xianyang. We are here, Tuff said. We came by airship, Yingzhi said rushingly. What? Shang Wen said in surprise. From Guiyang to Xianyang, the distance is not far. Can the manufactured airship be able to fly long distances? No. The motivation is human. How can it be? We started flying from a place 30 miles away. This thing is too troublesome to move. We can't take it apart, Tuff explained. Oh, Shang Wen nodded and said. I said, how is it possible? The manufactured airship is so rough. How could it be possible to fly long distances? Without a stable power, it is impossible to drive such a big thing. Uxin came to Lisa's Prime Minister's mansion very anxiously. Had it not been for a guard outside the door, Uxin would have almost rushed. Zhao State has artillery. Yango has nothing left in this regard. Although I ordered more than 2,000 muskets, I still haven't seen any shadow of this thing. If Yango destroyed Zhao Go, what's the use of firing a gun? Uxin walked back and forth, very anxious in his heart. Li Si was busy with business, and after hearing the visit of the envoy of the state of Yan, he put down the pen in his hand and meditated for a while. Li Si also knew that Zhao Gao bought an artillery from Chu State. One cannon is probably not enough to change the deadlock on the battlefield. Moreover, that artillery still did tricks. There are not many shells. It is estimated that Yan Go was a little anxious when he heard about it. Li Si thought of this, just smiled slightly. It's okay if you're anxious. If you're anxious, Qin will benefit. Li Si said, "Come here. Prepare a car. Enter the palace." Li Si said loudly, "Here." The man on the side agreed. "Wait. Take a light car and walk through the back door." "Go." Li Si continued. "Here." The subordinate quit to arrange. "Elder Zai is here too." Shang Wen heard that Elder Zai also came here in the airship. Shang Wen exclaimed happily. "But there are too many people. I can't see it at all." Bang! A gunshot sounded. Wang Ben raised the gun in his hand and shouted loudly, "Stand up for me!" "Ah!" Ying Zhi shouted loudly. The soldiers began to become shocked from the gunfire, then began to line up. "Sir, what is this? Why is the voice so loud?" Taf asked in a low voice. "New weapons, muskets." Shang Wen replied in a low voice. Taf nodded. "This is all right." Wang Ben ran over happily and asked, "Well, I have to check it," Shang Wen said and ran to the airship. "When I got closer, I saw Zai Lao sitting in the pod and not coming out. His face turned pale. But slowly drinking water is recovering. It is probably because of fear of heights or something. Or the airship is too bumpy. Airsick. Shang Wen thinks one of them. "Come forward for a little comfort." Zai Lao waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem. Shang Wen didn't reluctantly anymore start looking at this airship. Shang Wen first noticed that there were two more vertical wings on the straight wing that came out horizontally. Shang Wen walked over and patted it with his hands. Very strong. Moreover, some rudder plates that can change the airflow are installed at the back. The direction is hooked with a hook and changed by a rope. This method is not good, and it looks very rough, but I can think of using a vertical wing method, which is pretty good. This is a big improvement. If you build airplanes in the future, this will be a great asset. This kind of wealth can't be stated clearly in 1 or 2 days. Shang Wen went to the power plant again. The original 4 propellers were changed to 2. However, the original 2 blades have been changed to 4 blades. The production is more jing. It can be seen that this is from the hands of famous artists, because the paint on it can't be used by ordinary things. There is also the Jing's combination device. The transmission system is driven by gears. The drives on both sides can be separated, and can be accelerated at the same time during acceleration. In this way, the 2 problems of steering and power supply are solved. It seems that they have asked things to do. They did a very beautiful job. Shang Wen looked around all this silently. 124 secrets. Zhao Gao. "Ask Mr. Qin to come immediately." King Qin said after hearing the news of Lisa's report. "Here." Zhao Gao nodded respectfully and agreed. "Wait. Feel free to call Wang Ben too." King Qin then ordered. "Here." Zhao Gao respectfully withdrew slowly. Shang Wen was constantly remembering something with his notebook. The question that Shang Wen considers is that the current potential of Fei Ying 1 has been basically tapped. The first is the limited load capacity, and that damn power unit. All of this is destined to be no longer upgraded. Redesign another kind of airship. Shang Wen began to sketch in his notebook the first draft of the design of the Flying Eagle 2. Shang Wen feels that the overall scale of Flying Eagle 2 must be further expanded. The length and width must be more than twice that of the original Flying Eagle 1. In order to provide strong power, a steam engine must be used. This is an indisputable fact. I tested the Flying Eagle 1 last time. Manpower can no longer fully resist the interference of strong winds. There is also the overall structure. Some parts are likely to require iron products. Iron is an iron pipe. The wing part needs to be reworked with wood. The method of hollowing out seems to be very backward. Must be machined. Manufacturing is light in weight. Strong wood. Shang Wen summarizes Xing's writing notes for improvement. At this time, Wang Ben couldn't wait to get on the airship. The airship slowly lifted off. The soldiers under him cheered. Shang Wen couldn't help but smile. This guy just loves to be pushy. There are many problems with airships. Shang Wen listed a lot of questions, but the most important question is that the airship must have a strong heart. The steam engine is the core power of the airship. This is already very prominent, and looking at all current devices, the Qin army still lacks effective means of transportation. Even the horsey-drawn carriages are only used by the army, and the large number of supple vehicles are all Qin's ox carts. Speed and load capacity are incomparable. Improve the steam engine to make it more compact and easy to install is the top priority. If you don't make changes, the arsenal needs a lot of iron and coal. Will severely bring down this country. Cheap and fast transportation. Shang Wen recorded it in his notebook. This is my first job at the moment, and the work of guns and artillery is left to others. What I provide is the drawing. Comment. For the rest of the processing, let the craftsmen figure out for themselves. Shang Wen firmly believes that Chinese people never lack innovation. What is lacking is opportunity. Is the platform. The airship is already flying in the sky. The soldiers ran back and forth with the airship like runaway wild horses. Shang Wen stopped recording. Looking at the scene in front of me, a soldier of the Qin army who has never conquered the sky, seeing his general can take off, suddenly aroused the victorious Jing God among the generals of the Qin army. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, Zhao Gao shouted breathlessly. Shang Wen turned his head when he heard the voice and looked at Zhao Gao, who was sweating profusely. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked calmly. The king. The king? Please discuss important matters. Where is General Wang? The king has also invited you, Zhao Gao said. That. Shang Wen pointed to the airship in the sky and said. Zhao Gao was somewhat surprised when he saw the airship. Then it was a little difficult to handle, because he didn't know how to call Wang Ben down. Forget it. He'll go first. Let him follow along later, Shang Wen said. Then, that's it, Zhao Gao said helplessly. Shang Wen followed Zhao Gao to the Qin palace. Seeing that King Qin and Li Si were discussing something. Farewell to the king, Shang Wen saluted. Get up. King Qin waved his hand and said, Zhao Gao bought a cannon from Chu State. Yan Go is very anxious now and needs to see the gun right away. Does Mr. Qin have any countermeasures? King Qin said straightforwardly. Shang Wen heard the news. So fast. My own production of firearms has just solved the production of barrels. Mass production is still impossible. The craftsmen worked very hard. More than 50 muskets are produced today. Basically it is the limit, if it is resolved in a short time. Impossible. It is really impossible. Shang Wen frowned. King Qin looked at Shang Wen. Li Si also watched, looking forward to Shang Wen's approach. My lord, the output of this musket is very limited. It is difficult to complete in such a short period of time, Shang Wen said as he took out his notebook. Opening the notebook, Shang Wen said like a treasurer, current production of muskets. With full power production, it can produce 50 muskets a day. There are more than 3 artillery, Shang Wen Zhao said in the notebook. King Qin and Li Si stared at Shang Wen's notebook curiously. Unless, Shang Wen said after seeing the current size data of the musketeers. Oh. What? King Qin said. Unless I hand over all the muskets of my Darkin musket team, Shang Wen said. Li Si gasped. The musket team that was finally formed, now handed over all the muskets equipped. Give it to the 6 nations. This is basically a collaborating with the enemy. King Qin was even more puzzled. This is too bold. The muskets currently equipped by my Darkin musket team, the caliber, the styles are not uniform. The training is very uncoordinated, Shang Wen explained. These muskets are basically waste products. I can replan the production of new standard muskets. Uniform caliber, length, bullets, etc. How to deal with the muskets in hand becomes a problem. Continued use will affect the soldiers' familiarity with the weapons. And there are many problems. It is better to treat them as all. Sell the weapon to Yango, Shang Wen said slowly. I was sorting my thoughts in my mind. This trick came to my mind suddenly. In addition, Darkin will send a team of more than a dozen people to help Yan army soldiers familiarize themselves with muskets. Observe secretly, summarize the application of muskets on the battlefield. Can the Prime Minister ask the envoys of the country of Yan, do they need artillery? If so, I can provide 30 artillery, Shang Wen said while looking at the notes in his hand. King Qin was even more surprised. What is this guy doing? Do you want to sell out Qin Jun's property? The king does not need to worry. The caliber of these artillery is very small. The 2-inch caliber is basically unable to meet the needs of combat. Moreover, these artillery has not experienced actual combat. The minister thought. And then the two sides of Yan and Zhao fought. Try one. Test the power of the artillery, then improve it, Shang Wen said. After listening to Shang Wen's explanation, King Qin thought it was okay. After all, these artillery pieces have not been tested. And I have to send a team to observe the effects of these artillery. There is basically no war now. Why not use this opportunity above that? 125 Great Qin Air Force. Great Qin Heavenly Army. In addition, the minister has one more thing to tell King Ming, Shang Wen said. Oh, what's the matter? King Qin hadn't recovered from Shang Wen's bold thoughts. Establish the Darkin Air Force, Shang Wen said loudly. This sentence, Shang Wen said very emboldened. This is the technical service, and this army must be born out of the army. At the time of its establishment, it should have its own special features, not the huge size of the army. Traditionally, the size of the army is huge. Moreover, as the war progressed, it is becoming more and more difficult to accomplish many difficult tasks. At this time, a new kind of service is needed. This kind of military. It is the Air Force. The Air Force should have the kind of adventurous, fearless Jing God, that kind of composure and calm in the air, and unique technical characteristics. In addition, the sensitivity to technology is no less than that of the Navy. Simply put, an innovation is needed. Boldly try all new things. Thinking of this, Shang Wen felt that the Air Force must come out from the beginning, rather than assisting the army. Although the current combat function may not yet exist, but as long as the technology does not stop, one day it will become a separate entity. Li Si heard Shang Wen's words and established the Air Force. What is this? Li Si was puzzled. Widows think it is better to call the Heavenly Army. After hearing Shang Wen's proposal, King Qin felt that the Heavenly Army meant more clearly. That is, the soldiers of Darkin are brave enough to conquer even the heavens. My lord, isn't this Heavenly Army too swagger? Shang Wen said. It has basically been used for a long time by the Navy, land and air forces. Suddenly changed by King Qin like this, Shang Wen felt a little awkward. Besides, why is it called the Air Force and not the Celestial Army? Shang Wen didn't check this meaning either. As for the reason, this one has to be fabricated. My lord, this Air Force is mainly aimed at the army. Shang Wen wanted to find a similar reason to change this alternative name. Mister, don't blame it. The widow still thinks it is better to become a heavenly army. This can also make my great Qin's heavenly army aspirations. King Qin said with emotion. Establish a heavenly army and conquer the sky. This is something that no one dared to think of. Therefore, this ambition cannot be small from the beginning. And be clear. Be brave. My king sees you well. Li Si echoed King Qin's opinion. Shang Wen can't help it. After all, this name is a bit awkward. My lord, a special general is needed to set up the Kong Heavenly Army. Related matters must also be carried out as soon as possible. After Shang Wen finished speaking, he felt that his burden had increased again. No one knows about this heavenly army. This is basically blank. Let me ask, in this era, there are many people who have dreams of heaven, but basically none of them truly go to heaven. Falling from a height is falling body motion. This, King Qin thought, touching his beard. It's better to discuss it with Mr. Wai Liao. Sir, leave it to you two to handle this matter. King Qin didn't have a good choice for a while, because almost all the young generals in his hands were sent out. Basically, those who are left are veterans in the military. The Celestial Army is a newly established army, and it must be vigorous from the beginning. Let an old man lead in the future. I'm afraid it's wrong. I will see the king at the end. At this time, Wang Ben arrived in time. Get up. King Qin waved and said, General Wang, why is it too late? King Qin asked. Finally, I will try Mr. Qin's airship. Wang Ben said truthfully. Oh, how do you feel? King Qin asked. It feels very good. Wang Ben replied simply. To form a heavenly army, you need a good general. But Wang Ben is now in charge of training guns and artillery. Moreover, next, King Qin has decided to send Wang Ben to Yan country to observe the use of the musket. If you serve as some generals in the heavens, I'm afraid not yet. King Qin cares about it. Well, very good. King Qin said simply. What's the situation with the musketeers? Qin Wang asked. Back to the king. The musketeers have basically been drained. The same is true for the artillery. Wang Ben said. Oh, so fast? King Qin said in surprise. Yes, this musket is different from other weapons. It takes a long time for other weapons to master the assassination skills. It is also very troublesome to arrange the formation. But this musket can be very simple. Finally, Mr. Qin will be used. The method of preparation. It is very effective. It is easy to master. As long as the musketeer memorizes a few steps firmly, he can continue to strike. Wang Ben replied. Hearing what Wang Ben said, King Qin made it easier to send Wang Ben to the country of Yan. Well, very good. King Qin applauded. Wang Ben was very happy. The first few days, Zhao Go bought a gun from Chu State. Yan Go was very worried. For this reason, he sent someone to urge the gun. The widow decided to sell the gun in the hands of the gun team to Yan Go. In addition, before King Qin finished speaking, Wang Ben said anxiously, My lord, this. Hey, I'll finish listening to the widows. The muskets in the musket team have different calibers, and they are all originally manufactured muskets. There are inevitably some flaws. Mr. Qin also said that my Darkin arsenal will redesign a Darkin musket. Equipping my Qin gun team, and those artillery. For these artillery, originally useless, now selling to Yan Go, it can be regarded as a great function. King Qin said. In addition, the widow has to choose a general and go to Yan country to observe and record the efficacy and deficiencies of this musket. King Qin said slowly. Wang Ben heard that he would choose a general to lead Yan. Although you don't need to fight when you get there, you can train Yan's soldiers to fight. Moreover, Wang Ben felt very excited to be able to fight Zhao Jun. Wang Ben had long wanted to play with Li Mu, who was of the same fame as his father, even if he could get to know him. Thought of this, Wang Ben wanted to get this position. I will be willing to go to the country of Yan at the end, Wang Ben pleaded. King Qin smiled slightly. Wang Ben is really willing to take on such important tasks. Well, the widow has this intention. So Wang Ben successfully became a special observer and trainer sent by Qin to Yan. Shang Wen thought so in his heart. This errand is actually very difficult. Because others are fighting, you just watch. Can't just watch it casually. To see some names, objectively evaluate and analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the two confrontational behaviors. And we must also speak out about the improvement of Xing. The three withdrew from the Qin palace. Li Si naturally went to inform the drama Xin of the news. Take the opportunity to blackmail some. Shang Wen is going to Wei Liu's place to discuss the selection of the generals of the Heavenly Army. Wang Ben was very happy and excited. When Shang Wen saw Wang Ben's appearance, he wanted to remind a few words, especially the comparison of the advantages of the two sides. But Shang Wen thought it was better not to talk about it. 126. The Flying Princess. Wang Ben hurried back to prepare to go. Shang Wen was about to go to Wei Liu's mansion to discuss the situation of the Heavenly Army, so he was very separated. Shang Wen walked leisurely and took out his notebook. Shang Wen recorded some problems as he walked, mainly those of the Heavenly Army. The general is selected, but the front is blank. No one has tried it before, so the difficulty will be very great. Because of a large unknown area, this requires great courage and great responsibility to take on this important task. Shang Wen thought about the famous figures in the history of the Qin army, thinking that there were not a few who could serve him. Shang Wen couldn't help shook his head. What do you think about these questions? It is better to draw up a training outline for the time being. Think about how to train and how to establish ground support. There is also the redesign of the airport, the airship, and the test flight. Especially the steam engine is still very large and bulky, which is not conducive to the use of the airship where space is very precious. The improvement work of the steam engine will soon be in front of us. Shang Wen drew heavily on his notebook. Oh, our dear Qin Keqing is really busy. The voice that Shang Wen didn't want to hear appeared in his ears. See the princess. Shang Wen had to give a salute before speaking. This time, I heard that the airship has arrived in Xianyang. Can I fly this time? Ying Yu said. This. Shang Wen wanted to refuse, because the airship had a high risk factor. Now there is no equipment that can guarantee and improve these safety factors, especially for air crews. Thinking of this, Shang Wen felt it was better to refuse. What? This? That's it. Father can do. Why can't this palace? Even Zhao Gao can go. Why can't this palace? Yin said a lot of reasons at all. Reason. Shang Wen had a headache listening. Don't care. My palace will go now. After speaking, Yin turned and left. Shang Wen also wanted to persuade him. But there are still some things to do on my own side. Forget it. Let him go. Shang Wen thought of this and turned and headed towards Wei Liu's mansion. However, Shang Wen vaguely felt that something was wrong. Where is it? Shang Wen didn't know. I always feel that something is wrong. Yin lost his temper. Because he invested $1,000 somehow. In the end, I didn't even see the shadow of the gun. Thought of this. I felt that this guest should be reorganized. So he sent his own people to watch near the arsenal at night. Take the opportunity to retaliate. But did not wait for the opportunity. But got a good news. The airship came to Xianyang, able to ascend to heaven. And the subordinates saw someone come down from above with their own eyes. Some people boarded Fishan, heard the news. Yinya's bad luck was wiped out. Immediately rectify the people and ran to the arsenal to try the feeling of flying. Came to the arsenal. Yingyu just watched a huge guy fall on the ground. This is the airship. I don't know how such a big thing can fly to the sky. Ever since, Yinu, who was carrying a lot of people, squeezed past. No matter what you want to fly into the sky. None of these people dare to control. After landing, the airship soared to the sky again. All previous ground inspection work was done by Shang Wen himself. This time Shang Wen was going to discuss the establishment of the Celestial Army, and there was no inspection. Tuf served as a pilot. 4 people boarded the airship at once. There are 5 people in total. It's basically overloaded. Tuf, who was in charge of the flight, thought it was wonderful. But it was not easy to defy the princess order, so I had to bite the bullet and forced to fly. Mr. Wei Liao, what do you think? After Shang Wen came to Wei Liu's mansion, he conveyed the intention of King Qin to establish a heavenly army to Wei Liao. After Wei Liao heard this, she frowned. Since ancient times, the army has been divided into 3 armies. Now on the basis of the 3 armies, 1 more army is added, and it is the Heavenly Army. What Wei Liao admired was King Qin's pioneering work. This courage is not comparable to anyone else. The worry is that this Heavenly Army has no record to follow since ancient times, and I don't know. How does the Heavenly Army do it? Mr. Qin, the establishment of this Celestial Army is really difficult. First of all, this Celestial Army has not existed since ancient times. Now there is an extra army at once. It is somewhat difficult. How the Celestial Army fights. What is the combat style? I can't imagine it. There is also the organization of personnel. To be honest, Mr. Qin's company platoon system has given me a headache. The current system of the Qin army is almost completely compatible with Mr. The system is not enough. The main reason is that after the enemy is killed, effective rewards are not available. This will inevitably affect the enthusiasm of the soldiers. In addition, although there is no problem with the command, how to judge the promotion has become a big problem. The same is true for the Heavenly Army. How does the Heavenly Army fight and how to reward military merits? Please tell me about these, sir. Wei Liao asked a sharp question. the chain reaction of other systems brought about by the change of combat style. This must be resolved early. Shang Wen did not think of this problem. The use of muskets and artillery just kills people faster. But how to calculate how many you kill has become a big problem. Shang Wen had a headache. Fly higher, higher. Yin sat in the pod and kept waving to the people underneath. No one has ever seen the underground from above. This feeling is very good. The feeling of flying into the sky is very good. Yin couldn't help but think of it. Fly higher, Yin ordered. Tuf had no choice but to follow suit. Tuf didn't even know what the current altitude was. Previously, Shang Wen visually inspected it. Shang Wen also taught some of the reference objects to choose. But he didn't pull her away at all. The airship continues to stand tall. The altitude has far exceeded the altitude of any previous flight. The risk factor is getting higher and higher. Yin feels very good. He has never felt like flying to the sky. But now he did it all at once. This excitement has completely ignored the safety of the airship. It is also the first time for his staff to ride in an airship, and it was also the first time to lift off. Yina feels that she is in love with this game now. This airship must be manufactured in large quantities by the father. I will have one at that time. Then drove the airship. Fly freely. The sky is his own. Shang Wen came up with his own summary and listed a lot of precautions, but the overall plan was not done at all. Shang Wen could only explain why these items were listed and explained to Wai Liao one by one. Let Wai Liao have a preliminary understanding of this newly born service. Shang Wen still doesn't know how to fight. All I know is the large-scale carpet bombing of the later Air Force, which has swooped down, dropped bombs, and so on. But at present all this can be barely achieved only by large-scale bombing. 127 The Forest. Although there is only an airship as a kind of aircraft, in the future, there will be a faster aircraft. It is faster, and with the development of weapons, the types of weapons carried by the aircraft can be selected. The first is rockets. A rocket launcher can be mounted under the two wings of the airship. Launching a rocket from the sky will make their rocket more powerful. Shang Wen said and gestured with his hands. In addition, it is artillery. As long as the airship has sufficient load capacity, the artillery can be used. The weight of the artillery can also be adjusted accordingly. Moreover, it is more lethal if it occurs from the sky. This lethality can directly pass the enemy. The dense formation directly kills the enemy commander. In this way, an enemy army that loses its command will have no combat effectiveness at all. Shang Wen said. Wai Liao nodded. Sir, it's not okay. Zheng Shi ran in a panic. Princess fly airship. Zheng Shi said breathlessly. Shang Wen listened. He ignored Zheng Shi's words and rushed out of the house. The situation that Shang Wen vaguely felt uncomfortable in his heart seemed to refer to this matter. It must be the savage princess, who doesn't care about the danger of flying at all, made some dangerous moves. If there is an accident, it is yourself who will be held accountable. This guy is too capable of making troubles. If I knew it, I should follow and stop this guy. Shang Wen kept complaining in his heart, and his feet kept accelerating. Quick, arsenal, quickly. Shang Wen roared a little angry. Here, the coachman whips. The carriage ran out of the city quickly. The airship at this time has risen to a very high altitude. People on this high ground, underground, cannot judge. The people above have no thoughts at all to judge. I just think it's almost as high as the clouds. Many soldiers think so. This height is even higher than the height reached by the airship before. It is a pity that there is no accurate measuring instrument. Come on. I have a try. Yina grabbed the pull ring into Fei's hand as he said. Constant heating. Hey, it's fun. The princess looked at the flames happily. Pew-oo, pew-oo. The flame kept bursting out. Tuf ignored all this. Start to check the fuel condition. The fuel is placed in a large bronze cylinder. The sealing effect is very good. Tuf finally opened the lid and took a look. All of a sudden, a cold sweat broke out. The fuel bottomed out. It's not good. Tuf called out all of a sudden. Princess, it's not good. The fuel is running out. We have to land as soon as possible. As he said, Toph grabbed the pull ring. What? It's used up. I haven't played enough for that. He said he was going to grab the pull ring. Princess, please sit down. The airship must land immediately, otherwise, it will fall, Toph said anxiously. What? The princess didn't know what was going on. Oh, we must go back to the ground right now. Otherwise, we will all fall to death, Toph roared anxiously. Now the princess finally realized the seriousness of the problem. It was the first time that Toph encountered such a problem. The body is already drenched. The hands were shaking a little. Toph began to control heating in an orderly manner. Shang Wen hurried to the arsenal and saw the old high airship flying in the distance. I felt a big chill in my heart. My deed, fly so high. Shang Wen hurriedly jumped out of the car and looked at the flying old high airship. Shang Wen didn't know what to do, and now he could only expect the airship to fall slowly. Why is this princess so uneasy? Shang Wen kept complaining in his heart. There is no radio now, let alone a tower. There is no way to command the airship flying in the air. And the situation on the airship, you don't even know what's going on. Shang Wen looked anxiously at everything in front of him. There is simply no way to solve this problem. This guy is just testing the flight, Shang Wen said angrily. The airship began to fall slowly. The altitude has begun to decrease, but it is still high. There is no way. It rises very high at first. Toph has tried his best to control the heating. Moreover, the degree of heating gradually decreases and decreases over time. Toph already felt a little. The fuel is almost used up. The flame is getting smaller and smaller. The falling speed has a tendency to accelerate. That is because the heating gas is becoming less and less. Shang Wen, who was watching on the ground, felt something was wrong. Suddenly grabbed the telescope of a school lieutenant and looked up. Oh, my goodness. Shang Wen saw the heating flame getting smaller and smaller. The falling speed also tends to increase. But the people on the ground can't notify the people above. Shang Wen has no choice at all. I am not on it. Shang Wen broke out in a cold sweat. It is estimated that there is no fuel. Shang Wen calmed down a bit. Make judgments. This must be the case. Otherwise the flames will not be reduced to that extent. If the airship cannot be effectively controlled, then it will have to make a forced landing. Just kidding, how to make an emergency landing? Shang Wen looked around. Suddenly, Shang Wen saw a forest in the distance. Yes, it is there. Shang Wen took a binoculars and looked at it. Quickly, shout to the airship. Let them make an emergency landing in the woods. Shang Wen roared loudly. It is estimated that the huge airbags could save their lives in an emergency landing in the woods. Shang Wen thought so. The woods landed. The woods. Forced landing. All of a sudden, everyone was shouting. The voices were loud and small. It was noisy to death. Shang Wen felt that it was no different from the market. How can the people above hear? Stop, stop, stop. Shang Wen called 3 consecutive stops. The sound did not stop. There is no way, the sound is too noisy. Shang Wen has no choice. Grabbed a musket. It's a shot when you go up to the sky. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Everyone was quiet. Everyone shouted together. The woods made an emergency landing. Shang Wen commanded. 1, 2, 3. Shang Wen waved his hand. Forced landing in the woods. The crowd shouted loudly. Come again. Shang Wen shouted again. Forced landing in the woods. The crowd shouted again. The airship has dropped a great height. Heating is no longer possible, because there is no fuel at all. The princess also began to panic. Listen. Toph pricked his ears and heard it carefully. The woods landed. The voice was a little fuzzy, but the meaning was still clear. Toph immediately looked around, found a forest in the distance. Toph suddenly understood. Quick! Kick fast! Come on! Toph commanded all of a sudden. The princess also suddenly became aware and hurriedly stepped forward to help. The 4 women began to pedal desperately. The propeller began to spin quickly. 128 best candidates. The airship began to fly slowly in the direction of the woods. Looking at the airbag, Shang Wen probably estimated it in his mind. Probably barely able to fly to the edge of the woods. This may be the biggest sign. Stop, stop. Shang Wen shouted vigorously. The crowd stopped and shouted. Call the doctor. Go, Shang Wen roared loudly. Everyone stayed still around. They don't understand what a doctor is. Maybe it's the same as a military doctor. The soldiers think so. It's called a doctor. Shang Wen realized that the vocabulary he used was a bit strange. Had to change. Everyone understood at once. Find a doctor quickly. Prepare the carriage, Shang Wen commanded. Let's go over. Shang Wen issued an order. Hurry up. Work harder. Tuf kept urging. The airbag has begun to deform. There is still a distance from the woods. People on the ground can already see clearly. The distance has dropped a lot. The four women tried their best to drive the propellers to spin at high speed. Tuf constantly changed the rudder, adjust the direction of landing. Hurry up, hurry up. Tuf kept whispering. The airship is still some distance away. Shang Wen predicted the airship's flight trajectory in his mind. It's over. It's still a little too far away. The airbag can only slow down the landing speed. It's over. It's over. Shang Wen gave up a bit. I don't know how to do it. I knew it. When you design yourself, you should take safety as the design prerequisite. A cold wind blows. Ache. Shang Wen was in cold sweat, and when the wind blew him, he sneezed. Damn the wind, Shang Wen cursed. Wait. Shang Wen suddenly realized something. Wind. It's the wind. Shang Wen moistened his finger with his mouth and put it in the air to judge the direction of the wind. Ha 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 ha. Shang Wen burst into laughter suddenly. Everyone looked at Shang Wen a little puzzled. It's saved. It's saved. The direction of the wind is the same as the direction of the airship's emergency landing, Shang Wen said happily. Quick! Prepare quickly. Shang Wen shouted loudly. Tuf was a little desperate. Suddenly felt that the airship had a force to push forward. Driven by this force, the airship that was not expected to land in the woods happened to land on the edge of the woods. The huge scratch caused the airship to stop. The airbag becomes the best decelerating device for friction with tree branches. Reluctantly, it can only be regarded as a reluctant landing. Quickly save people, Shang Wen shouted loudly. Then jumped out of the carriage. Quickly walked towards the position of the pod. Many people followed Shang Wen quickly. Be careful, Shang Wen exhorted again and again. Finally, he took the airbag away with his hands and feet. And Shang Wen felt bad when he first saw the situation in the pod. A woman, judging by her clothes, should be under the princess. Her head hit the rudder heavily, her head bleeding. It is estimated that it is not far from death. Shang Wen looked at him with a trembling hand. Look at the princess again. Okay. The man who hit the rudder covered the princess' head with his lower abdomen. If this is not the case, the huge habituation will smash people's heads. Look at the other people again, stumbling. Several people were unconscious. Be careful. Don't move. Call the doctor, quickly. Everyone finally knew what the doctor was referring to. The doctor quickly emerged from the crowd. Check it quickly. If the injury is not serious, treat it immediately, Shang Wenfling said. The doctor was too late to pay the courtesy. Check it directly with the princess first. Take a look. There are signs of a fracture in the left leg, nothing else. Hurry up and carry the princess away. The doctor ordered. Shang Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the situation of the others is not optimistic. Sure enough, 2 died on the spot. All of them were under the influence of huge habituation. They didn't protect their heads, and one of them smashed their heads. One of the woman who hit the rudder broke her cervical spine. Shang Wen got out of the car to check the other 2 people in person. They were both unconscious and unsure of the situation. Shang Wen felt that it was almost a concussion. Seen from the coma, it may be heavier. I hope that the brain will not be injured. If there is intracranial hemorrhage, under such medical and health conditions, the death sentence is basically sentenced. The injured were carried away. Shang Wen looked at the person being carried away, feeling a little guilty in his heart. If all this is done well, a standardized system, do security checks, even if there is an accident, design a seat belt. And after a series of specialized training, it is estimated that it should be avoided. Shang Wen watched the injured person being carried away. Looking at the 2 dead women, they are still young. Shang Wen's mouth moved. A pair of big hands lightly patted Shang Wen's shoulder. Shang Wen looked back and found that it was King Qin. Sir, Don't blame yourself, Qin Wang said. Shang Wen was about to salute. Forget it. King Qin waved his hand. Boom. Shang Wen fell to his knees. Chen, guilty. Shang Wen said, Mister, get up quickly. King Qin helped Shang Wen up. It's inevitable that this kind of thing will happen. Mister, don't blame yourself. King Qin helped Shang Wen up. Shang Wen was lifted up unconsciously. It's all because of the little girl. Please don't blame yourself, sir. King Qin asked again. Come on, Mr. Help, go down and rest. Qin Wang decreed. Here, the two attendants responded. The arrival of King Qin came from Wei Liu's announcement. When it's time. It just happened to see Shang Wen commanding the airship to make an emergency landing. Wei Liu wanted to intervene, but it was stopped by King Qin. Even the Lian Bao has been omitted. King Qin calmly watched Shang Wen deal with everything. Wei Liu felt a little anxious, but seeing Shang Wen's composure, he also felt a little emboldened. Gradually, Shang Wen was regarded as the best candidate. King Qin knew what had happened from others, and when he came, he had already seen the airship flying high. Knowing that half of these things are due to his daughter Enxing. When such a thing happened, King Qin had no intention to say anything. Li Si is talking with Uxin very happily. Uxin has agreed and is willing to pay another 10,000 gold to purchase 30 artillery pieces at the price of 300 gold each, with a large number of shells attached. He was very happy when he heard that King Qin had decided to provide the musket equipped with Qin Jun's own muskets to Yan State. He quickly pleased Li Si, saying that Li Si was the hero of the country of Yan. The words are very pleased. Li Si is also useful. Both are very happy all the time. Uxin is waiting to be sent away. A servant came quietly to Li Si's side and told Li Si what he had found. Li Si was taken aback. After calming down, Li Si felt that this was a good opportunity to repay the old and the new hatred. King Qin loved this woman most. If something happens to the princess, then 129 Safety Design. Shang Wen returned to his room, unable to calm the anxiety in his heart. The maid who smashed her head, and the one that broke his neck. When Shang Wen thinks about it, he feels that he murdered them. These things can be avoided. Safe, safe. Shang Wen walked back and forth uncomfortably. Mr. Qin Wang Ben walked in. Seeing Shang Wen walking back and forth, feeling down. Sir, are you okay? Wang Ben asked comfortingly. It's okay. Shang Wen refused uncomfortably. I'm here to bid farewell to my sir. Wang Ben said. Oh, I know. So fast, Shang Wen said with shaking hands. Well, leave in the afternoon. Together with the envoy of the state of Yan. Drive from the north. Wang Ben said. Oh, I see. Take care. Shang Wen's mind is not on this at all. Then I will leave first. Wang Ben said with a fist. Be careful. Musketeers are not ordinary weapons. Don't ... Be careful. Shang Wen didn't know what to say. With everything that just happened, Shang Wen started to realize the importance of Tao safety again. Farewell. Wang Ben turned and left. Shang Wen watched Wang Ben go away, his heart becoming more and more disturbed. Shang Wen always felt that he should have a look. What happened? Shang Wen decided to go and see Tuf. It was best to see if there were any sequelae. Came to Tufei's room. Shang Wen saw that Tuf was awake. Meet Qin. Tuf hadn't finished yet. Shang Wen waved his hand to stop it. Lie down. How do you feel? Shang Wen asked hurriedly. It's okay. Look, sir, isn't this good? Tuf said with a smile. Oh, then I'll check it. Shang Wen said, stood up and checked Tufei's face. Mainly ears, nostrils, etc. Received a violent impact, especially the head. The most fearful thing is congestion. If the congestion cannot be eliminated in time, life will be in danger. Shang Wen inspected these parts. Sir, Tuf felt a little pain. How is it? Shang Wen has carefully checked all the conditions and found no blood stains. Nothing. Just a little dizzy. Tuf preached honestly. Oh, that's good. That's good. Shang Wen was a little relieved. It's just a concussion. It's okay. Take a good rest these days, and I will look back at you. As he said, Shang Wen got up and left. Tuf wanted to get up, but was forced by Shang Wen. The place Shang Wen was going to was Qin Palace, and asked the princess about the situation of another maid. Came to Qin Palace, Shang Wen explained the reason to King Qin. King Qin asked the imperial physician Ling and Shang Wen to go with him. The princess has not yet awakened. The other maid's situation is more serious. The imperial doctor Ling found blood in his hair. It seems that the situation is not good. Shang Wen explained the reason with the imperial physician Ling. For the princess' safety needs, the imperial physician Ling carefully pondered it. Shang Wen also said goodbye. Hope the situation is better, Shang Wen said secretly in his heart. This accident is too big. Two died on the spot. There is another serious injury, and the princess hasn't woken up yet. To phase injuries do not know how. Shang Wen returned to his room worriedly. Shang Wen did not eat, did not go to rest. Accidents are all accidents that happened today in my mind. It happened too suddenly. Some things can be avoided completely. Some people don't need to die. Shang Wen felt a little uneasy and felt a little guilty for the deceased. Shang Wen stood up and rubbed his face severely with his hands. Open the paper. What Shang Wen needs to do is to improve the airship. Safety becomes the most important part. What Shang Wen needs to do is to lose the buoyancy in the airbag. The airship can still last for a period of time and can maintain a stable landing for a period of time. The first is the seat belt. During the emergency landing, the impact was huge. It is unbearable by the human body. Even the simplest seat belt buckle is used. There is no guarantee that the body will not be hit. Improvement of seat belts. It is best to change it into a seat belt in the modern sense. All materials are leather, in order to prevent excessive force. The leather couldn't withstand the pulling force, and Shang Wen decided to use a combination of two or more materials, cowhide and linen. The linen should be stitched repeatedly. Shang Wen noted the situation on the paper. Then, there is the safety seat. The safety seat has taken the same blow as a modern seat. When receiving a strong impact, the buckle can hold the body because of the force of leaning forward. As for the airbag, I'm afraid this is difficult to do. Now there is rubber, only the position of the seat can be adjusted. The front of the seat is preferably open. Do not hit other places. Causes secondary damage. This accident was basically caused by secondary injuries. Shang Wen couldn't help thinking of the tragic situation of the two dead. Shang Wen shook his pencil hand involuntarily. Yingji came in carrying the food, not willing to say anything. She knows. When thinking about problems, the Sir is the most taboo for being disturbed by others. Even King Qin is like this. Yingji looked at the thinking Shang Wen, feeling a little unbearable, but still closed the door quietly. After solving the seat, the next step is the redesign of the airship. Shang Wen sketched out the preliminary drawings of Fei Ying 1. The design of Flying Eagle 1 is constantly being explored. It is a combination of airships and hot air balloons. It depends on buoyancy. The flight pod under the airship is equipped with a pair of straight wings, and there are two vertical wings at the end of the straight wings, used to control the direction. Two sets of propellers provide the necessary thrust. These designs are relatively mature. The problem is in the case of loss of buoyancy. What should the people on the airship do? How to escape? Shang Wen thought of parachuting. This is the first reaction. This is because most combat aircraft can only adopt this method after losing their aircraft. Shang Wen didn't know why Fei Ying 1 lost its buoyancy, but what must be solved now is the means of escape. Parachuting requires retraining. All pilots must learn to skydive. Umbrellas are easy to say and can be copied directly. The question is how to train. Shang Wen was a little melancholy. Paratrooper training must first overcome the challenge of shoes. Falling from a height, the feet bear the weight of the body. Therefore, there must be a pair of good paratrooper boots. Rubber is rubber again. Shang Wen reluctantly abandoned the rubber material. Darken hasn't expanded in the south now, and this kind of resource simply doesn't exist. There are very few options. In the case of the leather sole, there is no rubber with carbon fiber added to it. Moreover, the flexibility is not as good as rubber. What paratroopers need is a good pair of boots. A pair of good boots that can withstand the impact of body weight. Wood. Shang Wen can only choose this kind of material. This is the mainstream material currently used in all shoe soles. but it is not wearable. Toughness is not the best. 130 mutation. If you use wood as the sole, it will not wear at all. The solution is to nail an iron block to the sole like a horseshoe. In this way, the wear of the sole can be slowed down, but the effect of buffering when landing is not obvious. It even hurt the feet of soldiers, and unable to continue fighting. Consider this. Shang Wen was lost in thought. Judging from all the materials I know so far, it seems that none of the materials can do that much. Shang Wen really has no way to solve the problem of material defects. Had to write some notes on the design drawings. This is what happened. The paratrooper's parachute gear is mainly composed of canopy, guide umbrella, parachute rope, strap system, parachute opening parts and umbrella bag. These are drawn in detail in Shang Wen, referring to the UST-10 parachute gear. Moreover, at the end, Shang Wen also marked the spotlight on the spot where he must be 100% guaranteed to be able to open the parachute. At this point, it's because Shang Wen really doesn't want to see the same thing happen again. 2 people died for no reason. Shang Wen felt a little worried when he thought of this matter. Shang Wen sighed and sat on the ground. Calm down your mind. This thing can be avoided. He is simply a murderer. Shang Wen took a sip of water. Take a deep breath. Putting into work again. Only when these hidden dangers are eliminated, Shang Wen himself feels a little better. Shang Wen marked the use of silk on the umbrella, mainly for safety reasons, although some materials are consuming. But the safety of soldiers is paramount. This point will become an important consideration for Shang Wen in the future. Human life is as big as the sky. The parachute is designed. Shang Wen began to plan how to improve the safety of the aircraft. The biggest hidden danger of airships is fire. Their Zeppelin in history was almost accompanied by fire. But hot airships use heated air like hot air balloons, instead of using hydrogen. This can ensure that there is no fire, but take precautions before they happen. Shang Wen decided to equip the airship with sandbags, fire-extinguishing materials such as water. As for the fire extinguisher, some chemicals are also needed. Speaking of chemistry, Shang Wen feels that within the next few days, sulfuric acid and other substances must be produced. These are all necessary for explosives. The top priority now is to make up for all the mistakes. Yingzhi walked into the house again carrying food. And it was already dawn. Yingzhi saw the food on the case table and didn't move at all. Mr. Qin looked through the drawings with straight A's, and marked something on the drawings from time to time. There are drawings all over the bed. Yingzhi looked at him and wanted to persuade Mr. Qin to take a break. But he couldn't bear to disturb Mr. Qin's thoughts. Just ran out crying. Shang Wen had no idea about this at all. He needs to solve some things. Only in this way can one's inner self-blame be better. The safety of the airship must be improved. Shang Wen can't think of a good way. You can only list some ground handling systems and things that need to be checked. Because there is no radio, the establishment of the tower is still optional, but it is better to establish it early. After all, it can control the takeoff and landing of the airship as a whole, lay a foundation for the emergence of aircraft in the future. Speaking of airplanes, Shang Wen suddenly thought of something. Turn out the drawings after Flying Eagle. Shang Wen took a closer look. Suddenly, I felt that the pod under the airship, plus the straight wing, already had a model of a modern airplane. But there seems to be something wrong with motivation. This must be resolved after the emergence of new engines. But the appearance, just change it. It's the appearance of a piston airplane, glider. Shang Wen mumbled. Shang Wen finally thought of a good idea. That is before the airship airbag loses its buoyancy. The airbag can be unlocked. As long as the pod is involved in the appearance of a glider, in that case, it can safely land on the glider. In this way, security can be greatly improved. Soldiers can escape without parachuting. After all, the safety of parachuting cannot be guaranteed, especially when it comes to altitude. The height of the airship must be high in the future. The Great Qin Heavenly Army will go out to fight sooner or later, adding another fire to the War of the Six Nations. It will continue to become a lift-off operation. The cost of mobilizing the army is much greater than the cost of the Sky Army. Thus, the strategic bombing effect of the Space Army has been outstanding. After the 6 countries are hit again, it is impossible to have no response. A large number of air defense weapons will definitely be developed. In fact, the same is true. As long as the muzzle of the cannon is raised, an airship that can fly more than 200 steps can definitely be hit, as long as there are enough cannons on the ground. In addition, grenade and grenade ammunition will be developed in the future. If it were hit by a single shot, the airship's protection would be very low. What the airship can do is to fly higher. Parachuting at high altitude. Shang Wen really can't imagine how much the umbrella can withstand. The only thing that can be done is to rely on gliders. Thought of this, Shang Wen began to sketch the glider. The structure of the drawing was very simple, and then the airbag of the airship, as long as the two are combined. But power plant. The heating device is installed there. If installed on a glider, obviously it was an act of seeking death. Gliders are weighty. Think of the day of the Normandy landing in World War II. It is because of the goodwill actions of some people. A thick steel plate was welded, and the glider was too heavy and out of balance, so it was planted on the ground. There are too many such examples. If a steam engine is used, there is also a heating device. The combined weight of these things is not small. If installed on a glider, once off the airbag, the glider will also lose its balance. Planted headlong, to do so is undoubtedly tantamount to suicide. Shang Wen somewhat vetoed his own views. Can only be separated. The heating device and the steam engine can only be separated from the beginning. Shang Wen drew a big circle on the airbag and glider. Some notes are marked. These fragmentary structures must be well thought out. Tuf woke up early in the morning. Because of the injury, some people can take care of him. Yingzhi brought breakfast to the patient after sending breakfast to Shang Wen. Breakfast is quite hearty. There is lamb stew, very rich. Tuf saw the food brought by Yingzhi, and he couldn't wait to eat it for a while. Yingzhi set a table. Just put the food. Tuf grabbed the leg of lamb in one hand, picked up a piece of bread and ate it. Really, it's delicious. Tuf, who was chewing the food, said vaguely while eating, did not eat a few bites. Tuf threw away the food in his hands, holding his head in pain with both hands. It hurts. It hurts. He spit out the food in his mouth. Tuf shouted, rolling. Yingzhi, who was suddenly frightened by this scene, was at a loss. What's going on here? 131 Cannon Storm. Shang Wen is thinking about how to combine the airship and glider. The door was suddenly knocked open. Shang Wen frowned. Shang Wen's most annoying thing is to disrupt his thoughts when thinking about problems. Not good. Too. Yingzhi said breathlessly. Shang Wen was just right to blame, but he heard the word "to," suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be? Shang Wen seemed to be struck by lightning. Impossible. Impossible. Shang Wen kept talking, and then suddenly ran out of the house. Came to Tufei's house. Tuf rolled around. It hurts. It hurts to death. Shang Wen's last hope was shattered. This was the result of the impact, and Shang Wen's hands trembled a little. His face turned pale. Maybe it's congestion and nerves, or some kind of blood vessel finally ruptured. I am not a brain doctor, but judging from the symptoms, it must be one of them. Shang Wen rushed forward, hugged Tuf, but Tuf, who was already painful and unconscious of control, was still struggling. There is no way. There is no anesthetic, no surgical equipment, so I can only watch. Tuf was still struggling desperately. The facial expressions are extremely scary. But what can be done? Shang Wen blamed himself deeply in his heart. It's quiet now. The fiercely struggling Tuf accelerated the blood flow. It was finally quiet. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of the ear. Shang Wen touched it lightly with his hand. Blood. Shang Wen said softly. The doctor who rushed to saw Tuf, who was already dead. There is nothing that can be done. Bleeding in the ears means that the head has been hit hard. People can live up to now, It's already God's help. Shang Wen stood up blankly, slowly walked out of the house. I hurt them myself. They are innocent. Shang Wen raised his hands. There is still a little blood on one hand. Suddenly it went dark in front of me. Shang Wen doesn't know anything anymore. Everyone turned around and saw Shang Wen, who had fainted on the ground, and immediately stepped forward to help. All in a hurry for a while. The sky also began to sink. The autumn rain season is approaching. Wang Ben led his 50-member observation group, escorting nearly 400 muskets and 10 artillery pieces, and hurried to the north from Xianyang, then bypassing the clouds of Zhao State, Daijun and 2 counties, then enter the country of Yan. Uxin publicly sent a letter to Guguan to enter the country of Yan according to the normal path. This is to avoid people's eyes and ears, and to better hide the news of the guns and artillery. At the most critical moment, he gave Li Mu a fierce blow. Uxin sat in the car very happily. He firmly believes this powerful musket artillery must tear the hard bones Zhao Jun. What kind of road is this? Why is it so smooth? Wang Ben rode on the newly built highway. Broad roads, smooth road. The horses can't help but feel comfortable stepping on it. Wang Ben got off his horse and stepped on it vigorously with his foot. It's so comfortable. It's even more like a mat. Wang Ben jumped with his feet. General, this is the road Mr. Qin built. A school lieutenant replied. Really? Mr. Qin is really an expert. This is much more stable than Chai Dao. There is no dust yet. Good, good. Wang Ben happily stepped on it twice. The people under his men couldn't help but dismounted and dried. Some feel that there is nothing wrong with lying down. Okay, brothers, get on the horse. We still have big business to do. Wang Ben waved his hand. Here, the dismounted man began to mount again. The rectification is complete. Drive. A group of people quickly marched along the highway. Shang Wen's face was abnormally white, and there was no trace of blood. The doctor thought it was cold, but his face was really scary. A physician is a member of the military. Those who are specially treated are all stab wounds. This wind gold can also be cured, but this situation is now. It's really tricky. The doctor is a little worried. The people around are even more anxious. The craftsmen huddled together. There was a pouring rain outside. It's very annoying. Yingzhe was also at a loss. If it is a high fever, it's okay to say. But Mr. is trembling all over his body. The hands are cold. There was no blood on his face. With Yingzhe, I can't even think about it. Thinking of there, Yingzhe couldn't help crying. Everyone bowed their heads. There is simply no way. Gokai happily returned to Handan, the country of Zhao. The first thing to do when entering the city is to come to the Zhao palace with artillery to demonstrate. The king, Gokai exclaimed happily. Wang Zhao, who was being attacked by Li Mu without an army, said angrily, What's the matter? Old official, bring a big thing from Qin State. Gokai said happily. Oh, Zhao Wang greeted him slowly. Qin country came. Zhao Wang said a little unhappy. Qin State repeatedly attacked Zhao State. As the king of a country, how could King Zhao endure it? The hatred of Qin State was deeply pained in my heart. Your Majesty, this thing is very powerful. If it is used to attack Yandu, it must be the country of Yan. The old and cunning Gokai had already figured out a countermeasure. It is now the Yan-Zhao war between the two countries. King Zhao is determined to annex the kingdom of Yan. Gokai seized this clue. Follow the vine. Follow Wang Zhou's temper naturally. Oh, where are you? Take a look. Zhao Wang's attitude changed 180 degrees. My lord, please here. Gokai respectfully guided Wang Zhao. Came to the place where the artillery was parked. Gokai respectfully pointed to the artillery and said, My lord, this is the artillery. The minister said. Oh. Zhao Wang stepped forward and touched it with his hand. Turning back and forth looking at the artillery. Your Majesty, wait for the minister to demonstrate to the king. He gave 2 Chu army soldiers wearing Zhao Jun costume a glance. Gokai didn't even have the mind to learn how to fire a gun. Instead, he borrowed 2 people directly from the Chu state envoy. The 2 no. King Zhao stepped back. The 2 set up the shells one by one as Professor Qin Jun had done. I have taken the torch and are ready to send she at any time. Dare to ask the Lord, Where do you fire a gun? The two asked with fists. This. Gokai was a little embarrassed. This thing is powerful. Just hitting it out can destroy everything. Besides, this is still Zhao Palace. Gokai looked at Zhao Wang helplessly. Just fight there. Zhao Wang casually pointed to a palace in front of him. Wang Zhao had long wanted to demolish and rebuild, so it just fits my own mind. Will follow. Here, the two took orders. Wait. Gokai called out in time. My lord, the sound of this artillery is loud. Please govern my ears, my lord. Gokai said pleadingly. Okay. The waitress on the side stepped forward and gently covered the king's ears. Shoot, Gokai ordered. The two just clasped fists. There is no rhetoric. Zhao Oren is really upset. Boom. There was a loud noise. The spherical shells roared towards the palace. 132 conflict. King Zhao was helped into the palace. The imperial doctor hurriedly treated. Fortunately, there is no serious problem. However, King Zhao refused to give up and dragged the maid who was covering her ears to death with a stick. Gokai Zhao Wang's anger has not disappeared. The minister is here. Gokai agreed carefully. This artillery is so sharp. Why is there only one? Zhao Wang asked reproachfully. My lord, this Qin state only sold 3. The other 2 were bought by Qi and Chu. Gokai quickly explained. Oh, that's how it is. Zhao Wang nodded and said. Then you will be the special envoy of the state of Zhao. Go to the state of Qin to buy artillery. The more the number, the better. Wang Zhao said with a wave of his hand. The widow will give you 5,000 gold first. You are solely responsible for this matter. Gokai only gave 5,000 gold when he heard it, only then bought a few artillery pieces. My lord, the price of this artillery is extremely expensive. The artillery requires 500 gold. Gokai said embarrassedly. What? 500 gold. Zhao Wang called out in surprise. Gokai intends to take the rebate. It's a good thing if you haven't reported 1,000 gold. Well, the widow will give you 20,000 gold. Zhao Wang said impatiently. Also, leave that artillery to Li Mu. Let him attack the city quickly. Zhao Wang directly addressed Li Mu like this. It vented because of dissatisfaction with Li Mu. It is very taboo for the king to call his courtier this way. Here, Gokai withdrew slowly. The Qin army cavalry camp near the Great Wall of Yan State in the north. Wang Jian handed Meng Tan a memorial to the restoration of King Qin. After Meng Tan watched it quickly, it was returned to Wang Jian. General, the king means. Meng Tan said with a fist. The king ordered me to wait for the withdrawal of troops to prepare for the winter rest. Only a few people will be left to garrison. Wang Jian said slowly. But Li Mu. Meng Tan thought Wang Jian didn't know, so he reminded him. I understand. If we don't withdraw, will Li Mu attack the city? Also, a large number of people will be deployed to defend us. We take the initiative to attack. We can't take much advantage. Wang Jian said slowly. I will understand at the end. Meng Tan said with a fist. The army is about to go out. General Meng, first send away all the prisoners of war. Then the army will prepare to withdraw. At the end, I will arrange it. Meng Tan clasped his fists to leave. Lima's side is constantly mobilizing people. It is simply impossible to rely on hundreds of thousands of mobs to win the tightly defensive Yandu. Li Mu had no choice but to draw some sharp points from the main roads that defended the Qin army's eastward advance. In addition, strengthen the training of the 100,000 mobs. This can be handled by Sima Shang. Li Mu walked to the sand table, staring at the small Qin flag on the edge of the Great Wall of Yan State. This threatening Qin army, Li Mu did not at all. Li Mu even thought of a sneak attack. Before attacking Yandu, the Qin army was completely defeated. But after thinking about it, he gave up. The risk taken is simply too great. First of all, if he provokes Qin will definitely attack Zhao with all his strength. He is attacking Yango, enemy in the abdomen. It's really hard to resist. Moreover, whether the sneak attack can succeed is still unknown. Li Mu quickly gave up this plan. Only 50,000 horses can be taken to defend on the road that the Qin army can pass. Report. A detective horse quickly entered the big tent. Li Mu stopped thinking. Visit Malay report. A Zhao Jun soldier saluted and presented the military report with both hands. Li Mu took the military newspaper and waved to the soldiers to go down. Li Mu quickly opened the military newspaper. I was taken aback at a glance, then watched it carefully again. The Qin army showed signs of withdrawing. This is impossible. Li Mu wondered what Wang Jian had done. If you retreat in this way, wouldn't it be ignored? Is it a false retreat? Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. When Yan and Zhao both lost and wounded, they took the opportunity to fight out. Thought of this, Li Mu feels that this approach is somewhat. Come here, Li Mu shouted loudly. The final will be. A school lieutenant stood in. Immediately send additional personnel. Fully investigate the movements of the Qin army. Li Mu ordered. Here, Xiaoi agreed. Yan Han kept sending more people to the wall. Zhao Jun's movements have always been weird. And he also faced an opponent who could defeat Qin Jun. Yan Han dared not take it lightly. Always maintain a ready posture. King Yan disagrees, thinking that he has a strong wall. I heard that Zhao Jun came from a rabble, without fighting power. Moreover, it adds up to more than 100,000. There are as many as 100,000 defending the city, plus Minfu and so on. A few have 200,000. In such a battle, could his own city be broken by Li Mu? Joke. With this idea, King Yan left the defense to Yan Han. He is in the Yanwang Palace, embracing countless beautiful women to enjoy. Shangwen's condition worries everyone. It's cold for a while and hot for a while. I can't even feed the food. Yingzhe was anxiously going round and round. Although the doctor prescribed a prescription for typhoid fever, he couldn't drink it at all. For a while, everyone felt bad. Yingzhe takes care all night long. Thicken the quilt when it is cold, and put a cold towel on the forehead when it is hot. But these have no effect at all. Water and rice will not enter. People will be boiled to death sooner or later. Thought of this. Yingzhe always wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry. She is afraid. I'm afraid to give it to. Woke up. The princess woke up. A waitress stared at the princess' eyes tightly and saw the princess, who slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly exclaimed. The princess was in a coma for 2 days. Finally regained consciousness. The imperial physician listened to what Shang Wen said and used acupuncture to relieve congestion. However, it is not necessary at all. At the moment of the impact, the people around her had long protected her in the middle position. After the impact, the waitress slowed down the huge impact force with her body. The princess only suffered a slight concussion. The other waitress was still in a coma. The waitresses quickly reported the news to King Qin. Qin Wangxing and Li Si are discussing matters concerning the army's winter. I heard such a good news. Still very happy. Li Si wanted to take the opportunity to get into trouble. But seeing the current situation is not good for King Qin, so congratulate King Qin in a timely manner. King Qin was naturally happy. The Prime Minister retreat first. The widows go and have a look. King Qin said happily. The minister retires, he said respectfully and gave a salute, then exit slowly. King Qin strode out of the palace. Zhao Guo also followed behind somewhat happily. How's the situation? It's fine, right? King Qin asked some questions continuously. The imperial physician hurriedly replied. The princess is okay. The imperial physician Ling replied calmly. This is good. This is good. King Qin said happily. 133 Imitation. Yeah, how do you feel? King Qin sat beside Yinu, asked quietly. Father, the child is a little dizzy. Yinu said coquettishly. Oh, see, you are messing around. If you feel dizzy, rest more. As he said, King Qin raised the quilt. Yin was also dizzy. He also closed his eyes and went to rest. King Qin watched Yin rest. Just quit quietly, walking in the corridors of the palace. King Qin suddenly remembered that Shang Wen might still be worried about this. Just shouted, Zhao Gao. My lord, What is your order? Zhao Gao respectfully agreed. Go and tell Mr. Qin. The princess is fine. Forget it. Let the widow go. The widow will see what new things Mr. Qin has had recently. King Qin felt very happy when he learned that his daughter was fine. Happy, small. Let's prepare the car. Zhao Gao stepped down respectfully as he said. King Qin's carts and horses soon came to the arsenal in Bipo. King Qin got out of the car calmly. Farewell to the king. The craftsman who had been waiting bowed down. All get up. King Qin waved happily. King Qin looked around and found no trace of Shang Wen. Where did Mr. Qin go? King Qin asked. Meng Zhu was the direct person in charge of the arsenal and heard the question of King Qin. I don't feel a little worried in my heart. Look around other people. Others couldn't bear to answer. Speak. It was impolite for Zhao Gao to see these people not answering for a long time. He stepped forward and urged, Prince King, Mr. Qin. Meng Zhu really didn't dare to say it. What's wrong with Mr. Qin? King Qin hurriedly asked when hearing something unusual. Mr. Qin he fell ill. A craftsman replied crying. What? King Qin called out loudly. Zhao Gao, go and call the emperor's doctor. Qin Wang shouted, quickly, lead the way. The widows have to go and see for themselves. King Qin has hurried into the arsenal. The craftsman did not dare to neglect. Get up quickly and lead the way. Zhao Gao immediately sent an order for the imperial doctor to go. Yingzhe has been up for a day and 2 nights. Did not sleep at all. Looking at Shang Wen with red eyes. Hope Shang Wen can wake up. King Qin walked in quickly. Yingzhe's eyes were dull, and he didn't even notice when King Qin walked in. King Qin saw Shang Wen without blood at a glance. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. King Qin stepped forward immediately, grabbing Shang Wen's cold hand. Without a trace of heat, his face was pale and scary. Why didn't you get medical treatment? King Qin saw Shang Wen like this, can't help but feel annoyed. Darkin has such a record. It is all supported by Mr. Qin's firearms. Now once he passed away, King Qin didn't dare to think about the consequences. My lord, Mr. Qin can't drink the medicine without water and rice. The doctor stepped forward and replied, what? King Qin looked at Shang Wen with a pale face in surprise. What kind of strange disease is this? King Qin asked. The wind chill. It's just coming too fast. The doctor said helplessly. Wind cold. Wind cold. Qin Wang Nian said, quickly, sent someone to remind you. Call the entire imperial doctor of the hospital to the widow. The widow must cure Mr. Qin's disease. Come on. King Qin urged loudly. Here. The guards beside him agreed immediately and turned to leave. Gokai received 20,000 gold from the palace warehouse. Gokai was somewhat reluctant to do such an errand. The price Kingo offered was already sky high. How can a gun be so expensive? Gokai thought of it unhappily. Since the state of Qin can make it, why can't the state of Zhao make it? Gokai said to himself. Perhaps Gokai was too afraid of using the money. His head suddenly thought of this idea. Correct. Make it yourself. Come here. Hurry up and find some craftsmen for me. See if you can make such a cannon. Gokai quickly turned around and ordered the servants around him. Gokai thought of such an idea and hurried back to the palace of Zhao King, and reported the idea to King Zhao. King Qin kicked an imperial doctor away. King Qin scolded very anxiously. Trash, trash. King Qin turned around with trepidation in his heart. All the people stood trembling and did not dare to move. The imperial physician orders. Can Mr. Qin's disease be cured? King Qin asked loudly. My lord, Mr. Qin's disease can be cured, but this medicine cannot be taken. The disease cannot be cured. The minister can only temporarily release the blood in the body and reduce the severity of the disease, but it cannot be cured. The minister is guilty. The imperial Dr. Ling said in a hurry. Hurry up and help. King Qin said impatiently. Leave the rest. King Qin ordered. Here. Everyone retired. King Qin was a little depressed. Exiting the house, Think about Diakin, and only Mr. Kin can change many things. Now, King Kin couldn't help shaking his head. Mr. Kin may be more wicked than good, King Kin said to himself. Zhao Gao also listened helplessly to what King Kin said. Zhao Gao. King Kin's voice was a little hoarse. Master, the old slave is here. Zhao Gao heard King Kin's voice a little strange. Step forward quickly. Can Mr. Kin's illness be cured? King Kin said casually, speaking out what King Kin said. When King Kin saw Shang Wen's first glance, he was frightened by his pale face. His daughter's good mood was immediately buried by Shang Wen's condition. The king, Zhao Gao, didn't know how to answer this question either. Hey! King Kin walked away boredly. News of Shang Wen's illness soon came. The sentry who had been staring around the arsenal quickly passed the news to Li Si. After hearing this, Li Si felt that such a person was a bit pity. I haven't taken any action today, so I'm already sick. It's a pity, it's a pity, Li Si said with some regret. The night passed. Shang Wen's illness has not occurred. King Qin could only temporarily regain his mood and deal with some political affairs. Gokai told Wang Zhao about the idea of imitation. Zhao Wang heard that he could save himself money. He gave Gokai another 20,000 gold, a large number of weapons that imitated the Qin state. In order to be able to imitate more of Qin's weapons, Gokai. Then he ordered Zai Zuo to inquire about Qin state. Gokai happily thought of his wishful thinking. As long as the imitation is successful this time, it is a great achievement. Gokai couldn't help but smiled. This Qin kingdom is really stupid. Don't you know that the 6 kingdoms can imitate it? Thought of this, Gokai thought of another idea. If everyone has such a good weapon, wouldn't it be the original Sevi Nation Malay situation? Gokai is still a bit wild. The state of Zhao also wants to be unified. If everyone has artisans, isn't it messy? Come here, Gokai called out loudly. Come here. Gokai waved his hand to let the servant come over. Gokai murmured in his ears for a while before letting him go. 134 Unbalanced. My lord, my lord. A servant hurried in. What's the matter? Gokai roared, a little displeased. My lord, those craftsmen are gone. The subordinate immediately reported. What? Gokai roared loudly. All the craftsmen are gone. The servant reported truthfully. How could it be all gone? Gokai believed that such a thing really happened. How dare you deceive adults? It's true that they are all gone. The servant said affirmatively. Oh. Gokai began to doubt at this time. One hand touched the beard and began to think. Those craftsmen usually come right away as long as they give a few coins. Why is it gone? Gokai began to wonder if it was the ghost of Qin. Quickly, go to a few other countries and see how many craftsmen have all got it back for me, whether you spend money or grab it. In short, I want to live. Gokai suddenly wanted to understand one thing. Give the order quickly. Here. The servant quickly got up and left. Gokai hurried into the palace, reported the incident to King Zhao, and requested that the craftsmen in the palace be used to forge artillery. Si Wang Shang, Feng Ji held a memorial and bowed down. Oh, right. King Qin put down the pen in his hand. What's the matter? King Qin asked. My lord, the minister has already collected the main craftsmen of the 6 countries. This is the list of craftsmen. Please go to the king to check it out. Feng Ji presented the list. Oh. King Qin took over the list and quickly flipped through it. See a list of various craftsmen. King Qin was a little emotional. Once upon a time, I despised these craftsmen. But since Mr. Qin came to Darkin, King Qin also began to admire these craftsmen who relied on their hands for food. Now think of Mr. Qin's condition. King Qin couldn't help sighing. Oh. King Qin weakly placed the memorial on the case table. Why is the king sighing? Feng Ji asked concerned. Mr. Qin's condition. There are many ills and bad luck. I'm afraid it's already. King Qin said in a melancholy voice. So that's it. Feng Ji answered. Mr. Qin is indeed a rare talent. So it is really a pity that it is also a great loss to Diakin. Feng Ji began to regret such a talent. It's true. Since Mr. Qin joined Diakin, My dear Kin's combat power has suddenly increased. Many novel things have appeared one after another. Now, King Qin really didn't want to go on. King Qin knew Shang Wen's condition very well. I was also very anxious. But what can I do? King Qin glanced at the list of cases. That's right. There are no Artsivi people in these 6 countries. King Qin picked up the memorial and said. Feng Qi immediately understood what King Qin said. The minister has done something wrong, so the minister will do it. Feng Qi said. Wait. Since there are craftsmen in the 6 nations, there are also capable officials, famous generals on the battlefield. These talents are all dug up by the widows. The widows must listen to Mr. Qin, establish the Polytechnic College, the Military Academy, and the Management College. We want to gather all talents from the 6 nations to Qin. King Qin said excitedly. Here. The minister will do it now. Feng Qi immediately withdrew and began to handle the matter. After Feng Qi quit, King Qin said to himself, if the Sir is not dead, the widow must listen to what the Sir said. Oh, what a pity, what a pity. Ying Yu, who was about to ask for peace, hid quietly and heard all the conversations between King Qin and Feng Yueyang. Yin only realized at this time that this skilled craftsman is now at stake. Yin was a little dizzy, but even more headache. With many thoughts in her mind, Yin turned and left and returned to her palace. She didn't know what to do. Yin, who has always been lively, felt the terrible death for the first time. From the servants beside him, Yin knew the situation for the first time. How Qin Shangwin ordered him to fall from a height of several hundred feet to rescue himself, thinking about finding a chance to thank him, but now, he fell ill and went to bed again. I'm afraid it's already. Thought of this, Yin began to regret it a bit. I regret that I shouldn't have been so reckless. If you can listen, maybe there won't be such a thing. But what to do now? Yin didn't know what to do. She will kill and save others. She didn't know how to do it at all. Yin lay sleeplessly in bed thinking about the problem. Meng Tan's army began a large-scale withdrawal. The first to evacuate is the huge team of prisoners of war. In this sweep of the Hu people tribe, the number of Hu people, whether men, women, old or young, was as high as 1 million. Only more than this number were killed in the middle, and there were hordes of cattle, sheep and horses behind the army. Already a lot of leather. These substances are all to be transported back to Guiyang. There, the Qin army will build a camp for the winter. This huge team began to march toward the west in a mighty force. The team is too big. In order to prevent the Huron from taking the opportunity to riot, the Qin people cut down a large number of logs and tied the Huron to their logs, or cut off one of the arms. In short, everything must be the premise of preventing riots. In order to cope with unexpected situations, Wang Jian specially sent 20,000 more horses to Meng Tan to prevent any accidents. Zhao Jun, who had increased the number of horses, was several miles away. You can see the dust of the army's operations. The dust of the army's operation made Zhao Jun's horse to be detected again. Qin Jun, who is highly circumspect, has long discovered Zhao Jun's actions, and Qin Jun's scout and Zhao Jun's horse detection have already begun to draw their swords and face each other. Zhao Jun lost to the enemy and began to evacuate quickly. However, the news of the large-scale withdrawal of the Qin army will be passed on to Lima's hands soon. Li Mu took the bloody battle report board from the seriously injured Zhao Jun horse. The bloodstains that had turned brown obscured the black words. Hurry up and heal the injury. Li Mu ordered immediately. The injured detective horse was helped down. Li Mu looked at the vague wooden board. The situation written above, quite amazing. The Qin army retreated on a large scale, and the number was as high as 1 million. Li Mu saw the news, very surprised. Qin Jun's actions are unpredictable. If the Qin army's withdrawal is true, then he can let it go. But why did Qin Jun do this? With several fights against Qin Jun, knowing the strength of this army, the combat power is not weak. And there are many capable commanders, for example, Wang Jian and Meng Tan, who are currently commanding. These people's strategic vision should not be very bad. Why give up such an excellent opportunity to beat themselves? Li Mu decided to wait and see. Let's see what Qin Jun is doing. But one thing is very clear. It is Qin Jun, Yan Jun, Zhao Jun. The balance between the balance of checks and balances, because of the withdrawal of the Qin army, has already begun to tilt subtly. 135 Before the war, the Qin army had not been idle at all during the entire fighting season. The Qin army, who had intercepted a large number of spoils, gave full play to this advantage. The Huns have always been rebellious. To the southerners, it is Huaxia people, particularly do not cut a look. For this kind of arrogant nation, the Huns will pay a heavy price. From summer to autumn, the road construction troops of the Qin army were not idle at all. Nearly 300,000 Huns will build the highway from Guiyang to Xianyang. Due to mountainous terrain, the construction period has been delayed repeatedly. Qin Jun was even more aggressive about this. A large number of Huns were exhausted by excessive labor. Even if they were dying, the last stone must also be carried, otherwise it will be death. For this reason, the Huns began a large-scale resistance. Qin Jun was dismissive of this, and anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Of the 300,000 Huns who built roads, they have not yet reached Xianyang, and only 50,000 people have been killed. The team that kept going out to sweep the Huns dry became more and more difficult to catch the Huns. They all fled to the other side of the desert. Qin Jun was helpless against the desert. It is simply impossible to obtain prisoners of war in large quantities. But now the problem is solved. The advantage of war is that byproducts continue to be produced. As early as when the Mengtian tribe began to sweep the Hu tribe and the first batch of prisoners of war appeared, the Qin army had already begun to fully tap the potential of these prisoners of war. Repair roads, large-scale road construction. Because it is at the foot of Mount Yin, the project is even bigger. Need more manpower. This group of Huron is destined to build roads to death. They are not building a way to survive. It's a dead end. Wang Ben followed a highway. I quickly crossed the Yellow River in the north, and after crossing the Yellow River, I passed the highway on the side of Yin Mountain. Along the way, the speed of the carriage was maximized. In 6 countries, the envoys sent to Qin from various countries finally returned to their home countries. The envoys couldn't wait to show off the new gadgets purchased from Qin. In the country of Chu, the king of Chu and the minister of civil and military affairs watched the power of the artillery together. I don't know if it was Chu state's bad luck, or he didn't pay attention to this kind of weapon. Think that soldiers are worthy of bravery, rather than the sharpness of weapons. So from top to bottom, they treat this sloppily. Even the 2 soldiers who ran away. When studying in Qin, the 2 of them were not interested in artillery. Cow is very unfamiliar. I didn't even remember how much gunpowder was fired. The tragedy was staged. The 2 confused soldiers couldn't remember how much gunpowder was fired. But remember that the soldiers of the Qin army said that they could fire more, play more, then play more. The 2 of them actually used 3 times or 4 times the amount of gunpowder. Install the projectile. Ignition. Boom. There was a loud voice. Send the 2 to heaven. The barrel burst completely. The upper bodies of the 2 were bombed without a trace. The lower body was still standing in place. King Chu and his beloved concubine came to see them with the thought of having fun. I didn't expect to see such a bloody side. King Chu, who had never been in battle, suddenly paled and collapsed to the ground in shock. The same is true for the concubine next to her. The Minister of Civil and Military Affairs was so dizzy by this sudden situation that he was at a loss for what to do. Chaos up and down. Fortunately, King Chu woke up after being in a coma for a long time. The first thing he woke up was to kill the envoy who was envoy to the state of Qin. Xianyang couldn't get rid of the relationship at first, because he was also one of the generals in Qin, but he didn't know enough about artillery, and he strongly opposed it from the beginning. Therefore, it has not been severely hit. Ever since, the artillery passed by in Chu State, Qi State, Lindsay East Campus. Qi Wang is as absurd as Chu Wang. It was forced by the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs to watch the artillery demonstration. The Qi army is more serious than the Chu army soldiers. The proficiency of the soldiers' artillery is no less than that of the soldiers of the Qin army. Boom! A shell was sent directly, roaring and flying to the distance. The earth wall set up in advance. Half of the earth wall collapsed in one shot. Moreover, the distance is far beyond the reach of the trebuchet. This time Minister Wu started around one after another. King Qi was amused with his beloved concubine, but was frightened to death by the sudden loud noise. What's the sound? It's louder than thunder. Qi Wang was frightened and at a loss for a while. The result of the minister's discussion is that such weapons should be purchased in large quantities. Even if it costs a lot of money, it's okay. So they played and asked for purchase. King Qi didn't even know what the minister was talking about. Whether it is good or bad, all are allowed. The ministers were relieved and shouted, "My king is wise." In this way, the Qi state has stayed in an extremely absurd way. Gokai discussed the artillery issue with Zhao Wang again. King Zhao only cared about the results, especially the results from the country of Yan, regardless of the others. But at the end it was emphasized, Gokai wants to acquire a large number of artillery in a short time. After ordering, he left quickly. Time flies. When Uxin was still some distance away from Yandu, Wang Ben had already entered Yandu with the convenience of the Qin State Expressway. Because of the customs clearance of Uxin and Yanguo's Prince Dan, everything went smoothly. King Yan looked down on Qin's weapons. The main distress is gold. Hearing that the purchase of these weapons cost a lot, King Yan was very angry. So Missing decided to give Dramaxin a good look. Yan Han had no choice but to arrange it personally. But Wang Ben treated it positively. Because this was the first time that muskets and artillery participated in the war, Wang Ben was extremely concerned about these two weapons. I also believe in these two weapons. A team of 700 people was selected from Yan Han's guards. 400 musket team, 300 artillery. Start training overnight. The progress of the musket is fast. This weapon is inherently easier to train than swords and bows. The 400 musketeers started from Kao as a musketeer and transferred to training in the queue. Artillery is more difficult. The speed of progress is not very fast. The soldiers of the Qin army can only teach over and over again. Lima's big dent. Lim, you carefully read the report sent today. Qin's retreat is true. Meng Tan has arrived at Yinshan Mountain. Wang Jian's army also left the camp station and won the Great Wall of Yan State. The number of Qin army garrisoned was only a mere 5,000. 5,000 people can no longer pose a huge threat to Lima's flanks. Lima's mind suddenly relaxed. King Zhao has issued 12 orders to urge troops. Li Mu had no choice but to attack the city. Come here, Li Mu shouted loudly. The end is here. Sima Shang strode in. According to the order, Ming Yanshai lighted a fire to make rice. The whole army in Moshi was full, and the whole army in Shanshai attacked Yandu with all its strength. Here, Sima Shang replied, clasping his fists, then turned and left. After Sima Shang retired, Li Mu turned and carefully studied the current situation. Qin Jun had already withdrawn, and the battle was completely under his control. 136 Awakening. The early morning mist has not cleared yet. The soldiers of the Yan army who had stayed the whole night were a little slack. It's been a long time. Zhao Jun guarded outside Yandu city, neither attacking nor retreating. Seeing it's late autumn, I don't know what Zhao Jun thinks. 2 Yanjun soldiers beat hash. Get ready to go downtown to eat some food and get a good night's sleep. There is a situation. There is a situation. A soldier of the Yan army who looked like a recruit shouted. What are you shouting? A Yan army captain kicked the Yan army soldier fiercely. No, squadron, listen, the recruit said firmly. Oh, let me listen. The captain pricked his ears and listened carefully. It's nothing, said the head of the army. Is your kid guilty of conscience? The corporal leader said angrily. SHHH. Unveteran held out his finger. No, it seems to be. Question mark. The good veteran seemed to have heard this voice, but I can't remember it. All of a sudden, swish, a burst of bow and crossbow hit. Don't kill the 3 of them, Release. Release. Zhao Jun soldiers began to use the siege stone thrower smashed to the capital of Yan country fiercely. Quick! A Lieutenant Zhao Jun began to command a large number of swordsmen and axe to rush down Yandu city. Zhao Jun pressed against the capital of Yan state in order to cooperate with this siege. But Zhao Jun has lost his money. Before dawn in the morning, Zhao Jun quietly left the camp. Under the cover of the morning mist, it was quietly arranged. The siege phalanx quietly approached the position of 100 steps from the Yandu city wall. The stone thrower, the siege crossbow, at the expense of accidentally hurting Zhao Jun himself, intensively sent her open the gap for Zhao Jun's siege phalanx at the first time. Then, taking advantage of the short-term chaos of the Yan army, began a large-scale ascent. This is the siege plan that Li Mu personally formulated after observing the defense of the Yan army for a long time. Li Mu found that the opponent's guard Yan Han was heavily guarded, especially at night. The defense during the day is never slack. If you choose to siege at night and siege during the day, the chance of breaking through the capital of Yan state is not great. His own strength is almost equal to that of Yandu's defense. There is no advantage at all. On the contrary, it is the convenience of the Yan army to occupy the defending city. After a long period of careful observation, it was found that Yan Jun's defense was relatively weak when the night defense and day defense soldiers were handed over, and the awareness of protection is very thin. The soldiers of the Yan army who had been on guard for the night were exhausted. The Yan army soldiers who took over during the day were paralyzed again in a short time. This gave Li Mu the opportunity. So, in the early morning, Li Mu quietly launched a siege operation. A huge killing surface formed in a short time. Surprise attack. Powerful assault force. Yan Jun was caught off guard. Soon the walls were covered with Zhao Jun soldiers. The Yan Jun, who had worked hard to defend, was driven off the city wall before he made a defensive posture. Zhao Jun successfully raided the east city wall defended by the Yan army. Kill to the city gate. A lieutenant of Zhao Jun shouted loudly, waving the sharp sword in his hand. Kill. Zhao Jun began to rush towards the doorway below the city. Bump. A group of Zhao Jun soldiers slammed into the gate of Yandu city with a bumping wood. 1, 2. Bump. An veteran Zhao Jun commanded a group of soldiers to push the door awkwardly into the east gate of the capital of Yan state. Hold it up. Hold it up. The Yan Jun soldiers defending the city gate exhausted all their strength and stubbornly withstood the city gate. A huge impact knocked the Yan Jun soldiers on the city gate to the ground. Kill. Zhao Jun, who was killed off the city wall, rushed towards the city gate frantically. The Yan army defending under the city had not formed a formation yet, and was suddenly killed by the sudden Zhao Jun. The soldiers of Zhao Jun are extremely fierce, and the soldiers of Yan Jun are not enemies at all. The Yan army soldiers with spears and halberds have not yet reacted. Their Zhao Jun soldier who rushed in front of him had already waved the sharp blade in his hand and severely chopped off the head of the Yan Jun soldier. Long-handled weapons such as spears and halberds originally had the advantage of length, but they did not form any formation. The soldiers were panicked and disorderly, and they couldn't form a lethality at all. Instead, the sharp blade in the hands of Zhao Jun, who rushed in front of him, became a sharp weapon to take the lives of Yan army soldiers. The spear and halberd deal with the enemy who rushes through the doorway. The advantage of length is obvious in the doorway. But now, the soldiers of the Yan army didn't dare to wave at all, and they couldn't wave them either. They were all standing next to them. And the space for individuals to wield is very limited. For a time, Yan Jun became Zhao Jun's target, and Zhao Jun was hacked everywhere. It's not good. The big thing is not good. A Yan army quickly ran to Yan Han. Yan Han heard a loud noise, and was leading a large group of soldiers to the east city to help. General, Zhao Jun has already taken the east city. Yan Jun soldiers shouted anxiously. What? Yan Han couldn't imagine that Zhao Jun attacked the city so quickly. brothers. Retake the East City with me. Kill it. Yan Han drew out his saber and rushed towards the East City. Kill. A group of Yan army soldiers quickly followed Yan Han. Boom. There was a loud noise. Zhao Jun finally broke through the city gate. Bumping the wood quickly retreated. A row of shield players quickly followed, and the archers behind quickly fired arrows from the gap between the shields. The soldiers of the Yan army who did not defend the city gate grabbed the spear and halberd in their hands to rush out, hoping to regain the broken city gate, but before they rushed to Zhao Jun, they were killed by a shower of arrows. The gate of the east city of Yan Kingdom has been opened. The evacuated bumps made room for the backward Zhao Jun. A large number of Zhao Jun drove into the city gate. Li Mu smiled and looked at Zhao Jun's movements while holding a telescope. As he expected, there are no big problems in siege. It is difficult to guard against a sneak attack behind the Qin army. The soldiers led by Yan Han arrived in time, but at this time, the city gate had been breached, and a large number of Zhao Jun had already rushed in. A bloody cold weapon collision began. Zhao Jun is a veteran who has often gone through bloody battles. These men and horses are Li Mu's 30,000 king sharp. Most of the soldiers in the Yan army have not experienced bloody battles. Fight. Whether it is strength or fighting experience, Yan Jun suffered a lot. At first, the Yan army still had some momentum, but was quickly suppressed by Zhao Jun's fierce tactics. The situation is very unfavorable for the Yan army. Wang Ben started training the musketeers and artillery team at the East campus early in the morning. Although the training time is short, firearms are not difficult to make, and they are powerful. As long as the artillery is not nervous, there will be no problems with the artillery. When the Zhao Jun attacked the city, Wang Ben had already begun to assemble the musketeers and artillery teams quickly, but he didn't know the specific situation. There was no one in front of him to report to him, and there was no order to mobilize. Wang Ben can only assemble the team, but can't attack rashly. There was no way. Wang Ben had to climb on the nearby roof and use a telescope to see what happened. Wang Ben looked through the binoculars and was shocked. Zhao Jun had already captured the entire East City Gate in such a short time. Zhao Jun is everywhere on the wall. Quickly form a battle formation and drive to East City. Wang Ben had already shouted loudly before he got down. The musketeers quickly split into two teams. 30 people form a team with a long depth. This is a typical Shi strike formation. Artillery. Push me the artillery to the front of the guns. 2 doors in front of each team. Keep the rest of them still. Wang Ben shouted loudly. Wang Ben knows the power of artillery. The current situation is chaotic, and Zhao Jun has the advantage in numbers. What is needed now is to open up the situation. A team of only 700 people began to march towards the East City. 137 killing Zhao Jun. The progress of the musketeers is not optimistic. The main road leading to the East City was full of soldiers from the Yan army, who fled from the front, and others went to reinforce them from various places. The crowds are very crowded, and they don't form a formation. Wang Ben wanted to draw his sword and cut off these roadblocks. Disperse them all to me. Wang Ben shouted loudly. But the situation was very noisy, the situation was chaotic, and the Yan army fleeing and counterattack were crowded together. The road is blocked and solid. Keep the formation. Don't mess with me. Wang Ben waved the sharp sword in his hand, loudly shouted to the musketeer artillery team. But the previous situation remains unchanged. It is impossible to reach the East City Gate at all. It's not a way to go on like this, Wang Ben said to himself. The first row of muskets. Shoot me up to the sky, quickly. Wang Ben commanded loudly. Bang bang. There was a thunder and lightning. The guns emitted a lot of smoke, and the sound of gunshots attracted the attention of the chaotic Yan army to Wang Ben. Those who want to survive will be scattered to me. Wang Ben yelled fiercely. Yan Jun was suppressed by the loud noise. There is no thinking at all, and I just give up away. A team of 700 people went straight through. Those who want to participate in the war will follow behind. Wang Ben pointed at the Yan army soldier and shouted. Some soldiers followed tremblingly. Yan Han could no longer prevent a large number of Zhao Jun from entering Yandu. Zhao Jun rushed into the city with a spearman. This weapon is more lethal than a knife and axe, and Zhao Jun's position is very strong. A spear array was formed at the gate of the city, and anyone who stepped forward was stabbed to death. It is impossible to fight in close combat at all. Yan Han limped back. He himself was stabbed in the leg. A piece of meat on the leg was scraped away by the barb of the spear. Yan Han frowned and watched Zhao Jun's spear move forward little by little. He couldn't help it. Just as he was at a loss, there was a sound of all disperse. The barrel of a copper artillery stretched out first, regardless of whether there was anyone nearby. Just a shot. Boom. With a loud sound, the Yanjun soldiers who were still beside the artillery shook to the ground. Hoo-hoo. The shells roared into Zhao Jun's spear array. A bloody passage was punched out. Most of the artillery provided to the Yan army this time were solid rounds. No shot bombs have been developed. Boom. Then another artillery fired, and the shells roared out. Another bloody channel opened up. Their Zhao Jun soldier standing at the forefront was smashed by the huge impact. The same goes for the back. Even the ones next to the side are missing arms and legs. The casualties were extremely heavy, and the formation of spears was scattered after only 2 runs. The Yanjun soldiers watched this bloody scene unfold. Many Zhao Jun lay on the ground and wailed. They either had their legs broken by the shells, or they were directly divided into 2 halves. The lower body of a Zhao Jun soldier has been completely cut off. Dragging the only upper body and struggling desperately, the blue veins on the face can be seen, which is very painful. The mouth broke out, and a lot of internal organs flowed out. The soldiers of Zhao Jun who have experienced the test of the war also began to show some retreat. They have never seen such a weapon hit people to create a wall of blood. People can't resist it at all. The soldiers of Zhao Jun began to retreat. Behind the city gate cave is a row of miserable conditions. After the cannonball passed through the human wall, the force of the impact began to decrease, but it was fatal. Under the habit, the cannonball jumped into the city gate hole, and the jumping cannonball killed and wounded the Zhao Jun soldiers who entered the city from the city gate. Soldiers were repeatedly shot in the chest, directly smashed a university hole. The blood dance splashed around. Unknown later, Zhao Jun soldiers died in a daze. The slow-powered cannonballs kept beating on the ground, breaking the legs of Zhao Jun who had entered the city gate. Some soldiers had no idea why, and their legs were broken. Zhao Jun wailed when he broke his leg. Ah, it hurts to death. It hurts to death. Help. Their Zhao Jun soldier who had nothing to do was frightened listening to the shouts of his companions. The musketeer. Let it go. From the Yan army crowd, a black barrel was revealed. Bang bang bang, thunder and lightning flashed. The gun gave out a lot of gun smoke. The soldiers of Zhao Jun who were still panicking were hit by muskets, and the 50 caliber bullets directly ripped Zhao Jun's body apart. The one that hits the neck separates the head from the body directly. A university hole appeared on Zhao Jun soldiers. Some were lucky to be hit in the arm, but they were interrupted. The person who hit the stomach splashed with blood. The great pain made Zhao Jun's soldiers unbearable. Let it go. The first row was finished. The second row quickly followed. There was another burst of lightning and thunder. The bullet flies. The third row that followed also began to strike. The fourth row. The smoke after the she hit had completely covered the musketeers. At the beginning, Yan Jun suppressed Zhao Jun near the city gate, causing Zhao Jun to gather here densely. The musketeer began to unfold quickly. Round after round of hitting, Zhao Jun who rushed in became a living target for their musketeers. Even with a shield, he can barely resist it. In the end, they must be killed. Yan Jun's musket team has begun to show their morale, and this kind of thing makes them very excited. They just need to reload the bullets with peace of mind, then open the fire door and pull the trigger, just like they did yesterday in training. The soldiers of Zhao Jun had been completely stunned, and they had no idea why. The people around him kept falling, and as long as the thunderous sound came, the fear of death had begun to spread. The soldiers of Zhao Jun kept retreating, but there were still people who kept falling. Let it go. Boom. A loud noise came, and the filled artillery fired again. Zhao Jun, who was constantly pouring in, was directly killed in the city gate cave. Let it go. Bang. It's another shot. Zhao Jun is in a bloody mist, rotten flesh, running out. Their Zhao Jun soldiers who entered the city have collapsed. Although they are sharp, but they are also flesh and blood. Wang Ben had already noticed the Zhao Jun on the wall, and those Zhao Jun threatened to fight more than the Zhao Jun who was currently being bombarded. Pay attention to the artillery behind. Zhao Jun above Miao Zun. Fire. Wang Ben pointed his sword at Zhao Jun on the tower. This time it was the soldiers of the Qin army who used the guns themselves. All of these guns were equipped with collimated guns, and the height could be adjusted. These were originally the equipment of the Qin army. The soldiers of the Qin army are more familiar with the artillery. The muzzle of the artillery has been slowly raised. The shells have already been loaded, just waiting for the fire to strike. The soldiers of the Qin army aimed one by one through the rear sight at 3 points and 1 line. Aiming is complete. Ignite. The Qin army soldiers shouted loudly. 138 deadlock. Swisher cannon fired first. In the huge sound, the projectile roared towards Zhao Jun above the city. In order to save the decline, Zhao Jun constantly rushed down from the top of the city. At this time, a bombardment came. On the spot, a team of Zhao Jun holding shields was beaten into a bloody passage. All Zhao Jun held shields. They climbed up from the city wall. The shields still had a certain degree of protection, as far as the guns were concerned. But for the artillery, their encounter was very catastrophic. The powerful impact of the projectile shattered the shield and Zhao Jun soldiers. Flesh and blood splattered all over the floor. The soldier following him didn't know why, so he was beaten into bloody rotten flesh. The following are in order, until the projectile has no lethality. Boom. Boom. Then 2 more guns fired, and 1 cannon hit the tower. Half of the tower collapsed instantly. Zhao Jun, who started rushing down from the top of the city, began to hesitate. They were really afraid of the power of this weapon. As long as there is a loud noise, almost many people will die, and there is not a whole body. These Zhao Jun also went through bloody battles, but it was the first time that they were so bloody. The musket team she shot. A musket team began to aim at Zhao Jun who was standing on the tower. Boom. There was a burst of beans. She hits were relatively sparse, but Zhao Jun, who was still in a trance, was shot one after another. Shoot. The second row of musketeers used force again. Bang. Bang. Bang! There was a thunderous lightning strike. The projectile began to reap the lives of the Zhao Jun soldiers mercilessly. They also had shields in their hands, but the power of the musket was destined to kill them, because the distance they stood was within the effective range of the musket. Zhao Jun soldiers fell in pieces. The school lieutenant who commanded the battle was a little frightened. The school lieutenant was also a man who had experienced battles, but he had never seen such a scene. The pipe that could breathe fire was really too powerful. The sprayed things flashed past like a mosquito, and the eyes couldn't see clearly at all. Once bitten, it would be severely injured if not dead. This is how the neck of a Zhao Jun soldier was broken. But the projectile flying out severely wounded another Zhao Jun soldier, and the passage leading to the city was a piece of flesh and blood. The soldiers of the Zhao Jun were afraid. Cannon, let it go. Wang Ben shouted loudly. Boom. 2 artillery fired one after another. The shells roared and hit Zhao Jun on the wall. Because it is swaying, the effect is not very obvious. The shells fired out flew over the city in a parabola, landed in the foot of Zhao Jun in the distance. Zhao Jun's archers originally stayed outside the city to provide support. Due to the rapid attack on the city, it was not quickly evacuated, and the shells that flew out fell into the formation of the archer. After the shell fell and killed Zhao Jun, it bounced to take the lives of more Zhao Jun soldiers. Fortunately, the limbs were taken away. The archer's camp was suddenly disrupted. Li Mu faintly heard some rumbling cannons, and couldn't help feeling a little bad in his heart, because only Qin Jun could have such a loud weapon. He was really afraid that Qin Jun would suddenly use such a weapon, or Qin Jun would help Yan Jun defend the city. When seeing the artillery shells flying out, the archer's position was disrupted. Li Mu finally realized that it was not good. Quickly, withdraw the archer quickly. Li Mu immediately issued an order. Here, a school lieutenant on the side executed immediately. Sima Shang, you take the 50,000 horses of your headquarters and immediately drive in from the south gate. You must be fast. Li Mu shouted. The situation has become very urgent. In the beginning, Li Mu originally planned to take the two-sided approach to attack Yandu. On one side is his own 30,000 Gingsha, and Ling on the other is Sima Shang's 50,000 horses. Both siege are critical, and the offensive will be very fierce. As long as one goes all the way south, then you can march victoriously the other way. Zhao Jun made rapid progress at the beginning, and Li Mu didn't plan to use Sima Shang's man and horse. After all, low combat power was a huge shortcoming of that man and horse. Once there is a slight setback, the military will change, and the ending will be unmanageable. It is very possible that your own army will suddenly become a defeated army. At that time, it will be out of control. There's Zhao Jun on the head of the city. Wang Ben's artillery can't deal with it at all. Lowering the angle will directly bombard the city wall, reducing the wall's defensive ability. Only the musketeers can complete the attack on the city wall. However, Wang Ben knew clearly the limitations of the musket, and the musket couldn't achieve continuous shots. Once attacking the city from the city ladder, the she angle of the musket will become smaller. The musketeer behind could not shoot in time. The musketeer who had finished shooting in front had to directly face Zhao Jun, who was rushing over in a narrow section. Such an approach would undoubtedly commit suicide. Wang Ben is unwilling to do this. The number of musketeers was already small. If this happens, the loss will be staggering. When Zhao Jun was blasted out, his own musketeer team had to be lost. General Wang, can we let the musketeers attack the city head? We have to recover the city head as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. After Yan Jian saw the power of the musket and artillery, he began to believe in these two weapons. General Yan, this is a bit difficult. The musketeers cannot attack the city, Wang Ben said embarrassedly. Why? Yan Han asked quickly. If the musket is attacking the city, it is bound to fight on the city ladder. The musket is slow to reload and cannot be hit continuously. Once in close combat, it will be cut and killed by Zhao Jun, and the loss is huge. Wang Ben said. Isn't there no way? Yan Re said. General Yan, there are ways, but you still have to rely on you, General. Wang Ben said. Oh, hurry up. Yan Han asked eagerly. General, Zhao Jun has not been able to enter the city, and there is no much worry. I resisted here for a while. The general quickly mobilized troops and quickly attacked the city. It is best to mobilize the archers and move away from the city. Wang Ben said some of his thoughts. Well, there will be General Lao. Yan Han said, holding a fist and saluting, turned and left, and quickly transferred the troops. The musketeers continue to strike. Wang Ben shouted loudly. Zhao Jun on the head of the city has been completely suppressed. After suffering huge casualties, Zhao Jun began to learn to lower his body and hide behind the city wall. The Yan Jun was unable to organize an effective attack and could only make a random strike. Some Yan troops began to reblock the city gates, but Zhao Jun could not fight back yet. Yan Jun was also unable to counterattack. The two sides are in a stalemate. In the palace of King Yan heard that the east city had been broken. Already panicked, King Yan, who had spent the night with his concubines, was ready to run, ignoring the mess of his clothes. My lord, an attendant hurried over. King Yan simply ignored him, using both hands and feet to prepare to escape. My lord, keep it. Dongqing, keep it. The attendant shouted loudly. 139 cannon. Hold it. Good. King Yan was relieved from the tension just now. Good. King Yan sat on the ground somewhat collapsed. My lord, This is all the work of the musketeers. Those musketeers are too powerful. There's Zhao Jun, who fought like a clay figure. And the artillery. Zhao Jun is like the little clay figure. He was squeezed at once, falling. The attendant said vividly. King Yan opened his eyes and smiled. In Dongqing, the situation of the Yan army is not optimistic, and the stalemate between the two sides is very detrimental to the musketeers and artillery teams. Ammunition is dropping rapidly. The Yanjun soldiers never knew what saved ammunition was. The training principle of 3 rows of shots has gradually become a row in the flustered shots. As long as the filling is completed, the shots will be shot immediately. Wang Ben can no longer effectively control these idiots. Such chaos can only show the fear of the soldiers of the Yan army. Although Zhao Jun is now beaten down. But Zhao Jun is a Jing sharp after all, and it is difficult to get a group of fools to drive a group of Jing sharp off. Some musketeers began to withdraw, and their bullets had run out. The musketeers' ammunition is equipped with 60 rounds. This is the standard equipment for soldiers during the American Civil War. Obviously, this equipment is very unsuitable under such circumstances. General, our ammunition is about to run out. A Yanjun lieutenant reported to Wang Ben respectfully. When it's used up, what else can I do? Get the ammunition back from the armory immediately. Hurry. Wang Ben shouted immediately. Here. Yanjun lieutenant agreed with a fist. Wait, there is the shell. Let's bring it here. Wang Ben asked again. Slow down the blow. Save ammunition. Wang Ben shouted loudly. The rise of Yanjun soldiers. I didn't hear Wang Ben's loud shout at all. Wang Ben saw that no one listened. Add fists and kicks immediately. After a single shot, the speed of the gun's shot slowed down. Zhao Jun began to notice that the musket was getting busy, and tentatively launched a counterattack. As soon as he showed his head, he was knocked to the ground by a musket. The rest of Zhao Jun evaded immediately. Then Zhao Jun began to use the shield to test. The musket barely penetrated. Zhao Jun saw this and began to boldly counterattack, and the number of people suddenly increased. The situation is unfavorable for the Yan army. What Wang Ben wanted was such a counterattack. If you keep hiding like this, it will be very detrimental to the musketeers. Bullets can't penetrate the thick walls, and the artillery can't perform high-angle shots. As long as they come to the ground, they are finished. The musketeers retreated 20 feet. The artillery is ready. Wang Ben commanded loudly. The musketeers began to retreat sparsely. There is no formation of Yanjun anymore. Wang Ben was very helpless about this. These soldiers are good soldiers, but there is no discipline to talk about. It is not as strict as Qin Jun's laws that can be controlled. Retreating is a bit like running away. Because the soldiers of the Yan army ran to the back in 2s and 3s, it was not carried out one team after another at all. The artillery has been loaded. Their goal is Zhao Jun, who rushed down. The musketeers have retreated to a position. Zhao Jun rushed down and hurried forward. They had to make contact with the musketeers quickly, otherwise the terrible fire-breathing pipe would continue to consume their lives. The gun team dispersed. The artillery fired. Wang Ben shouted loudly. The soldiers of Yanjun just avoided the muzzle. The artillery began to scream, with a loud noise, knocking the soldiers of the gun team to the ground. 2 shells came out flat. Zhao Jun, who had just rushed down, was hit with 2 bloody holes at once. There were 2 more artillery pieces, roaring and sending out shells. The soldiers of Zhao Jun who were rushing quickly were hit by a she once again. Zhao Jun, who rushed in front, became a pile of flesh and blood. The spluttered meat spluttered all over. The projectile passed through the human body and hit the soldiers in the back row with blood mist. The violent Zhao Junius shells collided fiercely. Zhao Jun suffered extremely heavy losses. Shoot! Wang Ben shouted loudly. Bang! Bang! The sound of the muskets rang intermittently, and many soldiers had no ammunition for their muskets. Only a small number of people can send a message. Kill. Yan Han, who arrived in time, quickly organized a counterattack with the brigade mobilized from various places. Wang Ben breathed a sigh of relief. If they are not killed in time, the musketeers and artillery teams will cease to exist. When Yan Jun saw Zhao Jun being beaten up by artillery, his morale was greatly boosted. and he was extremely brave to counterattack. Because of the artillery, Zhao Jun's morale began to collapse. After resisting for a while, they retreated all the way to the city wall. Yan Jun pursued with victory. Attack all the way. Zhao Jun couldn't resist. The Yan army successfully attacked the head of the city. There were not many soldiers defending the city. Coupled with the constant slashing of the musket, people kept falling down. Many soldiers carried the wounded soldiers down, and this counterattack basically exhausted the defensive power. The Yan army's sudden counterattack. Zhao Jun was caught off guard, unable to resist Yan Jun's fierce offensive. Zhao Jun was driven off the city. Before he could get off the rope, Zhao Jun, who retreated from the high ladder, was forced by the Yan Jun to jump off the city. Li Mu saw Zhao Jun continuously jumping off the top of the city. The anger in my heart can no longer be suppressed. Order the archer to move forward and kill with random arrows. Li Mu frowned and shouted loudly, "Here!" The lieutenant immediately conveyed the order. Zhao Jun, standing on the chariot, waved the battle flag. Their Zhao Jun archer quickly stepped forward. There were only a few Zhao Jun who retreated from the city. The others were killed by the Yan army. Let it go. A black mist soared to the sky. Swish. Arrow rain fell on the city head indiscriminately, and the Yan army who had just retaken the city head was killed by the arrow rain falling from the sky before they had time to be happy. Even Yan Han even hit the arrow. Blockbuster Yan Jun fell one after another. Most of the Yan Jun were killed before they made a defense. Lost heavily. General, do you want to attack the city again? A lieutenant stepped forward and asked. Li Mu looked at Zhao Jun who had retreated. The loss was heavy, and many people suffered from physical insufficiency. Seeing the soldiers panicked. These are also the Jing Sharp of Lima's frontier army. They have seen what kind of formations, but they have never seen such a scene today. They did not participate in the siege, and did not know what happened in the city. I don't know why I was so embarrassed. At the same time, 50,000 horses led by Sima Shang attacked the city with all their strength. Because the attack did not attack at the same time, it gave Yan Jun a more adequate preparation. Adding to the fact that Zhao Jun's men and horses are weak in combat power, they can't be compared with the 30,000 frontier army at all. Zhao Jun was very embarrassed to attack the city. He was beaten down by Yan Jun several times. What Sima is still anxious is to go round and round. 140 Defensive battle. Sima Shang saw that his attack was beaten down by the Yan army again. Killed in anger at once. Personal guards. Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy. After finishing speaking, he drew his sword and led a team of troops to quickly rush to the retreating Zhao Jun. If there are any retreats, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Sima Shang shouted loudly. Zhao Jun stopped then. If you want to survive, kill with me. Sima Shang was the first to rush out. The subordinates were reluctant, so they had to follow. Kill. Zhao Jun turned and rushed towards the head of Yan State City. General, do you want to attack the city again? The lieutenant's voice raised a little this time. Offensive. Li Mu replied concisely. The whole army is attacking the city. The lieutenant roared loudly. Kill and kill. Reserved Zhao Jun's phalanx began to burst out roars. Quickly, quickly. Wang Ben kept urging the soldiers to distribute the ammunition. The soldiers of the Yan army were in a mess. A box of ammunition was not distributed in accordance with the agreed basis. Some soldiers grabbed a lot. With both hands full of ammunition, he filled the leather ammunition bag vigorously until the bag was not full. Wang Ben can only pretend not to see it. These guys are really undisciplined. Some soldiers couldn't hold a round of ammunition at all. They just ran near the ammunition box. Already looted. The same is true when running to other places. Those musketeers who are anxious don't know what to do. Is there any ammunition? Wang Ben roared loudly. The general is gone. The ammunition we brought is so much, said a chief. I said, those who take more ammunition should be a little even with each other. Your barrels can withstand so many ammunition shots. Hurry up. All are even. Wang Ben commanded loudly. Saw the general speaking. These Yan Jun was a little reluctant to give a little to the musketeers who had no ammunition. Yan Han counted arrows in his body. His face turned pale. An army lieutenant Yan, who was not a heavy arrow, ran over. "General, Zhao Jun has attacked the city," the captain said eagerly. I don't believe it anymore. This? Question mark. "Everything here is given to General Wang. Hurry up, hurry up," Yan Han shouted, and his eyes opened wide. My eyes gradually lost, and finally fell down. "General, General," the captain called out loudly. "Kill, kill, kill." Zhao Jun's sword and axe were arranged in a neat array, slowly pressed towards the east city of Yan State. "General, General." The captain ran down hurriedly. "General, our General Yan was killed. The defense of the East City is all under the command of General Wang," the school lieutenant said with a fist. "This, all right." Wang Ben agreed. "The musketeer goes to the top of the city immediately," Wang Ben commanded. "Lieutenant Wang, go get the barbed wire we used for camping. Hurry up," Wang Ben commanded immediately. "Leave 4 artillery pieces. Look at the city gate." "Musketeers, leave 2 platoons. Don't all go up," Wang Ben shouted loudly. "Bring me the rest of the cannons," Wang Ben ordered. Immediately, a group of Yan army in the state of skirmishers began to move up the city. "Pick up all those Zhao Jun shields. Hurry up," Wang Ben roared as he climbed the city. Swish. As soon as he went to the top of the city, Zhao Jun's bows and arrows fell densely. Yan Jun soldiers lay down and couldn't afford it. "Yuan Zhao Jun is crazy," Wang Ben cursed secretly. Zhao Jun's bows and arrows kept falling like rain. Yan Jun couldn't raise his head at all. The Yan Jun soldiers with shields huddled under the shields. The shield was filled with Zhao Jun's arrow feathers. "Zhao Jun is already close to the east city of Yan State." The archer stopped shooting to avoid accidentally killing his own people. Zhao Jun, who was carrying a high ladder, approached first. Then came a lot of climbing ropes. The soldiers of Zhao Jun began to climb up. Yan Jun saw Zhao Jun's bow and arrow stop, immediately began to organize a counterattack. "General, here's the barbed wire." Xiao Wang ran to Wang Ben's side sweating profusely. "Okay, put all these things on the crevices of the city wall. Hurry up," Wang Ben ordered. Here, Xiao Wang left immediately. Yan Jun and Zhao Jun began to contact. Zhao Jun desperately climbed the city. Yan Jun desperately resisted. The two sides played inextricably. The situation is temporarily deadlocked. Wang Ben watched the blood surging, but now is not the time for blood. His wait and see. Wait until Xiao finishes laying out the barbed wire. Only then can the musketeers be used. "General, it can't be installed except the place where Zhao Jun has attacked. Everything else is in order." Wang Xiao ran over and said, panting, "Order all the Yan Jun to move away and immediately disengage from contact. Hurry up." Wang Xiao stood up, shouted immediately. The whole army immediately disengaged. When Yan Jun heard this order, he was a little at a loss. Several Yan Jun soldiers were killed by Zhao Jun. Yan Jun had no choice but to leave temporarily. The musketeer, aim, release. Wang Ben called out loudly. Bang bang bang. Rows of muskets fired one after another. With a thunderous lightning strike, Zhao Jun, who had just rushed up, was immediately beaten into a blood man. The firearm team that had finished the shot was followed by a burst of lightning and thunder. The successor Zhao Jun was knocked to the ground. The scene formed an upside-down situation. Li Mu heard that terrible sound and immediately checked the city ahead with a telescope. He only saw the Zhao Jun soldiers who climbed to the top of the city were knocked to the ground for unknown reasons. I don't know why. Look at the distance again. A cloud of smoke rose. And there was no idea what happened. All you can see is a cloud of smoke. That kind of smoke. Li Mu clearly remembered this kind of smoke, that kind of terrible smoke from the Qin army. Only after the loud noise will there be. Li Mu's forehead couldn't help but sweat. When faced with such a terrible weapon, Li Mu couldn't help it. You can't estimate your own situation with bow and arrow shots. The situation on the top of the city is not known at all. If you kill indiscriminately, you will undoubtedly kill yourself. Order the ladder to get closer to the city wall. Hurry. What Li Mu can do is to get Zhao Jun on the ladder to follow up quickly. Taking advantage of the height of the ladder, let the archers accurately kill those Yan army with terrible weapons. The ladder that received the order accelerated its advancement. When reaching a certain distance, the archer began to exert his power. An arrow began to accurately kill the Yanjun soldiers who held the musketeers. Yanjun uses a shotgun, and the bullets he prepares are spherical projectiles. It wasn't the Minai bullet used by Qin Jun at all. The difference in distance is immediately displayed at this time. Wang Ben watched the musketeers fall one by one. Very anxious in my heart. Artillery. Quickly push the artillery up to me. Wang Ben shouted loudly. Hurry up to Lao Tzu. Wang Ben lowered his body, hid behind the shield and kept shouting. The musketeer was like being called by a sniper, killing them one by one, and the power of the musket began to decrease. 141 Zhao Jun defeated. Swish. Standing on the ladder, Zhao Jun kept hitting the musket team. The muskets of the musketeers fired at a large number of Zhao Jun who had gone to the city. The situation forms a deadlock, and it depends on who gets it through first. Quickly, pull the cannon up. Quickly. Wang Ben shouted loudly. Now only the cannon can kill the archers standing on the ladder. A few soldiers from the Yan army finally pushed the cannon up with all the effort. The soldiers were exhausted. They all hid aside to rest. Xiao Wang looked anxious, and he personally stepped forward to complete a series of artillery loading processes. Wang Ben anxiously waited for the artillery. Saw Xiao Wang filling up. Stepped forward to help immediately. A soldier of Zhao Jun standing on the ladder had obviously noticed the situation on the side of the cannon. Feeling that this strange weapon must be very powerful, so he aimed the arrow at Lieutenant Wang who was loading it. Xiao Wang skillfully filled the shells. Then just place the cannon letter. Swish. Zhao Jun's soldier drew the bow with all his strength and shoved the arrow out fiercely. Be careful. Wang Ben, who was about to step forward, suddenly saw a sharp arrow flying over. Wang Ben just yelled out. The sharp arrow had accurately entered the head of Xiao, killed with one arrow. When Wang Ben saw Wang Xiao who was slowly falling down, he was suddenly anxious. Step forward immediately, pick up the torch, and adjust the angle. Wang Ben has aimed at Zhao Jun on the ladder. There's Zhao Jun soldier. Someone came forward again. He rested his numb arm for a while, preparing to draw the bow and arrow again. Go to hell. Wang Ben had already lit the cannon letter. Boom. There was a loud noise. After the artillery fired, the smoke flooded Wang Ben, who was full of hatred. The shells roared and crashed into the ladder full of Zhao Jun archers. Wow! The impact of the shells accurately hit the ladder. But the location is relatively biased. Completely interrupt the huge pillar supporting the ladder. The unbalanced ladder began to collapse. Suddenly, a piece of shells hit the dense Zhao army siege queue fiercely. The smashed gun pill bounced twice in a row. Many people in Zhao Jun died from the jump of the cannonball. Wang Ben has loaded his second serve at the fastest speed. Wang Ben's record reloading speed. It surprised the soldiers of the Yan army who were resting on the side. Boom. There was a loud noise. The artillery roared again. A shell accurately hit the ladder that was already close to the city wall. The ladder full of Zhao Jun soldiers was hit. The impact of the shells tore the soldiers of Zhao Jun apart, become a ball of rotten meat. Flesh and blood spluttered everywhere, landed on the heads of soldiers of Zhao Jun under the siege of the city. The ladder was broken up. Wooden blocks, broken limbs, internal organs, bows and arrows, splashing around. Zhao Jun, who had already attacked the head of the city, was interrupted by the two loud sounds of artillery. As long as they desperately attacked, it was possible that they would defeat the chaotic gun team. The musketeers were not equipped with bayonets. Melee combat became the Achilles heel of the musketeers. Zhao Jun could no longer stand such a weapon of great lethality. The loud noise shook Zhao Jun's morale. The terrifying killing effect completely defeated Zhao Jun's affairs. Bang bang. The shots of the musketeers were scattered and scattered. Zhao Jun's desperate play made many musketeers very nervous. Error and busy. Either the fire door was not opened, or the reloading was repeated. The failure of the gun suddenly rose to a new height. Others are sending she continuously, and the barrel is overwhelmed and completely scrapped. But there was no case of bombing. This is really a miracle. Boom! The artillery fired again, directly blasted Zhao Jun on the head of the city into a mess. The shells passed directly through the dense Zhao army, and a blood path appeared in the Zhao army. Zhao Jun, who had knocked out half of his body, shouted hoarsely. Zhao Jun, who also only had the upper body, struggled with all his strength, and this scene was extremely terrifying. "Help me!" Zhao Jun shouted loudly, with internal organs flowing all over the floor, grabbing the leg of a nearby soldier with all his strength and shouting loudly. The soldiers of Zhao Jun have been extremely disgusted by this bloody scene. They rushed desperately, but they didn't even touch the enemy's feet. Is such a fight useful? Zhao Jun calmed down from the madness and began to think. Think about the value and purpose of doing so. Immediately the soldiers began to escape consciously. If an example happens, it will quickly spread to other people. Zhao Jun began to retreat. There is no order, they have to turn their backs to the shot of the musket. Zhao Jun, who was extremely scared, jumped off the city wall. Miracles always happen. The corpses in the city are already piled up very late. No one is a complete body. With such a big bad, Zhao Jun can survive a little bit of damage. Zhao Jun began to retreat. Most of the musketeers stopped shooting. Most of their muskets have been completely scrapped. Out of service. The sporadic hits came from the gunner who fired a lot of ammunition. Wang Ben threw away the torch. The cannon was no longer usable. 3 quick hits in a row. Cracks have been blown into the tail of the artillery. If you send Shi again, it will blow up. Wang Ben picked up the corpse of Lieutenant Wang and stared at the cowardly Yan army soldiers. Then walked down the city head. Zhao Jun began to retreat on a large scale. The able-bodied soldiers retreated to the rear army at full speed. Those Zhao Jun soldiers who were shot slowly assisted each other and worked hard to return to their own army. After the pressure, Zhao Jun could no longer stop the escaping Zhao Jun. Lieutenant General Zhao Jun, who saw this scene, stepped forward anxiously. "General, are you?" ? Before the vice general spoke, he saw Li Mu closing his eyes in pain. Helpless. A helpless expression. Li Mu waved his hand, meaning that the army would retreat. The lieutenant had no choice but to issue such an order. Only the rear team of the Zhao Jun returned to the base camp in a certain order, surrounded by the scattered Zhao Jun defeated troops. The situation is out of control. Sima Shang personally commanded the siege, but Zhao Jun, who was weak in combat power, could no longer attack the city wall. A school lieutenant conveyed the news of Lima's withdrawal. Sima Shang uttered and ordered the entire army to withdraw to the base camp. The Yan army defended hard and finally won. The whole army cheered loudly. Zhao Jun's weapons, corpses, flags, and siege equipment were continuously dropped from the city. The sneered voice farewelled Zhao Jun's departure. This battle is fought from morning to night, and Zhao Jun finally counts. The loss amounted to more than 22,000 people, of which 15,000 came from Li Mu's sharp-edge army. And there is room for this number to rise. Zhao Jun's military doctor's office was full of wounded soldiers lying on the floor. All were wounded by muskets. And wounds are more difficult to heal than stab wounds. Military doctors have never seen such a wound. It's hard to start for a while. The wounded soldier called out loudly, and the military doctor had no choice but to start. No disinfection measures, no disinfection precautions. Infection of the wound. A large number of soldiers crowded together. The cross-section of trauma caused by bullets and the dirty treatment environment have doubled the chance of cross-infection. The deaths of wounded soldiers after being wounded will increase exponentially. It is only a matter of time. 142 Medical Treatment Order. As night began to fall, Zhao Jun was silent. Only occasionally can I hear some painful groans. The military doctor Zhao Jun is taking out the projectiles for the injured Zhao Jun soldiers. There is no disinfection measure, so they can only take them with their hands. But some places are out of reach. I can only use chopsticks to pick it up. Yan Jun cheered. The whole city is a sea of joy. and they seem to have returned to the time when Yi seized a large area of Qi. King Yan was also very happy, hearing that this time defending the city is mainly the musketeers and artillery teams for their amazing achievements. They lavished rewards, and we must treat those Qin army observation groups well. Wang Ben did not participate. Because of this battle, I lost a good subordinate of myself. Now he can only converge his subordinates sent back to Qin for burial. All that can be done is this. Wang Ben sat alone in front of the coffin, drinking the wine rewarded by King Yan. The people of Yan country are very happy. Play the unique drum music of Yan country. Stir up cheerful singing and dancing. This is the first time they have won such a big victory. Can defeat Li Mu. This is something Yan Go can't even think of. In the cheerful crowd, a tall, thin man in white kept plucking the strings with his hands up and down. The sound of the piano is very cheerful. The joy of winning the war can be heard in the sound of the piano. This person is Gao Jianli, and in the Xianyang Palace of Qin State, the princess endured dizziness, constantly flipping through the clumsy wooden slips. The princess kept thinking on the bed. Come up with a note that I think is very good. Since this is a disease, someone must have had it before. If the same disease can be found, then just copy it and treat it. Then, the princess slipped to the hospital early in the morning and checked all the cases. I feel dizzy, so I lie down on the desk and take a rest, relieve it a little, and read it immediately. So for a few days, the princess only checked some cases in the palace, and most of them have nothing to do with typhoid fever. The imperial doctor ordered these few, also very concerned about Shang Wen's condition, and tried his best to think about it. King Qin asked every day. It is normal to ask 10 times a day. The imperial physician Ling knew that King Qin took it seriously and did not dare to neglect. Since the imperial physician Ling took the bloodletting therapy, Shang Wen's condition eased a little, and he could barely inject some medicines and eat some liquid things, but this was not a cure. It dragged on for a long time. It must not be a solution. So the imperial doctor also came to check the case. The case is under the control of Chang Shiling. Chang Shiling got the permission of King Qin and went with him. As soon as he opened the Fukuman, Chang Shiling was shocked. I saw the princess lying on the table dizzy, and the candle on the table had already burned a piece of bamboo slips. Chang Shiling rushed to his face. If he was a little careless, I am afraid that all the records accumulated for several generations would be destroyed in one go. Your Royal Highness! Your Royal Highness! Chang Shiling exclaimed eagerly. The imperial physician immediately stepped forward to check the pulse. After checking, he was relieved. It doesn't matter much. There was no way. The two had to order someone to send them back to the princess, and reported the matter to King Qin. Forget it. King Qin really doesn't have the strength to manage such things. Emperor Doctor Order, King Qin said with his forehead in his hand. In this world, is there anyone who is better than the imperial doctor's order? The widow is not questioning the imperial doctor's medical skill. Please don't question the imperial doctor's order. Qin Wang put down his hand and said, back to the king. There is no cleverness in this medical technique. As long as it can eradicate the stubborn disease, it is medical skills. Goming is a vain statement. The Imperial Dr. Ling said slowly. The Imperial Dr. Ling was so old, and he hadn't seen anything that had a false reputation. The few widows have a lot of concern for Mr. Qin. King Qin said slowly. Widow is really inseparable from Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin's skillful workmanship, the things that ordinary people can't match. Widow, don't dare to think about it. If Mr. Qin leaves like this, MDA Qin? Question mark. King Qin said thoughtfully. The Imperial Dr. Ling lowered his head. He really didn't know what to say. King Qin also figured it out. This disease must be cured. The more so, the more we must cure, and it must be cured. King Qin really didn't want to lose such a talent who had such a great effect on Qin State. Think of the King Qin for several generations. There are talents in latitude and longitude, but there is no such skillful person as Mr. Qin. Moreover, there are few things that are known in the world, and it would be a pity to lose it. The widow decides. The whole country. No, The whole world is a network medical man. The widow will not hesitate to pay a lot of money to cure Mr. Kin's disease. King Kin made up his mind. The imperial doctor's order. This is an order for seeking medical advice drawn up by a few people. Ask the imperial doctor's order to go over it, he said, handing a piece of silk to the imperial doctor's order. The imperial doctor looked at the medical order in surprise. The imperial physician Ling quickly read the medical treatment order. In his request for medical treatment, King Kin did not clearly indicate who he was going to see a doctor for, but instead replaced him with a talented person in general. The richness of the King Kin reward has never been seen before. As long as the disease of the talented person is cured, the earth can be sealed off. This order for seeking medical advice is only better than that of the predecessor Wangxia or Gong of Qin dynasty. My king, this? The imperial physician ordered his hands to tremble and put the medical order. Widow understand. King Qin stood up. The imperial doctor also hurriedly stood up. Seeking medical treatment is asking for talent. The widow really doesn't want to see Mr. Qin pass away. King Qin said with a bit of sorrow. Zhao Gao, let's pass the order. King Qin said loudly, went out. He is going to see Mr. Qin's illness. The medical treatment order spread in Xianyang city at the fastest speed. The people of Qin quickly understood King Qin's thoughts. The people of Xianyang have begun to talk to each other. The war in the north was progressing very quickly, and it had already spread in Xianyang city. And I heard that it was King Qin who got a master. This expert can invite Thunder God, Qin's army, wherever he goes. Thunder God will be there. The common people speculated that the wise man among the Qin kings was probably the expert. Thought of this. Qin people, men and women, old and young, went into battle one after another. As long as they knew a little bit of medical skills, they were sent to the government. Those who are skilled in medical skills think that the government is trying to lock people up for medical treatment. They hid in a panic. Later, when I learned of King Qin's request for medical treatment, I understood King Qin's intentions and admired King Qin's heart for seeking talents. Spontaneously reported to the government. The princess woke up from her dizziness. It was already the next day. But when she heard of the medical order, she suddenly realized that she could look for someone with good medical skills to manage it instead of rummaging it like that. So he ignored the dizziness and immediately summoned his men and horses and went out of the city to find someone with savvy medical skills. The medical order began to spread quickly. It conveys more of Qin Wang's desire to seek talents, rather than the original intention of seeking medical treatment. 143 I'm sorry. There was a confrontation between Yan and Zhao for a while, and Li Mu was unable to attack. Yan Jun also had no ability to defeat Zhao Jun. The first batch of weapons sold to Yan State has been exhausted. Only a dozen guns can be used, and only 4 cannons can be used. But the shells are scarce. Need to be supplemented in time. I don't know when the second batch of munitions will wait. After Yan Wang tasted the power of firearms, he bought all of them. Uxin's arrival in time made this mission fall on his head spontaneously and became the favored subject of King Yan. Listen to the situation for the time being. To break the balance, it takes time to wait. However, the results of the war are rushing to the various princes. This is an unexpected ending. Princess, Xianyang is so big. Where are we going to find it? A waitress quickly followed the princess who was running ahead. I don't know. The princess stopped. Turn back and say succinctly. Poverty beggars, depending on what you are wearing, dare to live in the store. Go away. A shopkeeper cursed loudly. Don't underestimate people. I am also a doctor. An old man with messy hair and weird clothes replied loudly. Go away, smelly old man. If you don't leave, I'll beat you half to death. Xiao said impatiently. Ha, a why dog? The old man yelled at this. Why Nesman's whine? Wait. The princess asked hopefully when she heard the word doctor. As if he hadn't heard it, the bad old man shook his head and walked away. Stop, just you, that smelly old man. The princess cursed angrily. Hey, who am I talking about? Whoops. Before the old man turned around, he was kicked to the ground by the princess. I ask you, are you a doctor? The princess asked sternly. Why, whoops. The old man didn't want to answer, and the grudge he had just kicked himself to the ground had not yet been reported. So he replied simply and strongly. But the princess made a fierce kick towards her lower abdomen. "Are you a doctor?" the princess asked again. "Yes," the old man replied honestly. "Will the wind chill cure?" the princess asked. "Wind cold?" The old man replied with a smile. "Will it?" the princess asked impatiently. Almost kicked again. Hearing the princess' voice improved a little, the old man quickly replied, "Yes, I will." "Then get up. See if this kind of cold can be cured. If it can be cured, the bounty will be indispensable for you." The princess turned her head and left. "Keep up," the waitress called. The old man stood up, didn't even hit the dust on the ground, and then left. The people around burst into laughter. "A drunkard, what kind of a doctor?" "Yes," the crowd said disdainfully, a group of people standing outside Shang Wen's house in the arsenal. "These people are all doctors found in the city of Xianyang." A doctor shook his head and walked out of the room. Then a doctor walked in. He walked out soon. The imperial Dr. Ling frowned in front of the hospital bed. In just 1 hour, more than 50 doctors passed. And after all they looked at, they shook their heads and said goodbye. The imperial physician ordered Suo to step aside. The princess stood outside the house with a bad old man. "I ask you, can you cure cold without eating or drinking?" the princess asked with a little confidence when seeing so many doctors outside the house. This, I've seen it, but most of them are babies." The old man frowned and said, "What have you seen?" the princess asked hurriedly. "Yes, I have been treated, but unfortunately, I don't know why. Adults can be cured, but the baby has no choice but to die." "It is really?" The old man whispered the last few words to himself. The princess didn't even want to hear so much from one person. "Well, I'll take you in to see the patient. Whether it can be cured, it's up to you." "It's cured. The reward is indispensable for you. If the doctor is dead, you will look good." The princess continued to breathe and said fiercely, "If the bad old man is thinking about something intently, have you heard?" The princess saw that the old man didn't listen. He shouted fiercely, "Yes." The old man hurriedly stopped thinking and nodded. The princess brought the bad old man into the house. The princess has not arranged yet. The bad old man stayed where he was like an electricity. The princess continued to negotiate with the imperial doctor. The bad old man stepped forward himself. A doctor is checking the pulse. Suddenly an old man stepped forward. The doctor got up in disgust and walked away. The old man used his hand to test the temperature of his forehead, then opened his eyes to observe, then signal the pulse. The old man touched his short beard and nodded. The imperial physician saw someone nodding, so he hurried forward. The princess was talking to the imperial Dr. Ling, and saw that the imperial Dr. Ling suddenly left, followed behind. "I wonder if this gentleman has a clever plan?" the imperial physician Ling asked respectfully. "It can't be a trick," the old man said slowly. "Dare to ask Mr. how to call it?" the imperial physician Ling asked again. "It's nothing more than a village in Amura. It's not worth worrying about. It's just that this disease is really cold and it's not fake," the old man said, looking back at Shang Wen. "It's just that it's difficult to take medicine. If it goes on like this for a long time, I am afraid that my life will be endangered." "Old man, I have also treated this condition. I live less, and die more. I don't know what I want to give you." "It can be cured, but if it is not cured, it is very likely to kill people." Hearing this, the imperial doctor looked at the princess embarrassedly. The princess looked at the doctor's order without knowing it. "Sir, as long as you can, any method will do," Yingzhi said desperately when she heard that it could be saved. "Here." The old man looked at Yingzhi and said, "You can cure it," the princess said decisively. "Okay, the old man will be cured," the old man said, taking out a bag from his arms. "Then slowly open." I saw a slender tube made of black iron. There is a very thin needle at one end of the long tube, and another at the other end, but it is thicker. "Hurry up and prepare a big pot of boiling water. There are some red string. Boil a pot of ginger soup, and go quickly. In addition, prepare some ginger slices," the old man said in a series of orders. "Sir, this is?" the imperial doctor said with some worry. The old man How didn't answer the words of the doctor's order, but went to check the condition further. The imperial physician Ling still felt that something was wrong, and decided to report the matter to King Qin. All let King Qin decide. So he turned and left to find someone to report to King Qin. The old man looked at Shang Wen's condition seriously. Things are quickly prepared. The old man hurriedly came to the pot. While boiling the water, take out a container, boil a little boiling water, collect the water on the lid of the pot, cool it, and then collect it. So repeatedly. The time is a bit long. The princess looked at all this impatiently. I tried to kick the old man several times, but couldn't do so. 144 Awakening. 3 days later, Shang Wen felt that he went to the toilet in a hurry and woke up in a daze. The first thing I saw was the glass bottle. Shang Wen opened his eyes and took a closer look. No way. This is a hanging bottle for dripping. But look at the catheter again. It's made of iron. It's too good to be done. Slow down the liquid flow rate by spiraling. This trick is wonderful. Shang Wen couldn't help thinking. However, compared with these major events, Shang Wen felt that the biggest problem should be to solve the internal emergency. Look at a man lying next to the bed, Yingzhe, with a mess of hair. And the face is not good. Don't even think about Shang Wen. This is tiring. Remove the needle. Shang Wen gently lifted the quilt and put on a piece of clothing. I went out to find the toilet. Just opened a door. I came across a guy with messy hair and full of alcohol. Borrowed. Shang Wen flashed past and went directly to the toilet. Hey, hey. The old man was relieved from surprise and shouted loudly. Shang Wen finally resolved his internal anxiety. The whole body feels very relaxed. There is endless energy all over the body. It feels very relaxed. Shang Wen returned to his house in 1 step and 2 steps. After all, it is already autumn. The weather has turned cold. As soon as Shang Wen opened the door, he was ready to go back to his bed and lay down to warm himself. I saw people all over the room. Most of them are those skilled craftsmen in the arsenal. Everyone is here. Shang Wen said hello and hurried to his bedside. Sir, you finally woke up. Yingzhe cried and said, I'm not all right now, Shang Wen said with a smile. However, this is? ? Shang Wen pointed to the bottle and said, oh, this thing is pretty good for me. So I just borrow it and use it? The old man Shang Wen met in the toilet just now. This is? Shang Wen didn't know what the old man came from. It was probably a doctor. Medical skills, don't know. But it's weird to dress up. The clothes that were unique in ancient times were nondescript on him. And the hair bun was also crooked. And the hairpin on his head was randomly pinned up with a wooden stick. I saved your life, the old man said unceremoniously. Thank you for this, old gentleman, Shang Wen said politely. But this, it seems to be a drip. I don't know what I lost. Shang Wen still pointed to something like a bottle. It's just some salt water, the old man said straightforwardly. Oh, physiological saline solution. I don't know what the proportion of this old gentleman is. Shang Wen encountered such a weird person for the first time, and it is a medical method that transcends the consciousness of predecessors to use intravenous infusion. Shang Wen thinks it is better to ask clearly. Don't become a test subject for others. But what do you mean by the drip, saline, and the ratio? The old man seemed to have heard something interesting. All of a sudden leaned in. Normal saline is a sodium chloride solution with a concentration of 0.9%. The main function is to provide dielectric and maintain the tension of body fluids. It can also be used externally, such as cleaning wounds and changing dressings. In this way, the wound will not burn. Feeling, Shang Wen explained. This medical knowledge is still there. Oh. What is this chlorine? What kind of dielectric? What do you mean? The old man asked with interest. Sodium chloride, Shang Wen corrected. It's table salt, the salt we eat. Shang Wen said. Mr. Y, you can let your sir take a break. Yingzhe saw the two unknowingly begin to talk, then left the obstruction road. Oh, yes, wait for the sir to get up. I will ask for advice again. The old man surnamed White turned and started to leave. I kept chanting the words in the prose. It seems to be thinking about something. Everyone retired one by one. Ying Shangwen covered the quilt. After repeated requests, he withdrew. Shangwen's strange thing is how the infusion tube was made. You must know that there is still a certain degree of difficulty in processing gun barrels, let alone such a particularly thin tube. There is also this kind of medical method of dripping. In my own knowledge, it seems that only Western medicine has it. So why did it exist in the Warring States period? Could someone have crossed? Impossible. How are these tubes processed? Shangwen was puzzled. Shangwen stretched out his hand to check the needle, which was connected to the tube. The workmanship is exceptionally meticulous. Squeaky the strange old man surnamed Y came in cautiously. Sorry, Grandpa's things, I forgot to take them. As he said, he began to pack those things. Mr. Y, where did this thing come from? Shangwen asked. You said this. This is from the ancestor master. It has been for several generations. To me? Mr. Y pinched his fingers and counted. It is estimated that there is a 15th or 16th generation. Mr. Y said roughly. How is this needle tube made? Shangwen is concerned about this. You said this. I heard from my master that I got it from a huge iron stone. That iron stone has many small holes like this. The ancestor seems to have ground it out bit by bit. It's not easy anyway. This nothing can be lost to me anyway. Oh, that's the case. Shangwen was a little disappointed. He thought that the ancients had any magic method to process such a thin tube. If this is the case, then the barrel of the gun can be directly used for reference. It seems that the accidental factor of such a pipe is very large. Mr. Then rest more. Leave now. Then he turned and closed the door and left. Shangwen lowered his head to think about the origin of this kind of pipe. It took so many generations to have such a result. This time span is really too big. Moreover, it is not easy to recognize the role of salt water, especially the ratio. It can't be too high. In this case, the blood vessels are almost destroyed. There is also intravenous injection. These are the results of long-term experiments and explorations in Western medicine. Why is there such a person in the Warring States period? Shangwen raised a lot of questions. Think of medical devices. Shangwen felt that this old man might be a talent. Now the guns and artillery are out. The wounds of war need timely relief. If the medical level still stays in place, that is basically a disaster. The wounds of guns and cannons cannot be cured and controlled in a short time by herbal medicine. If the wounds cannot be controlled in time, infection will occur. If it is not done well, it will cause a major plague. The most typical is the Three Kingdoms period. The war is getting bigger and bigger, and the scope is very wide. They didn't deal with those corpses in time. As a result, the birth rate of that era was very high. The mortality rate is also high. The sanitary conditions are too bad. Thinking of this, Shangwen began to find out his own notebook and wanted to write this one up. Fortunately, these things are under my pillow. 145 Shell classification. In the north, the strength of both Yan and Zhou is quietly changing, mainly due to the arrival of Qin's second batch of weapons. The list of this batch of weapons includes 20 artillery and 200 muskets. With a large amount of ammunition, King Yan looked at the latest artillery, already a gun. Very excited. He hadn't seen the power of guns and artillery, only learned the power of muskets from the attendants. Come here. The widow should try this artillery. Here. The generals agreed. In order to have a better effect, the artillery was erected directly on the head of the city. King Yan couldn't wait long ago. When the artillery was loaded, the fuse was hurriedly lit. The bank shell flew out. The distance is about 2 miles away. Compared with traditional weapons, artillery is still powerful. But Wang Ben on the side didn't think so. Through this actual combat, Wang Ben realized that artillery will have an important position in future tactics. Moreover, in this defensive battle, the shestrike effect of the gun was not very obvious, but the artillery played a huge role. At relatively close range, this 2-inch caliber artillery still has certain advantages, but when it hits farther, The advantage of this artillery is very insignificant. It is even a defect. Wang Ben kept these in his mind, and he wanted to go back and write a report to Mr. Qin. Because of these problems, all he needs desperately, what he does now is to observe the problems of firearms in actual combat as much as possible. And in Qin's state, Shang Wen had long realized the determination of the lack of power of the artillery. This Toinch artillery is at best a horse-riding cannon, which is a weapon for cavalry. As the caliber decreases, the power does not decrease slightly. Moreover, there are too few types of shells. There is no special response to infantry attacking nearby. The infantry phalanx that the brigade has advanced. The most important thing is that none of the current artillery types are classified. The bullet of the rifle is also relatively single. The work that needs improvement is very large. The first is that the caliber of the artillery should be greatly increased, from the original 2 inches to 5 inches, and become the standard. In terms of materials, in order to shorten the process, cancel the original copper artillery. It is made of a lot of bronze instead, as long as it is thickened to prevent blasting. As for the weapon of reference, that is the Napoleon cannon, M1857 type 12-pounder artillery. Specific data needs to be converted. Next is the classification of artillery. Artillery is mostly field artillery. Field artillery must be divided into cannons and howitzers. Howitzers are specifically used against infantry. The howitzer has a short body and a high elevation angle. The initial velocity is slow and the trajectory is parabolic. The effective distance is between 400 and 500. Specialize in killing infantry. The types of shells have also begun to differentiate, adding explosive bombs, shot bombs and grenade shots. The processing technology is very simple. Such things, craftsmen should be competent. Shang Wen only needs to write down the specific processing methods. The blasting bomb is hollow inside and has a charge, which uses the fragments after the explosion to kill the enemy. The internal charge is placed at the opening of the projectile with a fuse, which is specifically tailored according to the distance when it is fired. The shotgun has a cylindrical body with a thin iron covering the outer layer, and a wooden bore at the bottom. The projectile body is packed with small iron projectiles, not gunpowder. The principle is similar to a gun, not a cannon. The structure of the grenade shell is similar to that of the blasting shell, and the principle is similar to that of the shot shell. This kind of shell is mainly equipped with the British Army. It is best to use a cannon. Shang Wen just finished writing the principle of artillery shells. Yingzhi walked in with the food. How did the sir get up? The illness just got better, so I should rest more. Yingzhi said persuasively. The imperial doctor said, your wind and cold are mostly caused by fatigue. Let you rest more. Lie down. Yingzhi said, oh, I see. Shang Wen put his pen and notebook away. Shang Wen said and did it. That's right. I have one more thing, Shang Wen said and found a drawing from the cabinet on one side. Do you know how to make such boots? Shang Wen said, handing over the drawing. This is? ? Yingzhi said after taking over the drawing. Paratrooper boots, Shang Wen said. It's because the sole is a bit troublesome. I haven't solved it. It's the toughness of the shoe. If you use wood, the toughness will be reduced. I hope to use a kind that can be tough, but it still has a certain degree of firmness. This way, I still don't know where to find the materials. See if you can solve it, Shang Wen said. Oh, so, Yingzhi nodded and said, sir, let's use the rice first, let me figure it out. Yingzhi took the drawing and walked out. Shang Wen was already hungry. I saw that the food served was basically vegetarian. Shang Wen is satisfied. While eating, scribbles with a pen. Think of paratrooper boots. You should design boots of several different regions, not a single one, such as deserts, rainforests, and mountains. In the future, Qin's expansion will require a lot of such equipment. There is also the equipment of infantry, such as musket belt. After Shang Wen made the musket, He didn't make a special musket belt on purpose. The soldier's musket belt is varied. Some even fit into the jacket. Thought of this, Shang Wen felt that a special armed belt or tactical vest should be made. The situation depends on how the soldiers use it. This is not determined by one's habits. It mainly depends on the acceptance of kin soldiers. Thinking of this, Shang Wen was chewing on the food, holding a pen, and drew an image of the armed belt and tactical vest. As for some leather bags, these should not be a problem. All leather armors are used now. You should have proficient processing skills in leather making. Humans are not familiar with leather at all. In the state of Zhao, Wang Zhao received Lima's memorial and was furious. The dignified star was defeated unexpectedly. It's ridiculous. Li Mu, what is your name? Zhao Wang scolded loudly. What comes down to the firearms of the country of Yan? That firearm is so powerful. Zhao Wang cursed loudly. Seeing that King Zhao lost his temper, the attendant dared not step forward to dissuade him. Can only wait quietly. Yan country. After King Yan tried the artillery, his self-confidence suddenly swelled to the extreme. The unilateral belief is that with firearms, you can be invincible. Even Zhao Ge didn't pay attention to it. The widow counterattacked Zhao Jun. What do you think? King Yan asked while looking at the artillery. Wang Yingming. Taking advantage of Zhao Jun's new defeat, our army should pursue victory and regain lost ground. The ministers on the side suggested one after another. Great. Ha ha ha. King Yan said happily. Wang Ben on the side looked a little disdainfully. This group of idiots are looking for a dead end. Then how could Li Mu sit still like this? If he chased after the defender one, he would have won a big victory. Now Li Mu is ready. Only failure awaits you. 146 North Defense. While Shang Wen was drawing up a new combat vest, a young man walked in, holding a barrel in his hand. Little Zhang Yuan, I have seen an adult. The young man saluted first. Don't be restrained, just sit down, Shang Wen greeted. Master Xi, the young man said somewhat restrained. What's the matter? Let's talk, Shang Wen said with a smile. It's such an adult. The small one has developed a gun barrel. I don't know if it's okay for an adult. Take a look, he said, showing it with both hands. Oh. Shang Wen took it with both hands. You did it. Shang Wen first glanced at the appearance, which was no different from a normal barrel. Shang Wen then took another look. There is even rifling. Looks a bit rough, especially at the muzzle. There were many countless scratches. Obviously, something like a blade was used to cut from the muzzle. Then it formed. Moreover, there are 4 lines of rifling. But the distance between each other is very irregular. Specifically, the 2 sets of rifling are irregular. Shang Wen suddenly guessed what was going on. Very good, Shang Wen said encouragingly. You did a great job. As long as you make the rifling more regular, everything will be fine. Shang Wen pointed out one point. Really? Zhang Yuan said excitedly. Well, besides, I also plan to let you be responsible for rifling all the barrels. How about? Shang Wen said with a smile. All? Zhang Yuan said uncertainly. Yes, all. Darkin's guns are rifled, Shang Wen said. This? ? Zhang Yuan hesitated. It's okay, take your time, don't worry. You have to dare to try to innovate. Go to the accountant to get the hardware. Give it a reward. Shang Wen patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said, Here. Zhang Yuan made up his mind. That's right. My lord, I also made a kind of projectile. Please see it, my lord. As he said, he took out a cone-shaped projectile. A cone-shaped bullet that looks the same as the bullets used by most muskets and rifled guns in the future. This kind of projectile can be produced on a large scale. Shang Wen, who looked at the projectile, said directly, because this kind of projectile is more suitable for use on a musket. A musket is also more suitable. You go and inform Elder Chen. Let him mass-produce your projectiles, Shang Wen said. Here. Zhang Yuan left happily. After Zhang Yuan left, Shang Wen carefully checked the barrel and projectiles. Some people start to explore, so encourage them to explore. See the very rough rifling of the barrel. Shang Wen felt that the university subject of chemistry should be opened. After all, The barrel needs a large amount of copper sulfate solution to complete one of the processes. If you use others, you will take a lot of detours. There is gunpowder. Although there are now granular gunpowder, but the firing method of the musket is still flintlock style. The requirements for the environment are still very high. The production of flash hider can solve this problem. Next, Shangwin will start a university course. All previous work needs to be further improved. In Xianyang Palace, King Qin is still busy. The first is the defense of Wang Jianmengshan's army. The army is escorting a large number of prisoners of war. It is already in the autumn and it is impossible to start construction on a large scale. How do these people arrange? The number of Huron is very large. It takes tens of thousands of horses to escort nearly 1 million. And the possibility of riots is very high. And the food problem. If there is no food, then the chances of riots will be greatly increased. Li Si first said, "My lord, the minister thinks that a large part of it should be handled nearby. From the inland to the north, we need to consume a certain amount of food and grass. Moreover, we have to provide a large army for garrison. In addition to 1 million Hu people, there are about a different number of Huns. Then our food and grass needs will be greatly exhausted. This way, Idakin is equivalent to a national effort, so the nearest batch should be arranged near the iron plant, near the stone coal. This can reduce the pressure on the iron plant. For the rest, most of them should be transferred from the south, close to the mainland, to reduce the burden of food supply." This is Li Si's opinion. The minister disagrees. "It is really inappropriate to move a large number of Huns and Hus inland," Feng Ji said loudly. Yes, the minister also thinks that this move is inappropriate. If a large number of Huns and Huns move inward, it will have too much influence on the foundation of the Qin dynasty. This move is a bit risky. And the northern nomads have always been rebellious. Such a rebellious. If a large number of people migrate to the interior, it will inevitably become a hidden danger to my Qin. When my Qin comes out, the rear will definitely be unstable. Still think about my Wang San. Wai Liao said. Wai Liao's point of view is more from a military perspective. Such a large group of people moved in suddenly. It cannot be resolved in a short time. If the main force of the Qin army were to go east, it would still be unable to suppress such a large combat force in time. Well, Mr. Wai Liao is right. King Qin nodded and said, "But what the Prime Minister said is not all without merit." King Qin continued, "For example, some people were dealt with nearby. Now Darkin Sassanal began to manufacture muskets. Most of the muskets were taken from iron in Guiyang, and the coal also needed to be digged. Darkin cannot remove these manpower from the mainland. It can only be solved nearby." Qin Wang said, "My lord, it's better to call it this way, but you must use Hu people. The Hu people are unfamiliar with the terrain and are not easy to resist. You can use them. For the Huns, you should call south in small batches, with 10,000 people at a time. Go south. Build roads." Wai Liao said, "This method is feasible." Qin Wang said, The south is true, especially the road to Basu. It is extremely rugged and marked. Moreover, it is mountainous, and the Huns will not adapt to it for the time being. The number of people is easy to manage. In this way, Darkin can build a road to Basu. Food for Basu, it can go directly to the north, or to outside the pass. Feng Ji said, "Well, let's do it like this. Specifically, let the Prime Minister do it." King Qin decided. Wang Jian's army wants to transfer 30,000 cavalry back to Lanshan. Meng Tan will serve as general and take care of all military affairs in the north. What do you think? King Qin asked. The minister has no objection. Li Si said first. The minister believes that a part of the infantry should be transferred northward. Wai Liao said. Oh. King Qin thought a little bit. The ones that Wang Jian transferred back were all cavalry. During the winter, Meng Tan was mostly cavalry. The defensive effect is not obvious. The marching troops northward are actually price defense. Just do it. Return 30,000, then make up 30,000. King Kin said. Then call which one is fine. King Kin asked. Chen suggested using the newly formed musket team. while Liao said, 147. I'm sorry, the number of musketeers is very limited. Li Si knows the number of musketeers very well. The number of muskets currently manufactured by Darkin can be produced from 120 to 150 per day. Moreover, Darkin has only 300 muskets equipped with muskets, which is less than the total number of muskets equipped by the country of Yan. The number of guns equipped is also very small. There are only 10 guns. Li Si said slowly. Because of this, even more calls. while Liao said, my lord, Mr. Qin is awake. Mr. Qin is awake. Zhao Gao shouted, regardless of court etiquette. What? King Qin said happily. The widow will go and have a look. King Qin immediately stood up and said, my lord, Mr. Qin is awake. Zhao Gao said breathlessly. Zhao Gao, prepare the car. King Qin said loudly. Li Si waited and looked at each other, at a loss. You guys will come together too. To discuss this musket, you must ask Mr. Qin. King Qin turned around and said, in the north, a battle with artillery as the protagonist is being staged. Yan army supplemented by 20 artillery immediately began a major counterattack against Zhao Jun. This time the leader is Xin. King Yan thinks he knows artillery best. So I personally ordered the general and let Xin take the post. Yan Jun went out of the city for 30,000. Came outside Zhao Jun's camp. Zhao Jun could not escape. Martial law throughout the army. Yan Jun is divided into formations, 30,000 each on the left, middle and right. 20 guns are placed in the middle position. Report, Zhao Jun can't avoid it. Strictly guard the camp. A man flew over to report. Number. No, Uxin he sneered. Unexpectedly, he didn't come out. Well, I would have let him get out. The drama said bitterly. Come on, order the artillery team to aim at the Zhao Jun camp and fight fiercely. Uxin ordered. Here, a school lieutenant agreed upon receiving the order. 20 guns lined up. The muzzle is slightly too high. Directly aim at the Zhao Jun camp. Prepare each artillery. An artillery battalion commander exclaimed. Yan Jun learned the artillery company system from Qin Jun. With 20 artillery pieces, an artillery battalion was quickly formed. There are 4 artillery companies under this artillery battalion. 5 artillery pieces per company. Aim! The battalion commander shouted. Raise his arms high. Let it go. The battalion commander waved his arm. Boom, bang, 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 bang. The cannon fired one after another. Swish. The shells roared towards Zhao Jun's camp. It's a pity. Standing on a high ground, Wang Ben shook his head with a telescope. After 3 days of intense training, this group of Yanjun artillery didn't fight very well. Most of the shells fell on Zhao Jun's camp. The few shells fell on Zhao Jun. The tall wooden fence erected by Zhao Jun's camp was smashed. Their Zhao Jun camp tent near the fence was completely destroyed. Those shells that did not hit Zhao Jun's camp fell on the ground and bounced, hit the fence, making several gaps in Zhao Jun's fence. The first round of artillery shots was barely okay. Wang Ben commented in his heart. Shang Wen once warned Wang Ben that if the artillery strikes continued, it is better to wait a longer period of time. Only in this way can you continue to hit. Wang Ben unreservedly taught this to the Yan army, and Wang Ben turned his attention to the Yan army artillery battalion. What a bunch of fools! Wang Ben scolded fiercely. I have warned them to stay a little longer. Only in this way can the bombardment continue. These fools are so fast. Wang Ben cursed loudly. Boom, boom. The artillery began to fire continuously. The rhythm of the hair is a bit chaotic, because the second round of the artillery of some companies has not been loaded yet. Swish. The cannonball whizzed and flew towards Zhao Jun's camp. This time the artillery was on time. The Yan army really had his artillery hit Zuyuan. The artillery used by the Yan army is equipped with aiming equipment. These are all equipment of the Qin army, and they are now in the hands of the Yan army. They learned it naturally. It hurts to death. Help. Zhao Jun was crying and howling. The camps hit this time are very many. Many Zhao Jun in the camp ran out one after another, so that the damage effect of the cannonballs flying around became more obvious. Many of Zhao Jun's heads were knocked out by shells while they were running. Blood spattered from the fracture of the neck, and the people running in front couldn't get there any better. The shells hitting the ground shorted the soldier's legs. As soon as the leg encountered the shell, it broke. Then the soldiers began to shout loudly, holding Zhao Jun, who had a broken leg, shouting loudly. But the soldiers on the side can only escape. Such a scene can only frighten them, and then instinctively avoid them. In order to survive, Zhao Jun, who didn't know the situation, could only rush over to survive. As a result, some of the injured Zhao Jun soldiers were trampled to death alive. The frequency of artillery strikes is very high. He doesn't care about the principle or something. Yan Jun's gunners all shite indiscriminately. As long as the reloading is completed, they immediately shatter. Even the unextinguished gunpowder in the barrel was not dipped in water to extinguish. Wang Ben sweated for these bold Yan army artillery. Their Zhao Jun camp began to collapse. Zhao Jun had lingering fears about this weapon. In that siege operation, most of the casualties of Zhao Jun came from firearms, and among the casualties of firearms, artillery was the largest. This weapon is not only powerful, but also capable of hitting 2 miles away. Almost all the weapons in the Zhao army cannot be compared with it, and the most terrifying thing is his killing effect. The soldier standing on the side didn't know what was going on. His head was knocked off all of a sudden, or his arm was gone. Just hit something flying over. All serious injuries are lucky. Moreover, this kind of injury cannot be cured. Most of the soldiers injured in the last siege by Zhao Jun died within a few days, and the death was terrible. Weeping for help all the time. Some couldn't bear the pain, so they gave themselves a knife. Most of the wounds of those who persisted in their lives gradually decayed. In the end, they really couldn't survive, and they chose to commit suicide. But that kind of very painful cry made the already tortured soldiers of Zhao Jun frightened. Today's cannons kept ringing like thunder, and it even destroyed Zhao Jun's last bit of courage. As Zhao Jun's camp was continuously bombarded, Zhao Jun finally collapsed and the whole army fled. Since Li Mu failed in the siege, he has already decided to take the initiative to withdraw his troops. But Zhao Wang strictly forbids him. Li Mu had to go to Wang Zhao in person to explain why. The army was temporarily taken over by Sima Shanlai. When the cannon rang, Sima Shang didn't even know what was going on. However, when the army collapsed, it's out of control. Zhao Jun fled around, and most of the soldiers were in chaos. Throw away all the baggage such as carts, horses, camps, etc. In order to reduce weight, the soldiers even threw away their weapons. Some inspected veterans even threw away the armor. Zhao Jun only knew how to escape, but didn't know how to resist. Sima Shang brought his personal guards and couldn't control it at all. Uxin saw this situation. Very happy. It took a few rounds. Zhao Jun couldn't stand it anymore, so he commanded loudly, "The whole army pursues." The 30,000 Yan army began to pursue a swift and violent pursuit. They have been suffocating for a long time. Zhao Jun gave a severe lesson. 148 A lot of questions. Fortunately, Zhao Jun was defeated. Otherwise, these artillerymen would probably be killed by these artillery. Wang Ben said coldly, "Let's go." Wang Ben said as he turned and walked down the high ground. There is really nothing to see next. Zhao Jun was defeated across the board. There is no one to take the initiative to resist. Yan Jun chased Zhao Jun all over the floor. Zhao Jun, who was nearly 100,000, was chased and beaten by Yan Jun, who had only 30,000. As a result, Wang Ben didn't even think of it himself. At the beginning, Zhao Jun's combat power was basically the same as Qin Jun, especially Lima's frontier army. Qin Jun couldn't help them at all. What happened to Zhao Jun now? Wang Ben really couldn't figure it out, unless Zhao Jun who ran away was not Lima's border army, and Li Mu is probably not in the army either. Thought of this, Wang Ben stopped and looked back. Judging from the state of escape, it's not like it. Could it be that Li Mu deliberately set up an ambush? That's not right. If you set up an ambush, the cost is too big, right? There are Zhao Jun soldiers running all over the floor. Almost 100,000 people. It seems that Li Mu is indeed not in the army. As the Yan army shouted and killed, Zhao Jun was completely defeated. Shang Wen had been lying in bed for several days. Although he was not conscious at the time, his body was indeed a little excited at the time. Healing from a serious illness is like a new life. I was full of Jing anger. After Shang Wen designed a brand new combat vest and rucksack on the bed, he felt that he should go out. Otherwise, it is really a little panicked. So, get dressed. Shang Wen walked out of the house. Autumn is high and refreshing. Just can walk around and bask in the sun. Shang Wen's first visit should be the arsenal, the production status of artillery and muskets. I don't know what happened to the production in the arsenal these days. When I fell ill, Shang Wen came to the arsenal quietly, and if he appeared blatantly, he would definitely be opposed by everyone. Instead of this, it's better to check it quietly. The artillery workshop is as busy as before. Not only artillery must be poured, but also a large number of bullets must be poured. Moreover, the pouring of bullets still uses earthen molds. The craftsmen are busy ramming the earth. Use bamboo to outline the outline of the bullet. This process comes from the traditional arrow making of kin. The difference is that a template of arrows can only produce about 12, while bullets can produce 30 rounds, and it saves material very much. It's just that the number on a template is very large. The production time is a little longer. Shang Wen feels helpless with such a production method. I have repeatedly emphasized that iron molds can be used, but I still haven't seen it. It seems that the speed of popularization is very slow. On the artillery, Shang Wen saw iron molds, but the number used was very small. Only 2. Others are still made using traditional methods. Obviously, such production efficiency can no longer meet the needs of large-scale production. Shang Wen turned and left. Came to the production workshop of the musket. In the workshop, the craftsmen are extremely busy. The clang of small hammers was everywhere. Shang Wen leaned over to take a look, shocked. Many craftsmen took small hammers and made the parts of the musket little by little. These parts are smaller than those of the crossbow and can only be beaten little by little with the small hammer in the hands of the craftsman. Shang Wen let out a sigh of relief. Such a production model can only be regarded as manual. It can't be regarded as mechanized mass production at all. After reading the parts, Shang Wen went to the bullet production workshop again. Most of the workers here are women, and it's very dense. Shang Wen is very worried about such a dense workshop, and it is also a place where gunpowder is used intensively. The female workers skillfully filled the processed paper tube from the plate full of gunpowder with a spoon, and then quickly kneaded it, then oiled it, and kneaded it. Grease uses animal oil, which must be melted at high temperatures. Beside the gunpowder, the stove was actually lit, which was a death hunt. Shang Wen couldn't believe it. Such a thing happened under my nose. And the female worker was obviously looking for speed, and the proximity of the stove could almost ignite the gunpowder. If a large number of finished products are ignited, the casualties are certainly not small. Shang Wen really couldn't watch it anymore. Shang Wen strode out immediately. Find the person in charge of the workshop. I ask you to stop work immediately. Evacuate everyone in an orderly manner, and then carefully take the gunpowder away. Then these damn braziers. Shang Wen pointed at the person in charge sternly. You know the power of gunpowder. If there is an explosion, you, me, and these people all are dead. For your own life, take care of this matter. Shang Wen stared at the person in charge and said, Here. The person in charge left the arrangement. Shang Wen is really worried. I have been standing in the workshop, seeing everyone leaving. That's the end of today's work. I have a meeting for you in the afternoon. Your problems are very big and many. The salary is still paid. Go back and rest, Shang Wen said, then turned and left. My goodness. There are so many problems in the arsenal. Can produce so many bullet artillery, muskets. It was a miracle. And there are so many potential safety hazards that have not happened so far. This is even more a miracle. Think of human life. Shang Wen felt a dull pain in his heart. Such a society in which life is not cherished and life is joking. They really don't know what to do. They will realize it. Shang Wen thought to himself. Came to Ying's house. Shang Wen wanted to discuss about the soldier outfit. But Shang Wen saw a scene. Yingzhi is making paratrooper boots. Wooden boards are used for the soles. A wooden board without a model of the soles of human feet. Shang Wen knew that this was a problem with the details of ancient production. Such a problem can only be solved after improvement in the future. Let go of this point. The planks are very thick. The needle cannot be sutured at all. Therefore, Yingzhi tried very hard. And as a result, the needle was bent. The needle stuck in Ying's hand. The blood is flowing. Shang Wen couldn't stand it anymore. Go straight in, without saying anything. Pick up the scissors and cut off a piece of cloth. Shang Wen has never torn a piece of cloth. Then, wipe, and then bandage. Oh my god. You actually used your hands to make boots. This is a joke, Shang Wen said helplessly. If you don't use your hands, what else can you use? Yingzhi said angrily. Sewing machine. A machine that can quickly make clothes and shoes. Shang Wen said while bandaging. I really didn't expect it. Your working method turned out to be manual. There are too many problems today. Many things are all done by hand. In this case, it is impossible to complete many things. And, after all, manpower limited. With machines, people can expand various functions. Shang Wen said something that Yingzhi could not understand. Shang Wen didn't tell Yingzhi to understand. He is summarizing what happened today. If Qin wants to develop, he must learn to think. Think about how to save time and manpower. This is ancient China. There has never been an era of lack of population and labor. 149 Production thinking. Everyone, come. Then sit down. Shang Wen waved his hand. Don't be restrained. Seeing that no one was sitting, Shang Wen took the initiative to sit down and saw Shang Wen sitting down. Everyone is not too restrained. Shang Wen sees a lot of facts and there are many questions about production. Such problems must be consciously improved. But according to the current situation, no one can realize this. Today we are calling you to talk about some recent problems. I didn't pay much attention to these problems before. Now, the situation has a tendency to develop badly. We must take measures to change this situation, Shang Wen said straightforwardly. The first is safety, Shang Wen said solemnly. Today, I found a workshop that produces bullets. There is a large amount of gunpowder on the table, and there is an open flame not far from the gunpowder. Now bullets use granular gunpowder. This kind of gunpowder is the same as explosives. As long as it needs a certain amount of gunpowder, a light fire will explode. It is estimated that there were more than 200 people present at the scene. If an accident occurs, these 200 people will be lost in a short time. As for the injured, it is estimated that they will not survive for too long. Shang Wen is serious. Speaking of, I want to tell you. Shang Wen stood up. We are in a period of change in history. In the past, our soldiers, including now, of course, our soldiers are armed with spears, halberds, and long swords. But now, we have muskets, artillery. There will be more powerful weapons coming out in the future. Shang Wen put his hands on the table and looked at everyone. What does this mean? Zhang Yuan, do you know what? Shang Wen asked. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said he didn't know. In order to kill more people, we used to make our weapons sharper. In order to stay away from the enemy, we invented the spear and invented the bow and arrow, but these require very strong soldiers to do it, and it kills. The effect is not very good. But gunpowder appeared. Gunpowder broke all the balance. Our soldier can no longer be very strong. As long as he is strong, as long as he holds a musket, it can be easily activated. With the trigger, a strong enemy soldier can be killed. It is no exaggeration to say that a half-a-year-old child can do these things too. Do you know what this means? Shang Wen asked. Everyone shook their heads. Humans are a complicated animal. They are different from other animals because they have this. Shang Wen pointed to his head and said, they have a well-developed brain. They have a rich imagination. And they have endless levels of creativity. When the physical fitness needs to be strengthened to the extreme, people will do everything possible to maximize the various functions of the body. For example, our arms. I need very long arms, We will invent the spear, bows and arrows. We need fast legs. We will domesticate those horses. These are controlled by the brain. The brain is invented and created. People's brains have different ways of thinking. People's creative abilities are also different. Therefore, we should pay attention to everyone's life. The end of life is the end of the brain and the end of thinking, Shang Wen said. Everyone nodded and agreed with this statement. So, next, we must ensure the safety of everyone's life. Understand? Human life is more important, Shang Wen emphasized again. Specifically, regarding the production of bullets, I plan to produce them all separately. Follow the assembly line. First, female workers who are familiar with bullet installation will arrange for the first process. They will install the finished bullets and paper tubes. Then, put them. Okay, go to the second process. Place gunpowder. For gunpowder, I think it should be in a certain amount, which is fixed. We need to separate in advance. As for this, we will talk about it later. This requires a machine to do it. Then, fill. Then seal. Then, under the premise of ensuring safety, absolutely guarantee. Seal with grease. Understand? Shang Wen briefly said. Understood. The female worker in charge of bullet production nodded and said. Very good, Shang Wen said. The next question is not a safety issue, it is a thinking mode issue. Shang Wen flipped through his notebook. I checked the artillery casting process. It was very messy. And I already mentioned the use of iron molds. Why there is no large-scale use? I want to know the answer to this question. Shang Wen pointed out the artillery problem. Before Shang Wen's meeting, King Qin and a number of important officials had arrived. King Qin quickly searched for Shang Wen. Only Shang Wen knew about some of the problems, but the room had been searched. But he didn't see Shang Wen. King Qin ordered someone to search for him. Soon someone came to report that a meeting was being held and there could be no meeting. People bother. King Qin became interested when he heard it. So he went outside the house with the ministers. The King Li Si said to King Qin, "Hush." King Qin motioned not to speak loudly. As he spoke, he stepped forward gently. Listen carefully to Shang Wen talking about weapons production. Many craftsmen are still uncomfortable. Chen Die said. This reason is reluctant. Shang Wen thought in his heart. Okay, I know. Then he'll talk about other things. Maybe you can recognize the problem, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen felt that Chen Die's problem should be regarded as an ancient Chinese common problem. Young people generally have a sense of innovation when dealing with new technologies. But as they age, this instinct to master new technologies becomes more and more conservative. They hope that this technology will remain conservative, or one's own children and grandchildren must enjoy the benefits brought by this technology. This kind of welfare is very pitiful, because their social status has not improved much. Instead, it hinders the development of this technology. Because a technology cannot be applied on a large scale, it will cause a chain reaction. Modern production methods have proven the consequences of this error. Steel needs chemistry. Chemistry requires other disciplines, such as the extractive industries and so on support each other. If they can't cooperate with each other, then the problem will be a disaster. This is nothing to say. How do you say that? Shang Wen didn't have a good example to illustrate such a problem for a while, because many examples are produced by the descendants of these ancients. Is it necessary to educate them by taking examples of their children and grandchildren? This is irony, not education. Let's take weapons as an example. Do you know the population of Qin State? Shang Wen asked. 150 knowledge application. Everyone shook their heads and said, about 6 million. Then do you know how many people there are in the whole world? Shang Wen asked again. They all shook their heads and said, about. Shang Wen didn't know enough about history. But in order to improve the level of awareness of everyone, then roughly expand this number to increase the level of surprise and arouse all people's interest. Shang Wen stretched out 3 fingers. About 30 million. Shang Wen stretched out his finger and said, think about it, so many people, how much food, how much clothing, how much salt, and how many arms these countries need to support an army. Shang Wen said. At present, Darkin has exported about a few hundred muskets and 30 cannons. Shang Wen was not sure how many Qin exported during his illness, but in order to improve the reality of the numbers, had to deal with it vaguely. Such unconscious use of fuzzy numbers can improve people's associations with numbers. If these weapons are exported, what are the benefits to Darkin, you will ask. You don't understand why. To export these weapons, isn't the strength of a country armed with these weapons? Shang Wen's vocabulary is relatively new. Most of them don't understand. But as long as Shang Wen can continue, these don't care. Weapons are also commodities. Commodities can bring us a lot of benefits. The same is true for countries. Countries exporting commodities can also bring us more benefits. A cannon, we can sell for 300 gold. A musket, we can sell for 1 gold. Everyone was surprised to hear these numbers. 1 cannon, 300 gold. How many cannons can be cast by 300 gold? It is estimated that there are almost 100 doors. Everyone was surprised to hear such numbers. Master, Qin Shangwen, this is. Li Si whispered. King Qin just waved his hand and motioned not to speak. Everyone is surprised. Compared to our daily salary, we are still far behind, Shang Wen said. But such a good son will end up in the end. The 6 nations are not fools. They also have brains. If they realize the importance of artillery, they will come to buy. When they come to buy, our price will be higher, but if the price is too high, they will look for another one way. This way is cheaper and more convenient. And it's convenient. It's quicker. They can imitate. Shang Wen pointed out the key points directly. Shang Wen doesn't doubt that the 6th National Congress is doing this. In fact, Zhao has already begun to do so. Shang Wen knows that the artillery mechanism is very simple, especially this smoothbore gun. As long as a country can smelt a large amount of metal and have a model, they will be able to imitate a large amount of it, and the quantity must be larger than its own production scale. Shang Wen is not afraid of their imitation, because they can imitate artillery, but there is no shell. Sooner or later they will send Jin to adjust the gunpowder. Shang Wen is not afraid of them at this point, because the granular gunpowder is produced separately. The last process, graphite polishing, is precisely that they don't know how to make this kind of thing. When they can imitate a lot, they won't need our artillery, and we won't be able to take away the 300 gold. Perhaps you think it's nothing if you don't take away the 300 gold, but it is you who have the greatest impact. First of all, the factory does not make any profit. Then, your salary will not be issued. Then, you can go to the 6 nations. But the 6 nations also have a large number of craftsmen. How much can you get? Is it more than kings? Shang Wen said. Competition can generate vitality. In order to defeat this imitation product and the threat to the artillery we produce, we need a large amount of manufacturing. The cost of manufacturing is low, and Xing can be better than them. We can lower the price because we can produce more artillery, but they can't. Because of what? Shang Wen asked. Because of what? Old Chen, can you talk about it? Shang Wen asked. Mr. Qin, old people don't know, Chen Da said respectfully. Tell you, Shang Wen said. Because we have mastered new technology. The production process is different because of the different ways of thinking derived from the human brain. Our gun barrels can be completed by forging, and the 6 nations may adopt the method of casting. In this way, we have the advantage in production. And for building, we can squeeze out the bubbles generated in the casting. Similarly, if the 6 countries use technologies such as drilling, we will fall behind. In this way, we have to import muskets from the 6 countries instead. Are we willing to see this happen? No, of course we don't. So, we need to use our brains, invent and create something new. At the same time, our information is only open to our own people. All others are blocked. We share information. We can rely on this. New inventions create more new things. The 6 countries have to spend a lot of wealth before buying our products. In this way, we will get more wealth. Specifically, what kind of wealth you will get? Let's talk about it specifically. Shang Wen said and sat down. There is a kind of right called intellectual property. What is intellectual property? Shang Wen said slowly. In layman's terms, it is your good idea, a good invention, no matter how big or how much the invention is, as long as you think it out. It is useful for our production, and our production is used, we will give you a fortune. Remuneration. There are two methods for this remuneration. One is a one-time buyout. It's such an invention, and it will be mine in the future. I will pay you a large sum of money. You can do whatever you want with this money. Just like this invention, Shang Wen said as he took out a cone-shaped bullet. We have to pay Zhang Yuan a lot of money to use this bullet. But in order to achieve this goal, we have to pass a whole set of bills. I will pay this to the king. The other is that I will pay in installments. This method is more competitive because of a technology. It is impossible to be used for a long time, a new technology, and some unique vitality. As other technologies mature, eventually it will replace the original technology. For example, this kind of tapered bullet may appear in the future. A streamlined bullet may appear in the future. After it is sent out, the speed will be faster. If power is needed, there are bullets that will explode after hitting the human body. These are technology patents. The state protects these rights. These rights are applied to our production, and we have unlimited advantages. We have such advantages. The 6 countries can only pay for our products obediently. Everyone nodded and signaled that they understood what Shang Wen said, that is, as long as they are willing to use their brains. Just adopt it. Then this kind of knowledge will bring unlimited benefits to oneself. The money is huge, and it was easy. Do you understand? Shang Wen asked, looking at everyone's thinking faces. Everyone nodded. And so,